Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust, you know your feelings. I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like from my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and I, we're moving on. My broken heart and I, I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and I, we're moving on. Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be
been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning, I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, every time.
What a clean fight for Disguised. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
Can he get the touch? Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Hello and welcome to the OWCS. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Moxie to close out a very exciting EMEA Stage 2 round-robin group stage that, quite frankly, had us all on the edge of our seats. It's been such a fun journey, Moxie.
Yeah, it's been a very fun journey. We've had total shufflings of the power rankings for all of our teams here in EMEA, with Virtus.pro very much establishing themselves as the crop of the cream of the crop, as we get to see them play the ball of the bull, apparently, as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, VP has been so incredibly impressive. Twisted Minds, I think, having a little bit of a resurgence in their match yesterday. I'm definitely excited to see how playoffs shakes up, because honestly, all 4 of the top EMEA teams are very solid. I think all 4 could do well internationally, but of course, only 3 can actually progress to the Midseason Championship, and those slots will be hotly contested.
Yeah, let's talk about this, right? If we're looking at the standings afterwards, with the VP's win over 1-2-3-4, which quite frankly was an absolute beatdown. If you want to experience pain for a few minutes, and trust me, it will only take a few minutes of your day, go and rewatch that one, because man, 1-2-3-4 fell flat against VP, which is not what we've seen from them in their previous matches, where they really impressed us. Now, yeah, as I said, VP winning over 1-2-3-4 means that all playoff spots are officially set in EMEA, but the seeding is still in question. Also, to clarify, since you do see that 1-2-3-4 are now officially eliminated, that's because Katsuya win the head-to-head map differential in a 3-way tie with 1-2-3-4, Katsuya and GK, and GK beat 1-2-3-4 in their series head-to-head. So, as good as 1-2-3-4 looked, and as much as they were able to push the other teams in the EMEA, unfortunately, they will find themselves in promotion and relegation at the end of this group stage. But they will be playing again today. They will be facing off against Tennessee. So both of our bottom teams, which will be in promotion and relegation, have one last opportunity to, you know, end it on a high note and show what they got.
I mean, I think if you're 1-2-3-4, you're not worried about promo relegation, right? If you can really take the teams here in the OWCS all the way to the distance of 5-map series, you don't really have to worry that much, especially with the Wrecking Ball composition. Like, that thing, I feel bad for the teams in promo relegation who will have to go up against that Golden Pants Wrecking Ball, because it's not a fun composition to have to play into.
I hope everyone just goes the Ice Gnome route and just matches the ball.
Just matches ball.
Just match the
VP
ball.
might have made it look easy, but it is not, right? It's their experience that allows them to be able to tap into that style. But, you know, I think this has been an incredible stage in EMEA. I mean, both 1-2-3-4 and Tennessee have been impressive teams that have competed with some of the top squads here in EMEA. It feels like sometimes there's teams coming out of promotion relegation, and you're like, are they really on the same level? But this stage, I really think these are the top 6 teams in the EMEA. I don't think there can be any question about it. And I think you guys are right to say, hey, promotion relegation is not going to be a free promotion for teams coming out of FACEIT Master League competing against these 2 squads.
No, it really isn't. If we're looking at today's schedule, we are in for some more treats. Of course, we're starting things off with 1, 2, 3, 4 and Tennessee making one last stand here, even though they're already out of playoffs contention. Then we have Twisted Minds and Katsuya. This is going to be a good one. The winner will receive the second seed and dodge Virtus.pro in the first round, which really means that they are substantially increasing their chances of making it to the Midseason Championship. And they'll also, of course, have the momentum after winning the last match of the stage heading into next week's playoffs, because there's not much time in between now and the playoffs. Based on what we've seen from these teams the last 2 weeks, or let's just say this week, actually, just to be fair
for
to
TM
Twisted Minds. For TM, it's just this week. Do you feel like there's a clear favorite, or can we expect an old school Katsuya Twisted Minds moment where they just take us the distance?
5 maps. I think it goes 5 maps. It went 5 maps yesterday for TM versus GK, and Katsuya have been doing a lot of what GK have as well. So things like that Vendetta composition, for sure, we'll be getting to see really like try to work against TVNT on that Diva. But I think for Twisted Minds, bringing in Yubi, bringing back the Symmetra strategies has worked out really well for them, as they've been sort of meshing 2 strategies. 2026 compositions with some of the old ones, which gave them a lot of value when they were able to pull their titles.
Yeah, it's been some good fusion cuisine coming out of them, so we have been eating and looking at what they pulled out of the bag there. And of course, it's not just for our approval and entertainment. No, it is in order to make the Midseason Championship, which is going to take place at EWC in Paris. 16 of your favorite Overwatch teams in the world will be competing there across different regions. So get your tickets for the Midseason Championship in Paris, France. Scan the QR code you're seeing on your screen in just a second, and then you can join us as well. With this QR code, you will be getting 15% off. So make sure to use that opportunity. It's going to be very warm at that time of the year in Paris, but yeah, we're in a venue, so we don't know. We don't know the weather. Nothing happens to us.
Just pack sunscreen.
It's gonna be a good time.
Pack sunscreen and some summer clothes, and you should be okay.
Yeah, but things are heating up in the arena as well, man. Those teams are it's gonna be fire, it's gonna be explosion. The French fans always show up. I'm super excited to have another event over in Paris. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, I think everyone's excited to be there, and no one more than our teams now, who are fighting for this key spot in a tournament that for many is, you know, one of their biggest opportunities of the year to show what they can do on the international stage. For EMEA, the chance to maybe try to retake the title as what's become an incredibly competitive region. But of course, those Korean super teams, always a massive threat, always typically are going to be your favorites, right, to win. And I think that kind of clash has been especially fun to watch this last year or so.
Yeah, it really has been. I just love that the script has been flipped over the last couple of years, right? It's always been so obvious that it's going to be Crazy Raccoon or Falcon, like, taking that trophy, but no more. EMEA has been looking like a strong contender, and we're still waiting for that rise of NA. We're not there yet, but perhaps, maybe. Jake is like the least believer in this group, which is funny since he's the only NA person. So that's all right. That's all right. For now, let's focus on EMEA. Let's focus on our first match of the day. Tennessee going up against 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, while they are out of contention, they had a very good stage. Like, I cannot stress enough how impressive it's been, how far they were able to take their, I mean, they're not one-tricking per se, but they kind of are heavily relying, obviously, on the ball, and it tripped our best teams up. Like, they really struggled to find an answer up until VP happened yesterday, but we're not talking about that.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, for like 1, 2, 3, 4, they absolutely deserve to be here. I just want to see, like, even if it's just one more hero in Golden Pants hero pool, so that you don't have to
like
sub
Winston.
in AMDP and you're not just stuck on Winston, because it's always been the turn from them, right? If the ball gets banned out and Golden Pants is in, it's always been the Winston, and Winston just has so many issues in the current meta. If you want to play him, then you're sort of wanting to play the Ana for the nano boost as well, which means then that your backline gets jumped, your tank is dead, and you have no space to get anything done.
Yeah, but 1, 2, 3, 4, they played our top teams all the way to those map 5 series. They really took it to them and made them sweat, and they got a win in the back too. So it's almost shocking to see them at the bottom here. Tennessee, another team in the bottom. However, I really feel like if you're looking at their journey the last 3 weeks, mostly evident in their match yesterday, they have leveled up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that, has not gone to the route of, being totally different, having some crazy, wild, unique style and trying to surprise other teams. They've been playing straight up, battling some of the best teams in this region. And these are global elite teams, right? These are teams that will likely go on to have strong international showings. So for Telesi to be bringing those series to the limit, taking them to competitive matches, competitive maps, and winning in many cases, for me is a massive statement for them as a new team with a lot of players that we haven't seen on this level of play. These are a lot of players you want to keep your eyes on, right? Who have a lot of potential to grow into that next generation of talent. So I think this is a team that is always a blast to watch, and I am super curious to see how they try to match up against this unique 1-2-3-4 style.
Well, we'll find out in just a second. Two teams already out of the running, so they will play with nothing to lose, which is a great opportunity to just pull everything out of the bag and duke it out. We're going to see them, no doubt, again in Stage 3 after a successful run in promotion and relegation. Like, I literally have zero doubts about it. So let's get into this. Moxie, Jake.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And as we get into this match, picks are going to be crucial. It's going to be back to Ilios 1-2-3-4. Not traumatized by yesterday, but also perhaps not expecting Telesi to take a ball mirror against them, which I think is a pretty safe bet.
No, I don't think you do. As we can have a look at our bans. Yeah, 1-2-3-4 getting the first ban, so they'll go for the Diva, which in turn saves Golden Pants Wrecking Ball. And Telesi actually take a bite out of Xion. So we won't have things like the Xion Reaper composition or the Xion Tracer.
Yeah, I think 1-2-3-4 is playing a little bit of the Xion plus Cassidy on this ball style, and actually using Xion truly as a somewhat of a flanker role, I guess. And in that kind of a comp, I think you're literally looking to be just a little bit greedy on the DPS role, and both DPS can kind of make their own solo kills. But it is a reasonable thing to ban, I think, especially on Ilios, where the fights can get pretty frenetic on point. For Telesi, though, they came into this match, they have to know what they're up against. We have to see what they've prepared.
Do they go for the jetpack cat? Because we did see a little bit from them with the cat yesterday, but it looks like they're just going for this really hard CC lockdown composition. They know, the issue is Golden Pants. It's not just about what the Wrecking Ball can do in terms of physical value, but more about creating that space for Kai and Maimon to have the freedom to do what they want. So if you take out the Wrecking Ball from that equation, it weakens those DPS players, and Telesi look like they just want Golden Pants to try to disrupt them, and they'll be able to look for those stuns. Flashbang from ICAV and Jonowich actually going to be coming out on that Mizuki with the chain.
A lot of poke damage from this 1-2-3-4 comp. Although Maimon actually going back to spawn once his team scouts this matchup. He's going to come swamp it out, and it'll be Farah this time. Feels like he needs a little bit of that extra damage. I mean, the matchup against Mizuki can be a little bit scary, but the spam threat is very real. Telesi may struggle to cap this point, and I like the Golden Pants playing this one nice and slow, letting the DPS work.
It puts more pressure on ICAV, right, as well. If he's having to look at the ball, he's not really able to look at the Farah, and vice versa.
Jonowich, super low. XSJ, though, steps out and picks up Kaneo. Finding the Curie is huge. Takes out the sustainability from this 1-2-3-4 style. Kai, deep in the backline here on Cassidy, brought there by Crispy's Jetpack Cat, but this may be a cleanup fight. I mean, there's some players behind enemy lines, and they may be able to just stay alive back there, which would be nice for 1-2-3-4, as Telesi just looks to continue to hold down this objective.
Yeah, Telesi just starting off with a rotation to bunker up on Cage, send SXJ to be more mobile when roaming out that map, but Kai just takes Texel's head off. Golden Pants does get chained, but the Susan means that the Wrecking Ball will be able to survive the pressure, and 1-2-3-4 should be able to find the flip after they've been able to finally invade into Telesi's fortress.
I love the way they're using Cassidy as a flanker with the help of the Jetpack Cat, especially on this particular map of Ilios. Putting your Cassidy on this other enemy side high ground is a position that typically Cassidy would never be able to take on his own. But he can get there at the start of the fight with the help of the cat.
With the cat,
it's an impressive
and the cat
angle.
will continue, right, with the cast, because Kai this fight will have the Deadeye to drop through onto Telesi. Jonowich not having that Sanctuary Bolt up to be able to absorb it. The moment that Lars uses those hands, it will be an absolute green light for the cast to use that ult.
Yeah, here he comes over the top, getting a bit of channel time. Mizuki teleports away for now. Everyone has to hide. There's a lot of channel on this Deadeye, but he can't quite get into position to deal with it. Crispy has to come back and just hold the objective. So the formation, though, still split from Telesi, and Golden Pants looking to prop it off of that. Minefield ready. See how he wants to deploy this. It is going to be on this choke point, forcing Cassidy into the fight. Texall, though, takes a little step too far into the minefield. It cost him his life, chained in front of the Deadeye. Maybe an opportunity for a finish kill, but Golden Pants is just too healthy. No chance for the Deadeye to fire, and although Telsey get the flip, it's going to be short-lived, Moxie.
Yeah, later rush as well from Kanale. So Golden Pants is able to totally disrupt Telsey's momentum, and then Kanale can use his later rush to win out the fight firmly in their favor. Maimon does have that barrage. Telsey not really working with a lot and not working with SXJ to be able to go threaten that back cap to give his players a little bit more breathing room from the sheer amount of pressure that this Farah and Cassidy is throwing at them. Every time they try to walk through a main, like look at how long they have to spend waiting for the Wrecking Ball, trying to duel the Farah low enough to force Maimon back. That's a lot of point percent with Telsey not able to do anything except wait.
Yeah, and Golden Pants just harassing them every step of the way. We're coming down to what could be a final fight. Maimon with the barrage could end this here and now, and just finds Lars off the rip. Jodovic not ready to protect the tank, has to worry about the rest of his team, and it looks like a complete collapse here. Telsey falling to pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4, eating them alive on the walk-up, and this first round of Ilios has been rough. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 giving as good as they got from Virtus.pro yesterday.
Yeah, Jonovich was likely looking for Golden Pants to lock him down with the chain, and then Maimon, like you said, takes full advantage of the fact that Mizuki is not there with the Sigma to use the Sanctuary to absorb that barrage, and it's done. The moment that Telsey lose their tank, like they have so little opportunity to walk onto the point themselves. It was a good first fight. Like, I really liked the rotation from Telsey using Cage to try and take away a lot of the mobility that the Wrecking Ball has stacking up so no one gets split apart. But what they do is they box themselves into a corner, and then Kai just plays the off angle, and they have very little space to be able to deal the cast back.
Yeah, I think people underestimate how difficult it is to play these slow styles into a team that really understands Wrecking Ball, especially when 1, 2, 3, 4 are getting away without playing a Tracer, right? They're playing two pretty greedy DPS, and they're actually both getting value, which is just intolerable. Even with this greedy Sigma comp that's pretty nice and defensive, if you let a Cassidy flank you and plink down your supports from behind, like, you are not winning a fight. You are not actually poking better. It looks like they're going to be
Speaking about poke, double poke. 1, 2, 3, 4 continuing. No Farah this time from Maimon, but Sojourn instead. ICAV is not going to have a fun time. He has to look at 3 different targets. If he looks at one, the other 2 get so much more freedom to be able to move. Disruption shot from Maimon trying to shut down SXJ's movement, try and force out some of the Tracer utility so he can push the Tracer back and not have to worry about his backline Kanale vulnerable, potentially being hit by a 1-clip.
And Maimon just always threatening for the one-shot, but the point pressure is starting to get to 1, 2, 3, 4. They haven't found pickoffs just yet, and the clean positioning pays off for Telsey. Jonovich punishes Golden Pants with the chain, and now Lars steps forward for the cleanup. So this fight goes quite a bit better. Sojourn not able to connect on a rail. I think a couple chances there created by Golden Pants, but Maimon feels it as well. The Sigma Shield a little too oppressive, is going to go for the Farah, playing some off angles, but this map is a lot more linear than well.
Yeah.
It'll be a little bit harder to get into the back line, but maybe for Kai with the Jetpack Cat and the Deadeye, still's got something to play for.
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 will just go for poke pressure, right? Now you just have the Farah rocket spam. Kai does have Deadeye looking for the swing to buy the space for 1, 2, 3, 4 into the backline directly on top of ICAV. And that should be 1, 2, 3, 4 starting to get more aggressive. Golden Pants being chased out as SXJ actually on the Tracer pressuring Maimon. Has to use the recall, still alive, gets the kill. And Telsey, there's trades coming through from both of these teams, but unfortunately they've already lost both of their support players, so there is very little back into that fight for the team. They will at least have Rush to try and brute force forward the space yet again when 1, 2, 3, 4 make it really hurt just walking back onto that point the way they did them well.
Hard to use some of these ultimates. I mean, you've got them all for Telsey, but the challenge in this matchup is actually just deploying them where they're relevant and not just being kited out. The spam, relentless. Here comes the cleanse out. That's a signal for Golden Pants to slam in with the minefield. The Cassidy's so low and it's going to get burned down. The support can't quite be there in time. And now Golden Pants free to play, free to roll through these attackers in a contested position from which they cannot safely retreat. However, bunkering in this small room, maybe they're going to be able to stay alive for Cassidy on the retreat, but it seems tenuous here. Flux is out, not going to connect. Kai able to slip away into the Mega Room. XSJ, though, maybe going to punish that out. Pulse, little wide, and Crispy finds Jonovich not able to get out the Sanctuary there. Texall throws the rush in, and 1, 2, 3, 4, creating some of their signature chaos. doing incredibly well in this fight. Lars is battling on the point with the rush, but he's kind of all alone here. ICAP finds that kill onto Kanale after the rush is deployed, suggesting that there is still a fight in this Telesi squad.
Yeah, but there's still a barrage in the pocket for Maimon. Jonowich is back, does have the Sanctuary, could potentially absorb it. But you have to walk onto the point, and to do that, you have to get kills. ICAV picks out Crispy. Kanale, the only support for 1-2-3 available, and it looks like they've just decided to give the fight. Disengage, back out, try to reset, hold ultimates for the next one, as yet again, Kai can open up the way with this cat swing Deadeye that Telesi would have to use potentially something like Sanctuary in response to, which then frees up the Fire ultimate.
They have their own Deadeye defensively, which I think actually can be pretty nice in this kind of a scenario. We'll see if Kai gets the opportunity to go first. He does with the Deadeye. The slam is in as well, forces the Sanctuary out, and now the cat needs perfect positioning, but he can't quite read ICAV's movement well enough. And with the minefield defending the Sanctuary, it's a little bit awkward for ICAV to walk up, but once he clears these mines, it's going to be open season, 1, 2, 3, 4. Staggering out into this one, it's got to be a reset, but I don't know that there's time here. Golden Pants has to work overtime here because we are coming up to the end of this round.
I mean, does Maimon give up the barrage to go Tracer? I don't think anyone outside of Golden Pants will be able to touch. There's the Wrecking Ball hitting for the OT. Crispy so close to Catnap, but that's not the thing that will let you live this fight, and ICAV takes the cat down. One of those 9 lives ripped away, and Telesi find a 9th life of their own. We go the distance, we go to Lighthouse.
Really well executed by Telesi here on Ruins. They're able to play things a little bit more defensively, and even with the overwhelming pressure from Wrecking Ball on them and a couple successful early dives, Jonowich finds the opportunity here to get big value off the back of this Sanctuary, mitigating everything that 124 can bring to bear against him. But we are going to Lighthouse, and this is a map that I think is quite good for the Wrecking Ball, right? And now it's like, is there really a possibility of playing this slower Sigma style? Telesi seem to think yes, but I am worried for them on this map, especially with Maimon, considering the Pharah. There's a lot of different angles to pressure from.
I mean, if Telesi tried to do what they did previously on Well, which is just bunker up, on point, Golden Pants can still threaten to push someone off and create space for Maimon to send the rockets in through the side of that point, and he will be staying on that Pharah. Lars actually trying to take the high position to duel out both the Wrecking Ball and the DPS. Crispy waiting to just grab, I'm guessing, Kai into a better position. As at least with the perks, Lars does have more verticality in comparison to what Sigma does start with, finally getting to feel like you're mastering the gravity. But what Telesi have to do right now is master the CC onto the ball. That Suzu already forced, but all of the attention towards Golden Pants freed up Maimon to get the kill into SHJ.
Yeah, Maimon working away on this Pharah. Kai on the off angle, staying alive, getting protected by the supports. Lars left alone on point. Jonowich does find Crispy, which buys Lars just a little bit of time, a new lease on life, maybe for Sports to come in and assist. And as ICAV shuts down Kai, Lars has done enough, staying alive deep into the fight on this point. He'll be rewarded by continuing to control the capture, and what a nasty little accretion to finish the fight.
Lovely rock there from Lars, anticipating Maimon's flight path. Kai with the Deadeye will be, again, what 1-2-3-4 look to create their space. No Sanctuary from Jonowich this time, so it would be Deadeye versus Deadeye from ICAP to try and hold this position for Telesi's team. As we do have to see what Golden Pants can get done on this retake when ICAP is looking directly for him. Every time the Wrecking Ball shows up, so many players from Telesi turn, but now you have to turn for the Deadeye, and it's ICAP who actually uses first. Kai holds on to his. Crispy lets go of the lifeline, so his cast is going to be protected, and now they're looking for their own drive-by.
And they bait out the defensive Noon. Now here comes Kai. Got a bit of channel. A little bit out of position, though. Got pulled up into the air, but Maimon strikes anyway, shutting down Jonowich. Texall trying to stay alive with the rush on point. Doesn't have a second support behind him, and this minefield is going to be devastating. So challenging to touch in the overtime fight. ICAP does grab a kill back, but Golden Pants feels free to play. Maimon somehow off the map on Far in the chaos. Just ran out of gas. Lars, though, still fighting him, and actually something to play for. Kai with 2, though, is going to shut it down, finishing even a 3rd in the fight. So Kai called upon to clutch that one out, and he responds.
Swapping Sig? Potentially, like, using Flux that late when so many of your players are
honestly,
down?
I think it was winnable until Kai started picking up all those kills, right? If he's able to,
it will hurt you, though, now in this next fight, because, like, now you don't have the Sigma Flux to interfere with Kanale's rush. Right, you're looking for Jonowich with the Sanctuary, but then you have to use the Sanctuary to absorb the pressure from Rush. and the pressure from Barrage. So 1, 2, 3, 4 can just use one to bait the first, and then the second to be the actual fight win.
Mymone looking for flank angles. ICAP super ready for it. The Sanctuary comes out, and Mymone baited into that one. The counter dive is very clean from Telesi. Only one ultimate in the fight, but it may be enough. Lars pulled off the edge of the map, doesn't have enough buoyancy in the air there to be able to slip back up top. Kai, though, staying alive through the fight, and that late kill on Lars means Golden Pants has something to work with. We are coming to what could be the final fight of the round of the map. Kai, once again, a hero in the team's moment of need. ICAP with the Deadeye, but not being given any targets, any opportunity with this ultimate. And 1, 2, 3, 4 hold.
Yeah, flip it back, gives them an opportunity to get Knail back in the fight, who was picked up by SXJ when we had that barrage into Sanctuary earlier. So 1, 2, 3, 4 still having rush advantage, still having point control, which does mean that Telsi have to be very careful how they get these players back onto point. At least with SXJ, you have the Tracer Blinks, so you don't have to worry as much about getting booped off. Knail's being so pressured right now by Telesi, as they're threatening the flip. Crispy will try and go to deal with it, so you can keep Kai and Mymone looking at these other players from Telesi, and they still get stuck and choke.
I mean, honestly, with ICAP out of the fight, it's pretty much just done that early. Mymone, huge impact kill from him. Now it allows Kai to get wildly aggressive over the top. A Deadeye to finish the last sliver of HP on Texal. Now he's just playing over the top. They're going for a hard finish in this round. Kai does go down. With the Cat able to taxi him back, he should be in that final fight. Telesi with just enough time to eke out one more contest, but XSJ with a pulse bomb is called upon for a lot here. Even the overtime is not going to be easy to find, and this slow Sigma composition shows its weakness in this kind of an engagement.
Telesi have one more fight, but they're also going to have to keep that point in play. SXJ gets the blink, hits the pulse bomb, but does not hit a player, and you lose ICAB on your rotation to Mymone. Rush mirror from both of these teams, no other advantage until just getting those landing shots. Kai takes down the Mizuki, Golden Pants rolls off Texel, and this was the worry when you have to take a fight about a wrecking ball composition. But Lars, with the flux, tries to get back onto the map. It's not enough though. He's not actually on the point itself, and 1, 2, 3, 4 with the wrecking ball roll over that finish line. Big knockoff onto Texel there in that fight from Golden Pants. Just one of the issues of Lighthouse when it's an overtime fight, you have to panic and just run on to that point, which means that the wrecking ball gets fully unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Pants, you know, he just lives for those moments, right? Ready for the forced overtime touch where you really have to just send it onto the point, and he is just ready to punish some tight wrecking ball angles, minefield, Kitsune Rush. But I think a lot of this map, you got to credit to Mymone and Kai coming up with crucial kills in moments of need. I mean, that first round, Kai was on an absolute heater, flanking on the Cassidy, playing around the Jetpack Cat. This is a style that, you know, they've taken to pretty quickly, considering I sort of seemed like they weren't wanting to play this kind of a wrecking ball look against VP until VP showed it to them, and they say, hey, maybe we can use that Jetpack Cat ourselves. Maybe we can hit some of these wild flanks. And to let Kai get away with the Cassidy into this matchup is really nice. Like, that's not something you would think is going to be easy to play with a wrecking ball style, but the Cat makes it possible.
What's the retake potential too, right? With the Deadeye, where it just like, it carves out so much space, you have to respect the kill potential of that combination, as opposed to before when Golden Pants was having to play for the retake. Like, a lot of the teams would just be able to mark the wrecking ball and still look at the rest of the players while they didn't have a tank creating space for them. This rock here is absolute beaut from Lars. He was a standout yesterday in Telesi's fights, especially on Rialto. His Sigma was looking really, really good. But you can tell the moment that 1, 2, 3, 4 just ran away with the momentum, it's when they're able to just harass Telesi as they're trying to find that regroup after losing ICAP early, and it buys them back like 25% of the point that they were otherwise missing, and it put Telesi into that last-ditch desperate situation where we saw, like, you have no choice, you have to run forward. You might have used Suzu, you might have used TP, but you have no choice. If you don't get that touch, the round ends. If you do try to go for that touch, you're probably going off the side of the map though. So sort of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation off of time bank alone.
Yeah, it, you know, it comes down to inches, though, honestly, on Ilios, right? Some of those rounds really come down to the wire, comes down to, you know, those individual DPS moments. So, Telesi, I think they do show that there is a chance with this wrecking ball look, but 1, 2, 3, 4, they seem so much more comfortable in this kind of a matchup where they're able to dictate the pace of the game. Telesi, though, are going to bring us to Circuit Royale, and, I mean, this is where I think things get really interesting for teams against 1, 2, 3, 4, is you can bend the Wrecking Ball, but you're also going to circuit. You might think maybe we don't need to,
Maybe
you
we
know,
don't
and
have
you only
to,
get it once for
yeah.
the series. So, you know, there's a genuine consideration here of different ways to approach the ban phase. I don't think there's a right answer for Telesi. It's going to be up to their interpretation of how the Wrecking Ball plays on this map, which frankly, I have almost never seen it. I have a feeling Golden Pants would play it if it were allowed, though.
Well, the last time that we saw 1-2-3-4 play Circuit, they did sub AMDP in. And he played Ryan and Mauga. So we'll see if there is a substitute from 1-2-3-4 side, or if they will
All right, the
stick
Rhine was
with
kind of
this
nice,
Wrecking
though.
Ball composition.
The Rhine was kind of nice, though. I was here for the Rhine. I'm a Rhine believer in this current meta.
We're all Ryan believers, okay? Or at least maybe not believers, but just
That's
well
crazy
wishes.
thing to say, Moxie. I feel like nobody's a Rhine believer.
No,
I feel
well
like it's
wishes.
literally
We
just
hope. We hope. We look up at a star and we wish that Ryan was
Okay.
more valuable.
You
And
might
yeah,
get
there
your
we
wish.
go.
You might just get it because AMDP's coming in.
AMDP is coming through, but will it be honest Overwatch Reinhardt or will it be dishonest Mauga Watch? We'll have to see. There's both. Probably both. Actually.
I am not here for this Mauga erasure until he banned the Rhine.
no,
Wait, guys. I swear I'm not coping. Rhine is legitimately good. Rhine, I think, is one of the best tanks you can play against the Sigma Mizuki. Like Rhine, Sim, Mei. I think that kind of owns Sigma Mizuki. You just run them over and Mizuki can't really do anything about Rhine.
Also, like, were you ready to deal with the Reinhardt? If you're Telesi, you know that you're dueling out 1-2-3-4, so you're likely going to put a lot of your time in trying to play against Wrecking Ball compositions, which means that maybe there's less time to be able to face into that Rhine. And you can only ban Rhine when AMDP's in too. Like, you would not be banning Reinhardt if Golden Pants was still playing. So I think this is actually a good opportunity for Telesi to be able to use a ban that does affect AMDP, forces him onto that Mauga. And that means that potentially we get like the Mauga match, or potentially we see some more of the counterplay up against the Mauga, Diva being able to use the Matrix, eat away a lot of the damage that he can do, so he doesn't have that insane stability off of converting damage all the way back to his own health, and being able to deal quite nicely with the cage as well, since if you get locked in, you don't have your supports having to jump into their own deaths to prevent yours. You just use self-destruct and get your mech back.
A lot of options here. I have a feeling Sigma is going to be pretty prevalent here on circuit with the Rhine band, even with the Pharah band as well. It's going to be a little bit difficult potentially to deal with these classic Sigma comps, and I think that's exactly what Telesi have wanted to engineer here. They're actually really solid on the Sigma. We saw from, you know, Lars is kind of dominating on Sigma at moments, like finding a lot of these impact kills, and ultimately it's kind of your role as Sigma, right? Is to kind of carry, like find kills, do big damage. We've seen that from Eisenam on Virtus.pro. I mean, topping the server in damage pretty much every time he touches Sigma. So that's exactly what Telesi wants out of Lars in this game for ICAV 2, a map where hit scan can be crucial. I mean, almost always is crucial, right? With these open sight lines. The consideration, though, of the hit scan pick, I think, is a pretty interesting one. I mean, we've seen all sorts of options. Haven't seen so much Widow, you know, this year on circuit, but exactly,
like,
we've seen Freya, we've seen Soldier, we've seen Hanzo. Like, there are options. Kai
Emre,
for now is on the
before
cast.
he was nerfed. Not so much Emre now, but Emre when he released and had monstrous 80% lifesteal on that pistol, as well as the ult just doing so much damage. No Ilari for 1-2-3-4. It will be Crispy on the Juno as opposed to the Wu Yang as well. So plenty of speed opportunities to get AMDP both into close proximity to be able to use that Nemesis form, but also out of situations, right? If you have to kite things like the Kitsune Rush, which means that Knell won't be forced to mirror when Texel uses his, and 1-2-3-4 can potentially play for second on those retakes. As for Telesi, it looks like we're getting the full Sigma Mei Mizuki composition, really trying to put a lot of pressure onto AMDP. If he was on the Sigma, he would be losing a lot of that defensive capabilities off of the shift, but also if he's on the Ram, you can just wall him up from his supports.
Nice Mei wall here, making the push very awkward. XSJ super comfortable on this Mei. This is a matchup he understands intimately well. And 1-2-3-4, off the back of that sort of half-hearted push forward, have to just back off, yield this opening street, and play the corner.
ICAV really wants to get that cut around corner too, because then his angle opens up on that Sojin. So 1-2-3-4 losing a lot of ground as they lack that snipe kill potential that is available. AMDP, careful not to get walled off as Maimon actually teleports taken off angle and then rejoin his team, forcing Telesi a little bit more back.
Spam, though, coming in from Lars now. Opportunity to continue this push. Mayball back up. XSJ swings wide. Puts a lot of pressure on AMDP, but the shield is right now giving him a great position from which to brawl. XSJ caught in a nice block in a tough spot, and AMDP runs him down. Kai immediately swings high ground now to take this angle and evict these attackers from the opening street. I don't think anyone's going to get out of this one alive, Moxie.
Yeah, and Keneal has Rush as well, so when Telsey try to walk to them, they don't have the Lucio, they don't have the Juno. They have to spend time building up Texel's Rush to be able to match, or use something like SXJ's Blizzard defensively to prevent 1-2-3-4 from just collapsing at them full pelt with Keneal's ult as the fight kicks off. It will be a little bit of poke farmed up, Telsey trying to find some kills, but also allow Texel to hit that Kiriko ultimate. 1-2-3-4, like I said, they have the option. They can meet it, or they can kite it.
10-0 fight. Here comes the Flux immediately out of Lars. Picks up all these players, but Kai still finds value off the Deadeye. Drops XSJ before anything can give out. And actually, he lost Blizzard in that moment. Tried to cast it in the crucial second, and that hurts. Such a valuable ultimate. AMDP dropping off of the Ravenous Vortex, now swarming forward over on top. Lars, Texel, all dropping. And 1-2-3-4, a beautiful fight from them. They get Rush out, they get Flux out, they even get the Blizzard. And they live to tell the tale, not giving up really more than a meter of cart in that fight. This corner, so far untouchable.
It's swap time. Kai now off of the cast, seeing the Mauga, goes for the Sojourn to be able to farm rail shots. But I mean, for Telsey, how do you win this fight? You open with OC, Maimon walls. You try to use Sanctuary, AMDP just runs in with Annihilation. 1-2-3-4 will start first. Crispy with the race, sending his team forward. ICAV trying to just melt off the pressure with the overclock. Chonowich wanted to try to keep his team alive with the Sanctuary. And 1-2-3-4 more than happy to play that close. Just absolutely bowl Telsey over with AMDP's Ramatra. And we're really starting to see the value of subbing AMDP in. It was not for his Mauga, it was not for his Rhine. The Ram is proving to be so problematic for this Mizuki to deal with.
Maimon also doing great work on the sim here. Good decisions from him. The ultimate bank is running a little dry, but Telsey have thrown so much into these last couple of sets, they don't really have anything to speak of either. And now at 45 seconds, you really have to consider your options. AMDP, the Annihilation could be devastating, so Lars has to be so cautious with an aggressive overrun, and the poke just dominates him. Lars getting so low, has to pop the shout just to stay alive, but with Rush coming in over the top, this Mauga not long for this world. Telsey beating a hasty retreat here. 27 seconds on the clock as 1-2-3-4 sweep forward. They want to clean all of these kills off the map, end this push here and now, and that would be backbreaking. Telsey have to get some more progress, have to get out of the spawn, but even that not given. AMDP considering the forward hold, and I don't mind it here. The opportunity to attack, to deny an overtime touch. Telsey don't really have a great hero to get in for that last second touch. It will be XSJ actually, who slips in over the top, potentially unscouted. 1-2-3-4, they need to end this fight quick, but hold on. Kai has gone down, and Telsey find themselves actually in a very winnable fight. Lars dropping though, and that's gonna hurt. XSJ finds a kill on Maimon, showing that a clutch is still possible. AMDP recognizes he cannot get back to the objective, just goes for the kill trade instead, and a little bit of hubris from 1-2-3-4, thinking that they wouldn't be able to touch, and XSJ slips through and makes the play.
Oh, if Crispy dies here, 1-2-3-4 denied that Juno Ray for the contest, but I mean, no one will be able to contest in time, and we do go second. SXJ with the tap was more than enough to split 1-2-3-4's attention. Now we get the Mauga match as well, but Lars already has that cage in play. Maimon with the sim can TP the team out, so Telsey can't open up with it unless they want to watch all of 1-2-3-4 slip out of their clutches.
What can XSJ find on this Echo? Has a lot of uncontested space in the sky. AMDP gets incredibly low. Now the opportunity to swing forward. ICAV off the back of the pressure. Drops Maimon like a stone. Now swings wide. Takes another skull. And now AMDP, considering his options, not many left. Not many good ones at any rate. Chooses to just sack his life away on cart. Do what he can by way of damage. But a great read from ICAV, sensing weakness here in the defense. And he pounces.
Yeah, Telsey now approaching that Juno Ray, having to worry about Keneal's rush on retake, especially with Maimon having that symbol to split a lot of the angles that ICAV controls. But at the moment, Telsey just control all of the space. Juno speedrunning to get the touch. Lars waiting for that slam, sees the Suzu, gets the cage right on top of the objective. So 1-2-3-4, if they want to contest, they have to go into it. Cage is broken off of the damage from that rush. As trades have come through, Lars catches onto Kai, which means that 1-2-3-4 missing a lot of that damage, but Maimon more than makes up for it with that Sim beam fully charged up off of Lars's health.
Needs to get more on Sim, asked to do yet more in this team fight, but Lars just unstoppable, too much health on the card. Crispy going down early in that fight. Spells disaster here for the defenders, and Telesi really getting deep now here on Circuit Royale, onto third point, and with a few key ultimates, Maimon goes over to the Reaper. 1, 2, 3, 4, want to push the pace now, put some pressure on, try to get some cheeky fights here in this low ground of third point.
I mean, Maimon will be great value if you can fight on top of Lars, but until then, you have to be very careful not to get scouted and hit by something like that Echo. Teleports into backline, is looking for the Juno, finds the Kiriko as well, and then just waveforms out. You're taking a lot of the momentum from Telesi by forcing them to have to turn and look for that backline.
Echo now in deep, maybe forced to do a copy. Big damage out of AMDP. ICAP pops the OC, but under huge pressure, doesn't have the HP for this. AMDP just guns him down. A little bit of an awkward engage from Telesi. Here comes the copied Mauga. AMDP, though, 1v2 in the Mauga battle. Still staying alive, has double support behind him, but two Maugas trying to get in. The overrun, though, just in time to escape from the cage. Support's working overtime, and somehow AMDP, while he's lived a little bit longer, Lars is going to get that rundown in the end, all the way to the spawn door. He had to go for the kill, but he finds it at the end of the day, and now Maimon on an island being run down by the DPS of Telesi. Should be an easy pickup, and XSJ will have it.
Yeah, but not home free. 1, 2, 3, 4 do have good contests. Mauga cage from both Maugas, but Crispy Canil about to hit both support ults if they can live to tell the tale. Telesi catch Crispy instantly. Now it's all on Canil. Rush comes out. AMDP so low, but in the face of that rush has more than enough damage to keep himself intact.
The rush, though, so much value. AMDP trying to drop through Lars. But as the shout ends, the orbital raid begins. Now a responsive raid from Crispy. Maimon able to do a lot on Reaper in this moment. Lars can't stand close to the point. The Death Blossom not finding too much of anything, but ICAP zoned away, cleaned up by Kai. And now Maimon free to work, free to hunt down some of these kills. Turns now, gets a lot of lifesteal on Lars. That should be the hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going down to the absolute limit. Kai comes up with a couple crucial kills. AMDP and Crispy stay alive deep into the fight, and now Telesi, not much time to speak of here as they come to the final contest.
Yeah, such a late kill on Jonowitch as well, so that you don't have that Juno speed ring to set up Telesi's players quickly going for this overtime contest. Also, if you're looking for the point, you're not looking for Maimon.
A little early.
He will just try and stall out Telesi. SXJ goes for touch too early, gets punished for it by Crispy. And Telesi now forced into having to walk directly into that Mauga cage, which will entirely cut off heals. It's all up to ICAP with the flank angle, trying to get behind, take the supports down, but the shots go wide. And Telesi will not be able to complete the full push. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold them off at the pass.
Yeah, overtime contesting into a cage fight. I don't recommend it. I guess you know, between a rock and a hard place, you really don't have anything in the option space there. Tough for XSJ to go a little early. I think he actually goes early enough that he realizes, oh, actually, if I recall now, I actually don't trigger the OT. If it's before 3 seconds, I think he might have had time to recall. It was a little bit close. We can maybe see, but in the end, I don't think that push was a very realistic one in any case. And 1, 2, 3, 4, they do set a win con. I mean, some solid holds, first, second, third, all running the clock down pretty decently. And now they can win this map, right? They can do it with no OT round, but the offense is a difficult task, right? It's one thing to hold those corners with Ramatra. It's another to try to break a defensive setup that is always going to feel at least so advantaged. Telesi, though, still going to play this Echo. Interesting choice. XSJ really feeling like he can get a lot of value here.
I mean, if you're Telesi, it's still winnable for you, right? It would be so much harder. It would feel like literally having to climb a mountain if it had been a full hold. But because they were able to, off of SXJ with that back cap, go all the way into third, there is potential for this team to be able to hold off 1, 2, 3, 4. As we'll have a look and see what exactly 1, 2, 3, 4 decide to come out with. Kai not going to be sticking on this Widow. Canil on that Zen. I think this is just like literally having damage capabilities.
This is just a spawn
to try
peak.
to get someone, yeah, this is spawn peak, get a Discord, have the Mercy damage boost, and then swap to what you're actually going to be running, which will be, ooh, Vendetta for Maimon.
Really interesting, especially into Echo. I didn't like the Echo pick, and now that I see Vendetta, I feel a lot better about Echo's chances. But 1, 2, 3, 4, able to do some crazy aggression off the back of Maimon. Let's see what he's able to get on this Vendetta, comboing with AMDP. And Telesi respect it. They're not even peeking too aggressively on this first choke. They know the threat that this Mauga Vendetta comp poses.
Yeah, Chelsea have to be very careful not to stay too close to that Mauga and Vendetta being able to slam onto one of their players. Texel catches Kai though, and 1-2-3-4 without that Sojourn, having to try to disengage very quickly. Chelsea wanting to fish for more, using that Juno speedering, totally forcing AMDP to run right back to first corner. And all of the space that was picked up before off of the threat from that Vendetta engagement, it's all been erased.
Heals coming through massively. AMDP barely taking any damage from that overwhelming spam that tells you you're trying to bring to bear. And now, Maimon finds himself in the corner, ready to get aggressive. 1-2-3-4 have cleared the first hurdle. Lars is over the top, looking to threaten. Disruptor shot backs off Maimon for the minute. But here comes 1-2-3-4, charging forward, trying to connect in this backline. Telesi try to slip back and away, but Kai, too clean on the Soul, cleans up his opposite number, finds a second off the play. Rush not even needed here for Canale as Kai just sweeps forward, uncontested with both enemy DPS down. Maimon also thinking about looking for these last players retreating back. Still a recontest available for Telesi if this tank stays alive, and he manages to do that. So Lars, considering his options, I love this position from AMDP though, ready to strike into the back line. The crit strike a little bit away, but just too much pressure overwhelming onto Lars. The double support ultimate just cannot respond to that. Telesi even throw their own rush in, but it doesn't mean much. 1-2-3-4 clean house.
Yeah, and I mean, Maimon's positioning as well, it's behind the objective, right? So if Telesi try to allocate players to look the Vendetta's way, they lose resources in keeping Lars through Annihilation alive and players contesting that point. As Maimon will be sticking with the Vendetta for now. It's been working out really well. Sundering about to come online. As Jonowich does have that Ray. 1-2-3-4, no match for it, and big stomp onto AMDP. Sets up the pick onto the Mauga, forces 1-2-3-4 all the way back. So no ultimates required. For Telesi, just really good setup from Lars for them to be able to hold these ultimates, and that will be crucial off of how fast they lost first. They need to be able to cycle these and take time off second.
Yeah, they might be able to find yet more kills. There's still a Juno forward in this angle, but with DPS respawning, ultimates online, Telesi choose not to take the risk hunting down that additional support. Crispy stays alive, able to keep the team mobilized, active into the fight. XSJ with the copy this fight. Called upon, I think, to do some big things. ICAV immediately opens with the OC, responded to by Kai. Duel of the Sojourns now, no shields in play. Full opportunity, as I say that, the cage comes out, denying a crucial angle here for ICAV. He still finds an opportunity to lay some damage down range, but Maimon just moving a little too quickly. And the cage fight ends this battle before it's even begun. Good punish for 1-2-3-4, but it is expensive, right? They use some key team fight ultimates. At Telesi, still have another regroup and another refight. Not too many ultimates to work with to finish this cap.
Yeah, and the Ray from Jonowich, right? So, like, SXJ can go for the dupe onto something like the Mauga, so you have more sustain and a second cage. You have to watch for Maimon, though. He does have that Sundering. And Telesi walking back into this fight with very little information, first having to check where exactly everyone from 1-2-3-4 is playing from. There's the Ray. Maimon trying to take away the pressure with the Sundering Blade. Telesi forced back, not able to capitalize, but now we get Last Cage. Comboed up with all of that incoming damage from ICAV with the full rail charge. Hasn't been able to find all that many kills onto the DPS, but he has totally cut the legs of support from 1-2-3-4's composition, and it's all about just AMDP staying alive and letting Kai and Maimon continue to work in this fight.
And XSJ just not able to get enough done on the copy. Things just going a little bit too slow. The pace of this Vendetta paying dividends now. AMDP has to back up for the moment. Lars is back into the fight. The delay has been enough, but this rush should be disastrous. Hexal still 5% away from his, and the touch has to come in. It just cannot, though. The resources are not there. Telesi, they live to fight another day, but that day may be right now. They have to continue on in this engagement. A beautiful cleanse of the AMDP buys him just enough time to get that next shout off. Lars was so close to finding that kill on his opposite number, but can't come away with anything. And 1-2-3-4, not only cap second, but sweep away the defenders, denying a key forward hold position.
Yeah, I mean, crucial pick onto ICAV, right? Telesi losing that Sojourn. Texel's thinking, is it worth investing my rush when we're down that key player? Or do I have to hold it for the retake? And in that moment, 1-2-3-4 just get more kills, which forces more space. Texel now will have one-sided rush, but 1-2-3-4 can just try to match with something like the OC. ICAV has the OC inside the rush, though, and that gives him the edge. Kai down, AMDP wiped off the face of the earth. You would not tell that he is playing the most sustainable tank in this game. Telesi instantly answer back and force 1-2-3-4 right back to spawn.
Big shot from ICAV, wins the overclock duel, slows down the momentum, and it was sorely needed right there for Telesi. Something to right the ship here with 2 minutes 30 on the clock. 1-2-3-4, their incredible aggression that we've seen in the Wrecking Ball comp now showcased with AMDP on the Maga, and they don't seem to have lost a step. AMDP with the cage fight wants to force some kind of an engagement. Lars pops his first. Vendetta steps up inside, tried to assist. They double down, committing on the Maga even without Crispy. They managed to come away with the trade. ICAP comes in as well, but the rest of the team has already fallen around his ears. Canale does go down in a last-second pickoff from ICAP, which high impact gets him on a later spawn wave, denies a little bit of the follow-up, but the cart rolls forward nonetheless. Telesi, no ultimates to speak of. This could be the final fight.
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 won't be able to fully keep this cart rolling. You don't have your support, so waiting for that regroup, but you are getting it to final fight territory. They've got Ray, they've got Rush. Telsi will have Ray, but they don't have Rush, so 1, 2, 3, 4 could big invest here. There's the Rush, but you lose Kai on the entrance. This is still winnable for Telsi. They just have to be able to get through the peak damage opportunities of that double support ultimate, and they don't have anything to be able to stand in the way of it. Sadly, even with Kai missing, there's just too much incoming damage off of that combo. Myman with the Sundering takes Telesi's last players down, and that will be push.
My Moan, insane chase down there onto ICAP, who'd been such a threat. And ICAP finding that opening kill onto Kai. I mean, that is the dream in that kind of a fight. You have nothing to your name, nothing to speak of, and you find an initial opening kill on the Sojourn, but it's not enough. The triple down from 1, 2, 3, 4, they give no respect, and they just go for the 4v5, knowing that they have a massive bank of ultimates to deploy. My Moan comes up with the goods off the back of the kill, the double support, assisting AMDP, and just dominating anyone who dares come close to the objective. Really well executed by 1, 2, 3, 4, and for them to win a map on this style, it speaks volumes for their skill, their strength as a team, for AMDP to come in and look like a consistent, solid member of this team. I mean, this Maga comp did not feel ill-practiced. It did not feel slow or second-guessed. This is a team that looked really good in this style, which is pretty interesting considering I think this is the first time we've seen it, at least this exact variation from them this stage. They can handle the Maga rush and look pretty good doing so.
Yeah, they looked really good doing so, and I mean, that sort of goes back to what we were really wanting to see from Golden Pants, right? If the team's already accustomed to playing with Mauga, if he just picks up Mauga, you can still be that Wrecking Ball team, but you can have something to turn to if your opponents ban it out and you want to keep Golden Pants in play, or if the Wrecking Ball does start getting countered. But very good stuff from 1, 2, 3, 4, looking incredibly strong, and honestly, it's a worthwhile investment. Doubling down on all of those ults despite lacking your Sojourn. There's a risk if you half-ass that fight, right? Where you go in and you're worried about Texel hitting second rush, Jonowitz uses Ray to be able to sustain the team. You lose one fight on circuit on attack, you're losing someone potentially on rotations, you're being pressured early on by Mauga at the door, which means that you then have to worry about burning out Suzu early to be able to stabilize past it. Things can go wrong very, very quickly for attacking teams. You can be coming into that map, part of the map, with 4 minutes plus, and you can see it slip away after fight after fight after fight goes the wrong way. So timely investment from 1, 2, 3, 4, showing their experience.
Yeah, not an easy place to finish, but my Moan rock solid on the Vendetta. I mean, I think his performance in this map is really what makes the difference, right? Be able to, in really every key moment of the game, staying alive deep into the fight, finding value more than just the initial explosive engage that we expect from Vendetta, but able to kind of work his way in the deathmatch, be decisive, find those moments to strike and come up with the goods. Speaking of the goods, guys, we've got the goods coming up for you in the shop right now. We're unvaulting some of our best skins. We've also got drops for the people. And this is free, man. You don't have to go to the shop for this. Just link your Battle.net account. And honestly, if you haven't, at this point, I've lost sympathy. We got an esports loot box. We got battle pass skips. We got the title card. Honestly, the charm is pretty sweet too.
Yeah, it's your last weekend as well to be able to grab some of this. I don't know about the waffles though. Like, Jake, do you have an answer for why we have waffles?
Don't ask questions. They look delicious.
Well, we won't be asking what map we go to, as the answer is Runasapi. Telesi will pick that one up. And is this where you go for the ball ban?
I mean, it almost has to be, right? At this point, it feels like you don't have much of a choice. But okay, looks like we do have Golden Pants coming back in. So it feels like you got to ban the ball now, right? Or else you have to ban the ball. Maybe it's an ignominious 3-0 defeat. Everyone's going to say, why didn't you ban Wrecking Ball here?
Why didn't you ban ball?
You also have to win 2 more maps after this. So, I mean, the actual high skill play is to consider is this the most impactful place to ban Wrecking Ball? You have to live as Telesi. You have to live in the world of, we are making the reverse sweep. We're not only going to win here, but we're going to win the next 2 maps. However, if you do that, in fairness, they could protect the Wrecking Ball from here on out. So banning it now, I think it almost has to be done. And Telesi agree. 1, 2, 3, 4, get rid of the Bastion, mitigating some of the cat shenanigans that could possibly come out. And also, I mean, this is like sort of a way to protect Winston. I think the Bastion is the #1 problem for Winston in this meta. I mean, the issue is that there's like 4 other problems that are quite close behind Bastion, but Bastion is the real reason I think that no one really plays Winston this meta. This is like a very legitimate hit scan pick right now, and it just evaporates Winston. Winston has never been really playable against Bastion since the days of like you had a diva next to you. You know, that's what it would take is another tank to basically protect you.
Double bubble, Zarya, Winston, or the true traditional.
If we're going back to that, we're talking
then.
Bastion with the shield, man. We're talking. That's like
we're talking like the days of old. So dusty that when you pick up the book, there's literally like just dust.
You gotta have your inhaler handy. You gotta have a dust mask because that is ancient. We are going back to the well for that one. But I have a feeling for Golden Pants, I mean, he's been pretty consistent. When Ball has been, he has played Winston, and the team has made it work reasonably well. But there has been other moments where the bluff has just been called, and like the hard Winston counter comes out. And I mean, we saw this a little bit yesterday against VP. I think Twisted Minds, if I'm not mistaken, played that match. I believe it was on King's Row, and just obliterated the Winston on every contest. So for Telesi, this is a bit of a skill check, right? You really feel like you are supposed to win this one, and pretty decisively, I think, if Golden Pants plays Winston.
I mean, especially because that means that likely 1, 2, 3, 4's backline will consist of Ana, right? And we saw Ana work yesterday for TM, but that was also when they had 3 people playing Protect the Ana and make sure that she hits the anti-nades on things like the Mauga. Now that we're going to like Bruno Sapi, there's a lot of flank potentials open for things like Tracer, Xion, to be able to find a lot of that external pressure onto the Ana, which takes away from your Winston's taking damage to build up Nano Boost. And then your Winston goes in with Nano Boost. Like everything until that is all just soft dive. You're not truly looking to commit to fights.
Actually, I admire your hope for Ana. I don't think anyone's playing Ana.
It's Kiriko.
I think
it's Kiriko.
I think it's Lucio, Kiriko, Winston. I think Ana is I mean, not as problematic as Winston in the meta, but it's just not really playable against the kind of pace that teams are bringing right now, especially with Kiriko in the mix, right? You hit a big nade, it's gone. Turns out you're dead on Ana. Like, it's
yeah, because they played the Ana on King's Row and on Dorado, so I feel as well like there's layers to Telesi going for the Wrecking Ball ban now, because it does mean
GP. I'm so here for the Zarya pick. That would be fantastic.
I'm here for the Zarya as well. I think that would be like a brilliant answer, especially if Telesi are like, okay, it'll be Winston.
Yeah,
and Golden Pants rocks up on Zarya instead, because like Telesi with the Mauga, with the Cassidy, Winston's not really doing a lot into that. But now you can actually put Maimon, you can keep him on that Vendetta, you can go for the bubble engagements, which will in turn build Golden Pants' charge to be able to threaten out Lars in that brawl. There's a lot of potential with Golden Pants flexing to the Zarya now.
Yeah, Zarya can do a lot of work in these comps. Not always the easiest matchup into Maga, but these DPS for 1, 2, 3, 4 can absolutely lead the way. Maimon comes in, grabs a bit of energy, a little bit of poke pressure. The bite comes in behind, and now forced into equipment. Lars goes deep. Kanale gets dangerously low off the stomp, just barely stays alive. Golden Pants, though, holds his nerve, holds the bubble, and XSJ way out front of the team, just cut down. Now desperation from Lars. He swings forward, tries to dive into the backline. Golden Pants, considering his options, not super comfortable on this Zarya, but still working the picks, working the kills, finds the time to strike into this backline, punishes the desperation of his opponents. Pretty big unforced error, though, from XSJ to go down in that manner on Tracer. Feels odd, right? He's out way in front of the team, and Lars goes over to the Zarya, fancies his chances in the mirror. I do quite like the aggression from Vendetta and Xion, though, in this mix. I mean, ICAM has a lot of work cut out for him, considering the bubbles coming in on these DPS.
I mean, SXJ has a lot of work as well, trying to guard lane versus 2 flanks. As Kai and Maimon won't be going aggressive just yet. Golden Pants are holding the objective, not allowing Telesi to push it back for free. sort of baiting them into an engagement as well, because Kneel will hit rush first. Texel going down earlier in that fight means that 1-2-3-4 will have the rush advantage to potentially secure those forward spawn checkpoints. So ICAV has to hold his nerve, hold that Deadeye to be able to use it defensively to stop 1-2-3-4 from just monopolizing this space. And there we go. Cassalt's invested, Maimon shut down despite the rush for 1-2-3-4. Trades are still going out Telesi's way, and now Texel gets to use his uncontested rush in this next fight.
Canale, though, finds XSJ, threw out a wild pulse bomb, got cut down in the animation, it would seem. And now 1-2-3-4, player advantage, going to be able to come back into this fight. Telesi, it's not going to be easy to get more than a few meters of progress here. 1-2-3-4 biding their time for now, but Golden Pants returns to the fight. Here comes Maimon instantly in with the aggression, deep into the backline. The beat needs to come in as well, just barely keeping Maimon alive. Perfectly timed by Crispy, but the rush from Texal just overwhelming now. It's starting to run thin. Kai can't quite swing back around the corner. ICAP finds Crispy, and Golden Pants falls in turn. Trust in the rush here from Telesi, and it pays dividends.
1-2-3-4 do have to worry about Jonowich's sound barrier in retaliation to Golden Pants' grab, but Maimon should be able to answer that with Sundering Blade, exactly, to shred off all of the extra armor, and then that gives Kai free of way to go out with that spree. If you're 1-2-3-4 though, you're worried about the grab from Lars. You have no sound barrier to be able to answer it back.
Yeah, this one's going to be explosive. Neither team with really the ideal defensive tools. It's a one-man grab onto the Lucio, but that might be all that you need. Golden Pants, though, dropped so early. The Sound Bear paying dividends elsewhere in the fight. And Lars, the last Zarya on the field, standing tall, keeping this push going. Kai goes to the Setsuriku spree, but cannot find anything. And ICAP cleaning up the mess here. Telesi splitting well. And Golden Pants forced into a one-man grab for minimal value.
Yeah, I mean, Jonowich is the only person who gets grabbed, so he's the only one who gets hit by the Sundering Blade. Sound Barrier does not save the Lucio, but it saves the chances of the rest of the team as... Ooh, SXJ. Working the backline. Gets scouted, it has to instantly back off that angle. And that means that Kanil and Maimon will both be looking for the Tracer's head. ICAP takes advantage of the fact that the Zarya split from the backline, though. Uses that Deadeye. And we get the pulsman from SXJ onto... Wow, that's not something that you see every day. The Pharah? How low was Maimon playing?
Yeah, and the cracks beginning to show here. 1-2-3-4 not seeming nearly as comfortable here on the Zarya comp. We like the look of the style, but Telesi playing straight up the way they have all stage long, and Lars is running through them on the Zarya right now. I mean, he is getting so much more value in this battle. ICAV on the Cassidy too, able to put down so much damage threat. 1-2-3-4 have gone to a much greedier, slower backline, but if anything, that only puts more pressure on Golden Pants to deliver the goods up front. The rush, a little bit awkwardly angled. It just barely gets around the corner. Golden Pants dropping so low. Kai feels like he needs to deliver some kind of a kill in this fight. But as I say that, the kill comes in. Okay, ICAV takes some spam from the Pharah, steps into the Disruptor spot, and gets cut down. Golden Pants has stayed alive in the front line, started to run low on the HP, gets the cleanse, gets the sustain, and maybe has lived long enough to see the other side of this team fight. Kai is going to drop Jonovich, and actually finding the Lucio here actually rings the dinner bell, the opportunity to come in and hunt down all of these stragglers without speed to get them out.
Yeah, no way of disengaging, and that means that 1-2-3-4 will start buying back crucial space. Lars will have the grab, Crispy the Sound Barrier to be able to beat it. Really, we're going to be looking to see what Kai can get done with this overclock, though, because if Golden Pants gets that grab online and forces Jonowich into using beat, Sojourn will be so juicy in comparison to that one-tap potential of ICAV just having to hold the space in zone 1-2-3 back.
Oh, great barrage.
Invested early, catching the cast, and Lars actually uses the grab defensively. Still forces beat from Crispy. Golden Pants holding his own. But Telesi are losing players despite big investments of ults.
Lars tried to get value off the grab, got something, but it wasn't enough. Maimon, Golden Pants, the dynamic duo here in this rush look, sweep the table, and Golden Pants carries grab into the next team fight. You do have Sound Bearer to be able to tank through it, but the cap comes in anyway. And Telesi, they've got a significant lead in this map, but won't be easy to defend it if they lose another team fight here. Deadeye from ICAV going to be crucial to be able to maybe be a little bit aggressive, but it feels like Kai with the OC has a lot of freedom in this moment.
I mean, SXJ is behind as well. You can see him there on the split. Deadeye from ICAV used early just to force 1-2-3-4 back.
Looks like no
Potentially
value.
Finding someone out of cover, but no one peeks early. Kai with that OC. Jonowich holding beat. Telesi trying to kite back before using now so they don't lose the armor because it was all a bait for the grab. And Kai not able to connect the kills though. ICAV picks up 2. Telesi, they read the bait, and they're able to shut down 1-2-3 Strap.
Yeah, great beat held for just a couple seconds by Jonovich, long enough for 1-2-3-4 to extend out into the angle with that OC. And when the counter push comes, even the Golden Pants finding the grab, it's not really in the ideal position for follow-up from the DPS, and so they can't kill through. Has to come out a little bit too quickly. Really well executed by Telesi, understanding they need to get that 1-for-2 value, and they accomplish it. Now Texal with the rush, Kanail has it in kind. Lars, that jump up perk, takes a little bit of threat on the high ground, but breaking this choke point will not be easy. Here comes the rush, responded to by Texal, teleporting in. Kai finds a crucial opener, but Lars responds, dropping the Kiriko. The sustain for this comp now called into dangerous question in 1-2-3-4. They do find a kill onto Jonovich, but that pulse bomb is going to hurt. No bubbles left for Golden Pants, and XSJ able to get these cleanup kills, steal potentially the bot away for some more progress. Focuses down Kai first, wants to play this one nice and safe. But Lars still alive, still charging up that next Graviton Surge, getting a lot done on this Zarya.
Yeah, but Crispy's building up to the sound barrier for 1-2-3-4 to be able to survive it. Telesi did lose players as well. Kai comes up with so many kills in that rush exchange that Telesi just don't have the players to hold confidently forward. Have to give a little bit of space. Lars not wanting to go down early, being very careful bubble management-wise as Crispy's waiting for the sound barrier. Only connects onto the Zarya, but that does still force Crispy's hand into using the beat. 1-2-3-4 wanting to use the extra life aggressively, trying to get as much as possible, splitting Lars from the rest of his team. The kill comes through onto the tank, and Telesi will have to look to retreat.
Nice conservative peaks from Mymone, but still finding the damage in the front line. Golden Pants is very low, has to be cautious with this push forward. So too does Mymone. ICAP puts him on notice, slows him down here. Lars is going to be back off the forward spawn, and this counter threat from the DPS kind of slowed the push down, has gotten Telesi back to another fight here at mid-map. They will lose the forward spawn if they just choose to fight it, and it seems like they'd rather play the next corner. Golden Pants, though, fully energized. Graviton Surge coming up. There's still a chance here for 1-2-3-4. They're building into a very nice moment economy-wise.
I mean, Jonovich does not have beat yet, right? So if you're Golden Pants, you want to get as many connections as possible to build the Zarya grab ahead of that Lucio. Pulse bomb thrown out, no connection. Grab has been built up. Jonovich, no sound barrier, so it's up to ICAV with the Deadite to hold the space defensively.
Slow, though, from 1-2-3-4. They're down. They need to push in. They need to force some kind of a fight, and they're giving a lot of time here to Telesi to build up those ultimates. Maybe a miss track leading to that, and Crispy goes down to the Deadeye while riding a little bit too much out in the open. The OC from Kai feels very desperate in this moment, and even with the grab out, Jonovich disrespects it, holds the beat, holds his nerve, and may have actually held the map with that play because Telesi now double support ultimate coming into the last minute of regulation play.
Yeah, so weird that 1-2-3-4 go that slow. Like you said, it must have been a mistrack from the Lucio as well. Golden Pants thinking that beat was held.
Texal and Jonovich are both at, 80% at the start of the fight. So, it's pretty plausible to think that they do have the ultis, but still, it's a mistake from 1-2-3-4. Missed opportunity, one that they'll be sure to catch in review. Won't count for much, though. Telesi want to get this map victory to stay alive in the series. 1-2-3-4 up 2-0, and hold on. Kai instantly opens onto Lars, despite the rush coming out. Texal not able to get the sustain through. XSJ grabs the kill back onto the Kiriko to keep this one interesting, but Golden Pants running rampant now. No one left to mark his dominance here in the front line. Lucio delays the inevitable, stalls the cart for just a couple seconds more. XSJ would love an exit kill, but Kai will deny it. And that early kill onto Lars actually keeps 1-2-3-4 in the game, but only just.
Yeah, I mean, Crispy dies with beat, but like you said, Lars not in the fight, so no grab to punish the lack of sound. As Lars now back, Crispy will be there with the team. Early barrage from Mymone, putting the pressure onto Lars, goes down to ICAV, peeks the corner a little bit too far forward. Grab forces sound barrier, but it's not in time to save Kai. And Telesi taking away the DPS from 1-2-3-4 should just be able to clean up. Tank falls, now you look at supports, and that should be them taking their first map in the series.
Really well executed by Telesi. Lars, very comfortable in the front line. Taking a look at the stats here on our side. I mean, there's a pretty big tank difference here. Lars, 5 deaths, Golden Pants, 8. And in this Zarya comp, that death stat, I think, really tells a big story, right? Yeah. Like, if you're able to stay alive between fights, hold on to that energy, charge up those grabs, it makes a world of difference. And you can see from 1-2-3-4, they're not experienced on this comp, right? It does feel a little bit rocky at moments. Opportunities like this with the rush advantage go by the wayside. No one's marking ICAV at this moment. Feels like a pretty big error there. And Lars able to get so much done every time he's able to win this frontline battle. Just devastating through the rest of the squad.
grabs too,
Yeah.
right? Lars' grabs were much more impactful than Golden Pants. Like even here, where you're looking at grab paired with Sundering Blade, which should have shredded down Sound Barrier. So you use grab, you force the Lucio ult, and then you get to totally disregard that ult with the Vendettas, but it just felt like they were so ready and anticipating that textbook play. Jonowich being able to hold Sound Barrier for certain fights, stretching it, one ult to gain the value of countering two is absolutely wild stuff, as it did not feel like 1-2-3-4 knew how to use the Graviton to put Telsey into a position where they could be punished.
Still a team full of very threatening individual players who can always find those individual plays that keep the game alive. I mean, Kai getting quite a few of those on the
Kai.
Sojourn, Maimon
yeah.
as well on the Pharah, and the Vendetta as well. So to even show a solid fight back and make this a reasonably competitive map, I think is respectable for 1-2-3-4. But in the end, they always kind of probably knew this one was going to be a bit of a throwaway, given the Wrecking Ball ban. It's out now. And what the nice thing about getting the Wrecking Ball ban out is you don't even have to protect Wrecking Ball now. So you can start throwing DPS bans. You can be, you know, basically protecting your preferred combination heroes with the Wrecking Ball. And that does give a little bit of a strategic edge now to 1-2-3-4 as they look for just one of the next two maps to win the series.
Yeah, I mean, you can go potentially for things like the Cass, who directly counters the ball, or what I would really love to see is just more respect to Crispy on that Wu Yang. It feels so many times that we go to Suravasa, they don't go for the save on a support role, and Crispy's Wu Yang is always the victim of the ban draft. So we'll see if 1-2-3-4 do decide to save the Wu Yang here as they take us to Suravasa, and this was inevitable. This was the risk for Telsey, right? If you don't ban the ball on Runasapi, you're running into the Wrecking Ball, but now that you do ban the Wrecking Ball, it's available for Flashpoint.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the bans once they come through. Suravasa, though, almost no matter what you play in terms of how you surround the Wrecking Ball, it's going to feel like a good Wrecking Ball map, right? A lot of options. And 1-2-3-4 go with the Cat ban. I think just blocking out the Cat Bastion is their #1 priority as a matchup that they feel introduces too much chaos into this battle.
It saves the Wu Yang as well.
Yeah, Telsey also, they get rid of the
Wu Yang
Pharah.
survives.
Which, I mean, Maimon has been great on the Pharah, but I do feel this is a map where, you know, kind of your classic Tracer Wrecking Ball look is going to feel so good. I mean, Flashpoint, I think Tracer just thrives in the chaos and in the multiple angles, unique team fights showing up between these points. And Maimon is fantastic when piloting that individualistic hero. It's been great in the Pharah too, in fairness.
Yeah, I will say, like, it feels as like a Cass fairer to take a fight versus a Tracer than a Pharah. A lot of the time, especially if the Pharah's team is the one in control of the space, because she can just play in angles above where the Cass can see. And Suravasa has so many of those positions where you can just like send rockets through doorways, and there's very little that the Cass can do to answer back. Plus it applies so much pressure. Like the Tracer can look at one person, the Pharah can look at multiple. If you're trying to stack up to make it harder for the Wrecking Ball to disrupt your players and isolate, Pharah's damage is going to be sky high, and Tracer will be a lot more sort of like looking at very specific targets, looking at the backline, potentially looking to go duel out the DPS and go for the objective control as well. So I feel like you can contain a Tracer in the way of the Wrecking Ball composition more easily than what the Pharah is able to get away with when so many players have to look at the ball, and it frees the Pharah up totally.
I don't think this is necessarily even straightforward for Telsey. I mean, they've had a couple maps now to try to match up against this Wrecking Ball and to show, you know, the looks that they think are going to work. They tried on Ilios in, the thing is, it was quite competitive. So there's a good argument for just running it back on the Sigmazuki, feeling like, hey, it comes down to a couple of those moments where, you know, if ICAV's able to find a kill on Maimon instead of vice versa, we see a different result in that opener. Maybe also on Suravasa. I mean, the Sigma, I think, absolutely can work here. However, I'm a little scared for teams that have historically playing slow against 1-2-3-4. Just, they're so good at finding the opportunities to punish you for it that it sets them up really well for this map. Will you yield the space? Will you go for an aggressive rush? I mean, it is not easy to match up against this Wrecking Ball style. Telsey tasked with a very difficult task here. Feels like if they can win this map, the series is very much a contention. I think 1-2-3-4 are kind of gambling. They want to just end it right here. Suravasa, for me, is the best map for them to pick with some of the strongest bans they can threaten. Will it be enough, though?
Okay, we do get the Crispy Wu Yang, which also means that now you have to worry about Tidal Blast paired up with that Wrecking Ball. Not a fun combination. That and like the sheer amount of poke damage that Crispy will be able to do. If you can hit your perks very quickly and you get that triple orb shot, Teles's backline will be absolutely spread thin off of the pressure from like the ball, but also that incoming constant damage from the Wu Yang, chipping away at what exactly the Kiriko is forced to look at and leaving someone else without those same resources, as Lars will roll out on the Mauga, but 1, 2, 3, 4 will keep Maimon. Farah's banned out. It's time for that Vendetta to come into play yet again, which means ICAV has to be able to shut this down and fast.
ICAV have a lot of work to do in this one, but he's going to get some good enabling from that Lucio Kiriko. Crispy, though, we talked about this spam pressure. I mean, this is what you pick the Wu Yang for. It forces the enemy team to come respond to you. And already even Lars low on the Maga. Maimon forced into a little bit of mobility, though. The DPS taking a little bit of pressure here on the sides for 1, 2, 3, 4. That's some of ICAV's handiwork. And now, Bully back off the point. A little bit of an opportunity here, but Lars uses the shout now. Still a little bit low. This one is not going to be easy for Maga now as the repush comes in. Early damage in the Xion, but Lars bullies Golden Pants away from the fight, and already the point nearly capped. Feels like something you do not want to give up in these kind of long engagements. Golden Pants struggling to get in. ICAV with a lot of space to work with. Kai now dueling a Tracer on the flank. It's not going to be the most comfortable spot for him. He looks to hunt down and execute here. Telesi, though, standing really strong as a unit. ICAV stays alive deep into the fight, does get traded out, actually. There is still a brawl to be played. Without the Cassidy now, DPS free to play. Kai needs to find some sort of a cleanup. XSJ with a Pulse Bomb could change that.
Yeah, Maimon coming back on the Trace to be able to directly duel out SXJ. Crispy does have the Tidal Blast if 1, 2, 3 for want to make a play for this, but Kai going down. They should really just be looking to disengage before they lose more of these players and allow Telesi to start running away with this point percentage. It ramps up so quickly on Flashpoint. Maimon has to be able to keep a hold of SXJ, though.
Soj Tracer, I think, going to be a lot more dynamic here. I think they were perhaps expecting the Sigma. Receive the Maga instead. The DPS picks will come in quickly in response. Crispy, with that Tidal Blast, could be a big difference maker. Kai, you see, he's very scared of the threat of the rush. Doesn't even want to really hard peek that angle, but he's going to need to. He's going to need to take some risks. Going to need to threaten some rail shots. Lars, caged by tried to trap Golden Pants. He's a little too sharp for that. Rushes now exchanged on point. Lars, pretty tanky, but not finding targets to lifesteal on, and the poke starting to bite. Golden Pants staying away from the straight up 1v1. XSJ falls on the flank. A speed boost onto this Deadeye. Tries to get some kind of connection. A little bit of damage onto Kai, but it's not enough for the kill. Jonovic, no chance to deploy the beat in this fight, and they're going to have to reset and take another chance. 1, 2, 3, 4 looking very solid now.
Yeah, Golden Pants will be so much more disruptive as well to Telesi's team. Like the spam walking into that Wu Yang, having to clear out the Tracer, not lose someone early to the Sojourn, that will take time. So Telesi do have 99%, one fight favor, and they will be able to take that first point, but it can very quickly slip away. So long rotation all the way around backer point that will be scouted out by Crispy's connections with those water orbs though. So counter rotation from 1, 2, 3, 4 to be able to cut Telesi off before they can make a play. Just establishing that Mauga on point. Hammond Mines invested in. Jonowich actually using the barrier, which does not find SXJ, but does keep Telesi's players up. But now you don't have beat for OC.
Maimon biding his time on the flank, waiting for ICAV to step forward and stop watching this angle. Finds his opportunity, puts big pressure on the Kiriko. Texel TP's in, but he is now a public enemy #1, hunted down. Crispy as well with the Tidal Blast, just barely gotten into range of ICAV, and with that stun connection, I think this first point may be done and dusted. XSJ stays alive on the flank, but he is going to get run down on this Tracer. Maimon, Golden Pants 2v1ing. Not much hope for XSJ here. If he could just live, that would be fantastic. But the Wrecking Ball with a huge advantage in this kind of a rundown. And the point does go the way of 1, 2, 3, 4. Kiriko off the spawn. He's going to be able to save XSJ, living to fight another day. And turns out this is the next flashpoint.
Yeah, but Kai has the overclock and Telesi still lacking the sound barrier to be able to fend 1, 2, 3, 4 off from it. Lars will hold his position on the objective. Telesi just trying to anchor, get that first cap. Good flashbang connects onto Golden Pants, but nowhere near the follow-up damage to truly take the Wrecking Ball down, especially with Kanale accompanying. So far, no team's picking it up. And 1, 2, 3, 4 just waiting, biding that time. Rush OC, tools to be able to totally shred through this Mauga.
Deadeye is out, but so too is the OC. ICAV not really getting much channel on us. They are threatening point really nicely. Kai biding his time. Here comes the rush here from the attackers. 1, 2, 3, 4 want to push forward, bully this Manga back off the point. They will succeed at that, but Texall with the counter rush, be able to re-engage this. Beautiful hold on the point by XSJ. The boots, though, keep Lars on the point for just long enough that he can't come into the fight. Minefield deployed, trying to desperately get Golden Pants out of this cage. The damage from the mines is enough to break that cage fight and keep the fight rolling. Golden Pants doing his best to keep the stall running, but it's up to Maimon now to continue that, and ICAV cuts him down, ready with the hinder. XSJ free to play now, no counter tracer to mark his movements. He's starting to bully these supports off of the play. Kanale can't really get into the engagement, can't really bring those kunai to bear, and that's well played by XSJ because it secures a flip for his team. This side angle not going to be comfortable with only the Wu Yang healing, and Kai just gets kind of gunned down by Lars, disrespecting some of the threat, but here comes Tidal Blast onto Golden Pants, chasing in. Lucio a little bit too quick with the wall ride, slips away, and XSJ finds another crucial kill in the fight, dropping the Kiriko. He has been a hero here for Telus.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 missing Canal as well. Can't try to make a push off of that Wu Yang ultimate, so Telsi will be able to hold Jonowich back to the sound barrier. And SXJ with that pulse bomb, wanting to ideally find a stick onto that back line. Takes a little bit of damage, does get scouted, fully forced actually into burning out that recall, which means that Kai is able to take him out with the snipe. But you trade Crispy on that Wu Yang by ICAV, which means that 1, 2, 3, 4 now fully relying on the Kiriko. This is lost by territory for them. If they don't manage to disengage and lose some of these players late, that is point.
Could very well be the round, but with Wrecking Ball in play, anything's possible late into these fights. Protects all finds Canale, and that might be the kill to seal the deal now. Without the Kiriko, your playmaking in this fight is scrappy at best. Jonovich throws the beat, and I think that is not needed in this fight. So a bit of a wasted ultimate here for Telesi. They do close out the point, and they do have a fantastic economy position, so I don't want to criticize it too hard, as 1, 2, 3, 4 still find themselves in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, so now you'll be relying on just like ICAP with the Deadeye shutting down Kai with that overclock yet again, which means that we go just back to that same exchange of ultimates that we had in Palace. Yeah, OC into Deadeye, into Rush, into second Rush for both of these teams.
Kai, though, doesn't get the opportunity to get that cheeky side angle. ICAP finds a long-range headshot onto Canale, followed up on XSJ's damage and cooldown force on the flank. Now Kai looking with the OC, but it's starting to feel desperate. Here comes the repush. XSJ will shut down any hope for Kai to drag a kill back in that fight. The rush also came out from Texall. Once again, a little skeptical about the necessity of those key support ultimates. So now Telesi, they do get the cap, but 2-0 support ultimate advantage for 1, 2, 3, 4 as they look to make a quick retake.
I mean, trying to hold off 1, 2, 3, 4, pushing in with Canale's rush with that Deadeye from ICAV is going to be a huge ask of this cast, especially with Golden Pants, making it so problematic for the cast to be in position off of having to be pulled away to deal with the ball. Lars' cage already broken. Rush invested from 1, 2, 3, 4, looking to secure the flip off of the back of it, and they will be able to find it. Crispy holding on to the Tidal Blast, potentially puts onto Golden Pants, maybe Maimon, so that he has the survivability, but he just wins out the duel against the Cassidy. ICAV falls. No pressure for Deadeye, no pressure of Flashbang to trade out Maimon at the tail end of this fight. 1, 2, 3, 4 get hungry in mid.
Oh, then that late kill onto Texall coming off the spawn. Didn't expect this level of aggression. 1, 2, 3, 4 are not going to give up any space for free. Golden Pants setting up an early slam. They want to fight deep off the point play for some of these respawn games that the Wrecking Ball is so well known for. ICAV is already so low. Took some poke from Crispy and Kai. Finished off in 1 by the slam. Maimon also in the backline gets the shout out of Lars. This Maga comp really being tested on this more open flashpoint. Looks like SSJ in the backline is going to force a retreat to point to hold the back cap. Buys his team an opportunity to step up to the plate. ICAV, Deadeye, Jonovich with the beat. You'd think these would be key ultimates in this fight, but 1, 2, 3, 4 mobility will make that hard to leverage.
I mean, Kai just uses overclock instantly, forces out the sound barrier, which connects onto everyone except SXJ. ICAV finally gets to use that Deadeye, but 1, 2, 3, 4 still have tools to be able to fight into Texall's rush. Tidal Blast, Pulse Bomb invested in, and Telesi, they find the flip off of the rush, but they're not finding the kills to totally shut down 1, 2, 3, 4 from pushing once the rush has ended. Lars trying to run back, kill his team, take Golden Pants down, but that means that no one's actually contesting the objective. They've at least been able to stack up to live but you lose the Mauga, and now you're forced into just playing for positioning. One on point, while the rest get ready to tag on through. This is treading water.
Oh, he's styling on him. Hits the triple boop on the Tracer. Not like this. XSJ now running for his life, being deathmatched by one of the best ball players we have in OWCS right now. It's going to be cleaned up with the assist from Kanale. A little bit of style points from GP. I mean, he's honestly just mind controlling them on Wrecking Ball in that last fight. Like, he is like, they're all looking at him, and the point is going against them. 1, 2, 3, 4, staying calm in the clutch as they look to close out this series, lock up another win here in OWCS. Telesi fighting for their first of the stage.
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be first to the point. SXJ going down late means he's not in position. We'll just have to look for a flank onto 1, 2, 3, 4's backline. Good flashbang, but Golden Pants has the self-shield. Kanale, the rush, once Telesi are too deep invested onto that point to disengage it. I kept relying on defensive Deadeye, stopping 1, 2, 3, 4 from collapsing instead, but Castle is now done. Cage from Lars traps Golden Pants in position, actually, and he dies before Crispy can aid with the Tidal Blast.
Tidal Blast goes to nothing here. 1, 2, 3, 4 desperately fighting, only a few players alive. Opportunity for some plays to be made, but Lars slowly stripping those chances away. Great Cage to shut down Golden Pants. Feels like the one thing in this game that can really slow his roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, neither support ultimate really getting much value there. I mean, Kanale not bad with the rush, but Crispy, of course, losing that Wu Yang ultimate really hurts. Now Telesi sitting on the double support ultimate. It's their turn to confidently hold down this point. Kai with the OC, though, could start to change that. Even with something like the barrier, it's not necessarily an easy fight to play. XSJ's pull bomb, no joy from him. Kai looking for more. The minefield is enough to pull the beat out of Jonovich, who's been holding them so well in this series. But they're not able to turn that into a counter kill, just weathering the storm for now. And Texal still holding on to the rush. 1, 2, 3, 4 have to battle this without a single ultimate.
Yeah, no ult. You're looking for Kai or Maimon to clutch out with a kill here. Golden Pants trying to give some space. Power drives in. Draws so many players to look at him, but they just bunker up in small rooms, so there's no follow-up roll. Flashbang forces the self-shield. Kai's wrapped all the way around, but this is when Texel uses that rush. The pressure from the Sojourn forces his hand, 92%. There'll be an opportunity for 1, 2, 3, 4 to touch in OT once the rush has ended, but they still have no ults to be able to supply it. You're holding on and hoping that you can clutch out until you hit those support ults.
Maimon working overtime, keeping this point in contest, but XSJ finds weakness in the backline. ICAP with the Deadeye connection onto Kanale should be enough to seal the deal in this fight. Golden Pants just without the resources to continue the engagement. And Telesi make another hold, sending us to a final flashpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is their best map. They really want to win here and now. Yes, they have one more map to threaten in the series, but you almost don't want to go there. You almost don't want to be pushed to the limit by a squad like Telesi. And Telesi fighting tooth and nail. I mean, they have played so many strong teams close in this stage. They want a win. They need a win. If only to just have something to signal their immense progress in this stage. 1, 2, 3, 4 looking to deny it here. It all comes down to this final flashpoint. But Kai, what an opener. And without Jonovich, the mobility from ICAV and Lars completely neutered. ICAV still finds one back, but player advantage for 1, 2, 3, 4 feels insurmountable for this Mauga comp.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Telesi, you won't be able to really hold through that stall fight. I say that, Lars will actually try to use Cage defensively within it so that you can get the kill into Golden Pants when he steps up to try to give the flip. There's an opportunity. Crispy yet again losing that Tidal Blast to SXJ, who just collapses onto the backline without the Wrecking Ball to peel. And Telesi, despite losing players early, are able to come through with the first cap.
What a Cage from Lars. Confidently sees the window for the clutch. XSJ comes back in, finds 2. Maimon can't really get any kind of stun connection off the Tidal Blast. Golden Pants once again down before the fight can even really begin. Rushes exchange on point. Lars stayed alive for now. Just enough meat on the bone to keep this Mauga up into the fight. Now he steps up onto the flashpoint. I cannot believe he is still alive. Full confidence in the support line behind him to keep him up. Jonovich, so solid, I think, with the beat timings in this map. Has really made great decisions with them and now holds it for an incoming aggression from Kai that feels doomed almost before it's even begun.
Yeah, I mean, you use Sound Barrier to match the Sojourn's ult, and then ICAV gets to use this Deadeye. Kai's flanking all the way around. Oh, the Ajax!
Okay, that is insane.
Jonovich was doing so well, but that flank from Kai just totally catches the Lucio before the beat can connect. That's fight done. Like, Telsi even tried to use the Deadeye.
You can't even blame Jonovich for that. It's like he beats instantly on the voice line. in a
That
pretty
was you
safe
caster
angle.
cursing, Jake. You were saying, oh, Jonowich has been so good with these
I don't think he
ultimates
makes a
this
mistake
map.
there.
You
He
threw
truly
it
doesn't.
into the universe, and Kai just finds the perfect angle to get the kill onto the Lucio before the ult can be found.
That's just Kai being an absolute hero, coming back into OWCS this stage and really showing that he hasn't lost a step. Finds the crucial play, maybe the only way through that team fight. But XSJ's not out of this one yet, backs off really cleanly, but the teleport is just there in time to keep Kinale up. ICAV, though, is cleaning up the fight now. Finds two in the backline. That's both supports out for 1, 2, 3, 4. They're desperate now. They're hunting. They need to find some kind of a counter kill. But ICAV is running rampant. The pulse bomb from Maimone, a parting gift before an early grave. It will shut down this Cassidy, but so much is asked of an overtime contest. Kai doing it again. The critical kill in the moment that the team needed him most. Crispy now coming back in. Golden Pants in his comfortable spot here, stalling this point out, running the OT, but the clock, the wick runs ever thinner. Texall trying to get towards that rush, knows how powerful to be on the point. Crispy layering in that damage onto Lars and just can't quite get the sustain to stay alive. So some huge hero plays. Maimone's pulse bomb, Kai with a rail to keep 1, 2, 3, 4 in this final flashpoint. And now with another lease on life, it's up to Telesi to find the hero play.
One more fight. Lars does have cage. Texel rush to be able to use before Canal, but Crispy with that tidal blast onto Golden Pants. I feel Lars will save the cage to try to shut the Wrecking Ball down yet again.
SJ behind. They didn't realize this.
SJ gets behind, looks for the cap, pulls Maimone away. That's recall forced. Links back to his team, but you still tout for the OT. You baited the Wrecking Ball's position. Kitsune rush from Texel, paired with Loz's cage, looking to trap onto 1, 2, 3 4 players, and Crispy has fallen. It's all coming down to Kai yet again. Maimon with a clutch pick onto Jonowich, but Kai has the OC. Canelo invests the rush for the Surgeon to find maximum amounts of value. Golden Pants with the minefield taking all of the space of the point for Telesi to be able to hold safe. And 1, 2, 3 4 might just have done it.
You have to ask so much here of ICAP, but he has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The mines covering this point, denying any opportunity. 1, 2, 3, 4, seal the deal with the signature Wrecking Ball. Telesi battled and scrapped and brawled, but it was not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really, it felt like the DPS came alive in this final flashpoint. I mean, Kai, that Ajax on the Jonovich was unreal. Like, he had exactly one chance and no backup. If he doesn't find that, this map is done. We are going to map 5. And he has to do it again and again, actually. That one kill is not enough. Needs to find clutch kills in fight after fight. Same can be said for Maimone, but they deliver. These DPS for 1, 2, 3, 4, earning their worth and then some here. And Telesi, for how incredibly hard they fought, you've got to love this team in showing incredible promise on so many levels this stage, but not enough to get a win. That's just the level in EMEA right now. There are no free wins, even for a team this good.
Yeah, it's the most competitive, I think, that we've seen the EMEA region be for a very long time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Oh, when you think about, like, one of these teams will be going to relegation, it's wild when you look at how well Telesi and 1, 2, 3, 4 were able to battle for.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for anyone joining them in promotion and relegation. As I said, heading into this match, right, I fully expect both of these teams to join us again for Stage 3, just based on not just how competitive this match looked like, but also what they were able to bring to the table against our top teams here in EMEA. And like, we already seen the progression of these teams and the learnings in just the last 3 weeks. Or just one night, really, because I think 1, 2, 3, 4 definitely addressed the concerns that we had, right? With the hero pool of Golden Pans that pivoted over to AMDP on Circuit Royale. That worked out for them. I liked to see what they had with the Manga comp. And then, yeah, while obviously the Zarya and Runa Zapio is not it, like, clearly, like, they are making adjustments and they're working really hard to address any gaps that have been explored or exposed the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, so many bright spots for both teams. I think that they can continue to work on and improve. And I mean, these are teams that they have taken a lot of maps off some of the really strong squads, off squads that are going to go off now and play in the Midseason Championship in Paris against some of the best teams in the world of Overwatch. And so for EMEA, man, it is just a beautiful region right now. I mean, incredible teams coming out. I really got to tip my hat to both Telesi and 1234. It's been such a fun stage to watch them. They have delivered such incredible fights and such incredible competition against some of the best teams in the world. Remember, this EMEA region is incredibly stacked. I think all three teams from EMEA are going to make a deep run at the Midseason Championship. So I really want to see more from 1234, from Telesi both. I mean, they've for very different reasons, I think they've both been incredible contenders to watch this stage.
Bright future. I think it's fair to say, like, the potential for both of these teams, when we see them, and we will, I think, like, we're all on the desk positive that they'll be able to make it through promo relegation. We will see them come back for stage 3. I can't wait to see, like, the improvements that they've been able to make, because it's not just about, like, what they were starting to play at the start of the stage. It's also the changes that they made along the way, being able to adapt that quickly. That's one of the main expectations that you have as a professional player, being able to adapt very quickly when, like, patch changes or a new hero comes through. You have to be able to adapt, and both of these teams have shown that they can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then of course also for 1234, right? Like they did make changes to the roster heading into this, so they also had to work in a new tank with Golden Pants. And so it's been definitely a learning journey for everyone involved, and we're very excited to see what they can do in hopefully stage 3. We do have Maimon joining us for a quick chat after this last dub of the season. Maimon, welcome to the show, and also of course congratulations on the dub. It's probably like a 50-50, right? Like, you're happy about the win, but also, you know, you are finding yourself in promotion and relegation, so it's a bit bittersweet, I can imagine. Walk me through your thoughts and your emotions, really, looking back at the last 3 weeks and how you and the team performed.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you said sums it up pretty well. Like, obviously, it's really nice to win this game, but it's also very tragic about that we didn't make it through to playoffs. I think, yeah, our first week we played Alcad, and we were confident going into that, and we put up a really good showing. We won, and yeah, the emotions were like, you know, we were really happy, really promising going into the next weeks. And then, yeah, week 2 we play against GKTM, really hard week, and we make it so close against both teams. So to really like not win either of those games, it's like, it's really gutting, to be honest. And then obviously this week against VP, I think we didn't really show our best, but I think they're also the strongest team in the region, so we weren't too sad about that, especially. But then GK, they lost to TM, so we're really sad. Overall, yeah, just disappointing, but also really proud of how we showed and how much we improved from stage 1.
Yeah, it's clear you guys have really developed as a team. You know, I think it's great to see even AMDB coming in. You guys looking pretty solid with those other styles. You know, I think for you guys, you know, it's clear that you can be an international contender. I think like 1 or 2 maps go differently. You guys are maybe not even just going to playoffs. Maybe you're one of the higher seeds in playoffs, right? So, you know, for you guys, how do you think about the future for 1234 as a team? You know, obviously it's clear that your goals are to, you know, compete internationally, make it to those playoff spots. But how do you look now at the rest of the year? Where do you go from here? Obviously, I imagine you take some kind of a break, but to come back in stage 3, we were talking about, we want to see you guys, you know, not just in promotion relegation, but beyond, and like coming back and to really show what's possible in stage 3. But are you thinking ahead about that at all, or for now is it just a moment to kind of regroup?
I think a bit of both. Yeah, definitely will want to be taking a break, but yeah, I like you said, I think we really showed that we can compete against all these teams in this region, and I don't think it's a hot take to say EU is very good right now. I would say internationally, again, at EWC, EU is going to do really well, and I hope they do well. Yeah, I mean, going into next stage, I think, at least for me personally, I'm still super motivated to compete, and I really want to hopefully make it to the LAN. I think it's China, I think, for the last LAN. So yeah, I really hope to compete, and we keep improving. I mean, if we keep improving the way we do, I really do think we can make it. But that being said, it's also like, without having an org, it does make things harder, you know, like the amount of resources that we have is not as much as other teams. If there's any orgs who want to pick up a team, you know where to look. But yeah.
Well, I mean, looking away from 1, 2, 3, 4, and then looking at yourself individually as a player, what's next for you? Because, like, obviously a lot of our players are having to split time between competing in the OWCS circuit and also getting ready to compete for their countries. So what exactly is the WMIMO schedule looking like for the coming months?
I think, yeah, I'm really excited for World Cup. I think before the Busan tournament, UK is having like a boot camp, which will be great, I think. So really excited for that. Yeah, definitely gonna focus a lot on World Cup. I think we definitely have the pieces to perform really well at the World Cup. We didn't maybe show our best against Germany, but I know for sure we have the pieces to do really well. So yeah, gonna be focusing on that and stage 3.
And I know that all of us will be cheering you guys on. Also, honestly, like, I fully expect to see you come back on top of promotion and relegation to give it another shot in stage 3. Like, you guys performed so well. It's been such a pleasure watching you play because you had your own style. You waved your own flag, and we love teams like that who bring their own flavor. So thank you so much for all the entertainment provided, and we hope to see you again in stage 3.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Of course, an absolute pleasure. Also, I haven't seen anyone having movie poster up on their wall in, like, I don't even know when, and it was a good one too. So shout out to Maimon. He's got taste, and he's got skills, and he will be representing the UK, I believe, alongside Golden Pants, Kai, and Crispy. So you can cheer on a big portion of this 1, 2, 3, or how many numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4 squad, and of course, also, as he said himself, they are up for grabs. If anyone is looking to, you know, pick up a team, this is a good one to pick up. I think that's definitely one to keep in mind. Now we are heading into a very important second match here because it's going to be all for the second seed in the EMEA region. Katsuya going up against Twisted Minds, which is a classic here in EMEA. And speaking of classics, we also got some old favorites making a comeback. That's right, head on over to the in-game shop today to get your hands on any of these gorgeous skins. Classics are back for a limited time, so grab yours today. You know what? I feel generous. How about we head into a quick break and give you time to do that, and then we're going to see you for our second and final match here in the EMEA Stage 2 groups.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back. We're in the last match of the EMEA round robin. Katsuya and Twisted Minds face off for the second seed for the playoffs. Now, of course, the winner, who will be coming in second, means that they avoid VP being able to pick them, and therefore increasing their chances of making top 3 and going to the Midseason Championship. So really, there is a lot on the line in just the seeding. Let's talk about these two teams and what we've seen. Twisted Minds, they're off to a rocky start, but you know, they did promise us adjustments heading into this week. And they did. They delivered. Yubi got subbed in. We're back to playing Sim, but, you know, with a twist, something old, something new. They're basically halfway there to become a happy Victorian era bride.
We are just missing something blue. But do you know what? Maybe the blue is their opponent's tears. When they see that TM is back cooking up these compositions. Yeah, they're sort of like Frankenstein melding 2026 heroes with what they've played previously. We're yet to properly see them embrace things like the Xion, but the Cat Bastion, that's very much now been incorporated into TM's compositions.
I will say their opponents, though, are not going to go down easy. Twisted Minds need to really pull out all the stops here. The Cat Bastion has looked like a really good look for them. Quartz has been piloting that Bastion, I think, really nicely. You also got to give a lot of credit to Astro being in the right position. I feel like we've seen a lot of Jetpack Cats just not quite being quick enough to get their Bastion in the optimal spot, to finish a kill, to stay alive. Not an easy read to make, considering you sort of don't have exactly the Bastion's information as you make your decision. So very communication-heavy style to play, but Twisted Minds, they've been known as that team that communicates in those dangerous situations, right? That has the comms to make the adjustments, to make these wild strategies work. And work they did yesterday, still, the very different team now facing off against them. OWCS have been on a heck of a stage. Some really good results from them. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, one of the losses, they took the 1-2-3-4 is like, you know, it's, you can put an asterisk on it because it's such a different kind of game.
First day too, so I think everyone was still trying to figure out, so it might just be them getting tripped up there. Like, other than that very match, like, I think they've just been really great aggression. Their rush looks overwhelming. Their ult economy has always looked like just superior of that of their opponents, Moxie.
Yeah, they tripped up VP as well, right? VP even admitted that they really struggled into the Vendetta Xion comp that Katsuya ran into them and were able to pull 2 maps away with. And the fact that we saw GK yesterday versus TM play the Vendetta and really be problematic for TM to have to deal with, to the point that they went into the next map and banned the Vendetta, makes me think that this could be a very close series between these two teams, because Katsuya, we know, like, they have that potential to be the second seed in EMEA. For TM, it's a case of, okay, you've lost the first seed, can you manage to pull back the second off of the changes that you've made this week?
Yeah, I mean, I hope for a close match here, but I somehow, some way, still feel like I read it in the tea leaves that Twisted Minds are just gonna run away with this. I think they're locked in now. I think they're activated. I think they found what worked for them yesterday. It was a really good showing, and while Katsuya didn't have any bad showings, they had teams like Telesi play close to them, which should not be the case for a team on the highest level. So yeah, I'm gonna give this one to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I have a slight favorite here for TM. I think because of their pedigree as a team, I gotta give it to them. But for Katsuya, there's never been a better chance to take a shot at the king here. And you know, for Twisted Minds, maybe not exactly the kings anymore, but still the team with the best international record over the last couple of years here in EMEA. So this is a high stakes match for Katsuya. You really want to get this win, but TM, I mean, they're kind of the GOATs for a reason.
Yeah, I give TM as well. I agree. I think it will be a close foot series for sure. Katsuya pull 1 map. I'm saying it now, it won't be a 3-0. If they run that Vendetta composition, if TVNT does try to play the Diva, I think we will be seeing Katsuya pull a map. But we're going to be seeing a lot of counter swapping between both of these teams. That's something that we've seen yesterday in full. So much counter swapping from both Katsuya and TM as they force their opponent onto something and then play something that punishes it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm sure both of these teams came in doing their homework. They are ready for what the opponent might potentially throw at them. It's an EMEA Classic in our final match of the EMEA round robin. So Jake, Moxie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And yeah, as we get into this one, even as I pred Twisted Minds, I really think this match is about as close to a coin flip as they come. You know, I think for Katsuya, like, they cut their teeth playing this Cat Bastion that Twisted Minds used to great effect yesterday. So how well will it land on this Katsia team that is, I think, better understands its strengths and weaknesses, may even elect to take the mirror here as we go to Oasis for the first map?
Yeah, like, usually we would talk about the difficulty of taking a player who you have not played with for a really long time and trying to slot them very quickly in, only having a week's downtime. But that week is actually way more time than TM had putting Yubi back into the action in Tokyo, and it got them second place, as there is the expected Vendetta ban from Twisted Minds. In answer, Katsia will take out the Diva. Vendetta is the strongest Diva counter, and they don't want to have TVNT getting to pilot that Diva mech, potentially putting pressure on the Mauga composition, eating away all of the sustainability, being able to play into the Mauga even through things like the Kitsune Rush. Because of that defense matrix, you want that one removed, but that does now mean that both of those two options will be available for all of the rest of the maps.
Yeah, we could see the clash of the Diva versus Vendetta. TVNT, of course, been piloting this Diva so effectively this last year or so. I think has been one of the better Divas in the world. Has quietly kind of climbed up those standings, and it's definitely the style that I think Twisted Minds feel most at home with. Of course, they're going to have to show us something different on Oasis, whether it be the Mauga, whether it be maybe even the Ramatra, the Zarya, could be options that TM can look to. Both teams going to have to cook us something interesting here. Cat Bastion, though, to me, looks to be very much on the menu here on Oasis, a map with a lot of these open sight lines, a lot of these wide open skyboxes, and I think that duel between Zox and Aid, like Zox and Aid have been one of the more impressive Cat Bastion combos in EMEA this stage, but now Funny Astro and Quartz are really going to rise to the challenge.
We will see. Yeah, taking away that Vendetta does mean that it weakens the Xion composition as well, at least in the way that Katsia have been preferring to play her. There's other DPS that you can play the Xion alongside, but it's risky running something like a Xion Reaper DPS line into a Cat Bastion. So we'll see what Katsia feel their opponent will be running out on. As wow, this would be actually very different from TM if they decide to come through with this Mizuki. It's very rare that we've seen that Mizuki from them.
They have hated this comp.
No. Yeah, they've
really
avoided it. They really do not like playing it. Have they been forced into it, or will they just be sticking with the Juno Curie?
Yeah, a lot of decisions, still opportunity to make some last-second swaps after boosting your teammates out of spawn. Katsia, they're going to be the team that goes right over to the Cat Bastion, and first, Twisted Minds, with a bit of a classic setup for them, just swapping in the Sigma for their signature Diva. A lot of rooms on this point, right? So a lot of opportunity to maybe outplay the Cat Bastion, but Quartz and Yubi gonna have to work overtime to find some value to break this hold on the point. Some big damage in from the Bastion. Aid drops a little bit low. Now the point contest comes in. Twisted Mind still pretty healthy. Opportunity to repush here. Yubi places a teleporter high ground that's not going to be available, but Pistola isolated now deep into the enemy backline, and Yubi just burns him down. Katsia a little off sync on that push, and that is not going to be good enough to deal with Twisted Minds.
Yeah, no high ground pressure from Quartz as well, right? So Aid gets split from Zox when the cast looks to swing out. Quartz picks up 50% of his ult within the first fight, and Pistol's just off of the Mauga. On to the Sigma. He will go to Mirror, having that shield potential, being able to change it to the angles that Quartz is challenging. But you lose Taejong on your disengagement, so you give up even more point percentage. As TM play for some poke, absorbing some of that damage, translating it towards Simple's ult charge on the Kiriko to have that rush, and Katsia decide to walk onto this point.
Twisted Minds holding strong, showing some signature aggression to punish those respawners. They've engineered a massive ultimate advantage for themselves. Katsia trying to get something out. Aid with the tank form, but Quartz playing so comfortably inside of this room. Funny Astro comes to assist. TVNT, though, getting potentially overrun, but Yubi will have his back, and the rush assists as well. Still a 4-on-4, despite the rush out on the point, and with Aid in this backline position, he could spell trouble, but Quartz, Funny Astro respond with the mark. Quartz finds both members of the combo, and that will clean up this team fight. So Simple's rush, in the end, just too much value to get through.
Yeah, they almost got that pick onto TVNT. Like, 3 people turned to look at the Cat Bastion swing, which is when Simple realizes, wait, it's my tank that Katsia truly looking to get the kill onto, uses the Kiriko ultimate. Everyone from TM abandons the high ground, so Aid doesn't have anyone to shoot at, and just collapse onto Katsia's front line when that rush is still active. Gala does have his here now. but Quartz or TVNT can just hold that position totally down when Katsia get aggressive off of it. TVNT investing that flux. Quartz using the opportunity. Everyone lifted skywards for the Cassidy's Deadeye to be able to connect onto. It's trying to just buy some space for Katsia to just disengage, recover, keep some of these players alive, maybe go for a clutch flux.
It is final fight,
but
though. I mean,
Vestola loses his life, and yeah, it's final fight. Like, off of these kills from TM coming through late, Katsia will not get a clean touch.
Oof. I mean, TM set a blistering pace here, and I mean, we've been setting this one up to be very, very competitive, but Twisted Minds go off the Cat Bash into a comp that feels eerily familiar for them. I mean, right? Like, just to play this Lucio carry, Sim Cassidy shell, throw a Sigma in there. Why not? TVNT pilots it really nicely, and A just can't quite get the angles on Cat Bastion in that opening map. Maybe now a more open flashpoint will yield better results for them, but you always have to be on notice with the way Twisted Minds play this comp. They can get so aggressive, whether they have the Sigma or something a little bit faster, they will run you over.
It's very quiet from Taejong as well, as TM just not really giving the Xion an opportunity to hit those flanks. The Bastion always gets turned onto, and then they always close up their ranks around the tank before any damage can be made. Ooh, Anran!
Okay.
From Taejong. Okay, very new outlook from Katsia, but TM already on that high ground. Vestola jumping in, but Quartz has already taken down Zox. TVNT dispatches aid, and that first fight is done.
Been singing Zox's praises, and he just swings a little bit too high. I think not ready for the speed of the rollout from Twisted Minds. I mean, they're up on that high ground so dang quick off the back of the Lucio Sim strat. Puts Quartz in a very aggressive position, and he delivers as he seems to almost always do. Now, hold on. The fire being fanned against TVNT. Taejong dives through them, lights, ignites everybody, which means massive opportunity for Aid and Vestola to get these cleanup kills. Quartz, though, pulls one back, keeps this game into contention, but Vestola with a big stomp on a TVNT will finish the Sigma. Now it's up to Quartz to deliver a kill, and quickly. The shout is out, and Quartz, not long for this world. Just a little bit of extra delay going to come in from Simple TP back to Astro and meet those respawners, but some real fight back being shown from Katsia. I mean, this is, I think, the vision of the comp. Ignite everybody with Onron, dive in on Mauga, follow up with those instant crits.
You've got high ground control too, so TM won't just be able to directly TP Quartz into a good position to pressure out the Cat Bastion. Instead, he forced them to rotate low side onto the map. There's the Mauga Slam. Get out from Quartz, but you've already lost TVNT. The Sim TP does set up the pick onto Taejong. The follow-up just off of base damage alone onto Vestola. And while it looked dicey at the start, losing the Sig, TM still have the damage to clutch out the kills.
I mean, Yubi is just quietly doing so much in these fights, right? Even losing the tank early to a really well-coordinated, aggressive movement from Katsia. But the TP is perfect from Yubi, puts Quartz in a prime position to cut down Taejong, follow up onto Vestola, and from there, a healthy Quartz can absolutely clutch out a team fight. Katsia now. Don't want to be on this retake, but that's where they find themselves. The rush could be powerful with this Mauga, but sometimes can be hard to deploy with the Cat Bastion, right?
Yeah, at least you're not fighting into the Diva though. On the side of TM, so Vestola will have a lot of sustainability in that Kitsune rush. Simple does have match. Anran looking to ignite some of those players. Rush to open from Gala, but Vestola totally slammed onto. Sim wall. Aid even using the artillery strike, trying to take space away from TM's players because so much of Katsia's focus is on the fight itself, trying to face up into Simple's rush. They got the Kiriko, but everyone else from TM still fighting fit and healthy, taking down the Anran and potentially taking us to last coordinated fight before we go into the scramble for OT.
I mean, this could be rough. Quartz with a high noon could go early. It's a very open spawn point. Aid is up over the top, so looks like Quartz is going to choose discretion this time, play things a little bit slower. Katsia, that means they get an opportunity in this team fight. Taejong can, of course, pop that rebirth if he goes down in this fight, so really allowed to open up with some wild aggression on this Onron. Does feel like Aid and Zox, though, called upon maybe for an individual pick, especially onto someone as threatening as Quartz. But you see the phalanx built around the Cassidy, the teleport, the Lucio Kiri, all delivered to enabling this hit scan player. Big damage comes in, but the cleanse keeps Quartz fighting fit. Okay, the Deadeye is baited out by Aid. Still a fight to be had. Vestola cages on the point, but Aid is just cut down from range. That silver bullet paying dividends. Quartz is low, but under the protection of the sound barrier, he will be just fine. And so will Twisted Minds as I mean, they clean up this map without much of a fight. Katsia showing some threat at times, but this is a comfortable win for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the Sim TP. Like, you can tell that TM, they're so practiced on playing off of Sim TP positioning. Both, and the fight is ramping up, and also halfway through, it's like you lose your tank, you're perfectly fine. Quartz comes away 22 eliminations, 8.9k damage, but look at the depths on the backline. I think is the true like power to TM's composition when that Sim is being used. TVNT died early in so many of those fights, which should mean that you lose a lot of that help that your backline can rely on, but no, all of the supports down once.
I mean, they're really making Cat Bastion look like a bad comp. Like, it doesn't seem like it can work, which is a pretty wild thing to appear,
well, there
because
were no flybys off of tank form from Aid. Like, you had no safety of space. Quartz was set up from the Sim TP on the high ground. You pick up Zox as well early before you get the Bastion. You take away that mobility, so it becomes a lot easier to kite off of just Lucio speed boost once TP's gone.
I mean, Quartz is just too dang good on the Cassidy. He is too sharp. He keeps cutting this Cat out of the air, and that really changes the nature of the battle. If Cat Bastion are playing scared and taking safe angles, why are you even playing this comp, right? It feels like you're obliged to get deep in the back line, pull a ton of attention to yourself. But the nerfs, to Cat Bastion, they're starting to bite, right? It feels that a really skilled Cassidy with a lot of support from the low ground can battle back and can punish the Bastion and the Cat if they get a little bit too big for their britches. Of course, it's also a comp very available to Twisted Minds themselves, but this one is gonna put Alcatsia on their heels, right? To get kind of just blown out on control never feels good, and now you're going into the next map. It's like almost what happened, right? You've just been flashbanged out of that first map.
I think for Katsia, though, that's probably the composition that I would expect them to play the furthest from TM's skill level, because like they've moved away from the Cat Bastion. They've been loving this Mauga, Vendetta, Shion composition, which they were totally denied from. Now that that Vendetta's been taken away ban-wise, you do still have to worry about things like Shion, the Mauga. You can at least try to go for a save onto that Mauga if you want to still have like the Vendetta in play, although obviously TM would then likely turn and target out that Shion. But for me, like this next map, having the Vendetta, having the Diva will be the true test for how close Katsia is to TM's level.
Yeah, as more of these core elements of each team's favorite style become unlocked and unbannable deeper into the series. We go to Hollywood, which strikes me as actually a pretty good map for both teams, but Katsia will open with the Sim ban, taking the legs out from under Yubi. Yubi, though, has shown that he is no one trick. I mean, this guy pulls out the Tracer, and he can tangle with the best of them, has a great read of the game. But with Kiriko banned in response, both teams in a bit of a one-legged race here, losing some key elements of their preferred style.
Yeah, I mean, TM, they're very opportunistic when it comes to Kiriko bans. They're like, okay, if Kiriko's banned, if Suzu's gone, we can play simple on the Ana. He is just that good, but you also have to think about things like Lari, Baptiste, Wu Yang, Juno, really like poke-heavy backline compositions that can just greed for a lot of damage. But I do want to see like how Yubi now plays into this team with that Sim gone, because like obviously when the Sim is removed, he would be on things like the Mei, the Tracer, the Reaper would be the traditional pivot for him. But for TM, like, you have to have been expecting a Symmetra ban at some point in this series to be prepared for something.
Yubi's an old hand at it, right? Like, he's been experienced the Symmetra ban for years and years at this point. He's definitely got backup picks in the pocket, and I think a lot of people underestimate just how good he is at them, because you know, most of the time he's going to play Sim. That's what makes the team so good, but it's not about Yubi's individual skill. It's really, I think, about the team, you know, identity that makes the Sim so effective, their understanding of how to use that utility. But you put him on the Tracer, you ask a little bit more of an individualistic performance from him, and historically he has delivered, even in incredibly pressured moments against some of the best international competition that Overwatch has to offer. So you might get rid of the Sim for now, but this does not mean a free win. Does, though, it makes things quite interesting when it comes to considering the Jetpack Cat now, because without Sim in the mix, it feels like that was something Quartz was able to use quite often with those TPs to punish the Bastion out of the sky, to re-aggress into him when the Cat was down. Now, maybe there's more room for it to work. This is Hollywood, though, so could be a little bit awkward to get inside some of those rooms around Checkpoint.
Yeah, Bastion Cat, or potentially you forego that entirely because, like we said, the Xion and Vendetta and Mauga composition will be available for Katya to try to collapse them very quickly with things like the Juno speedring. So TM could potentially want to go for something that totally slows it down. I think that goes back again to Katya banning out the sim. That's one way that you would be able to see the Mauga coming. That's actually how TM dealt with that composition from GK yesterday on Oasis, right? Every single time the Mauga looked for that engagement to pair with the Vendetta, TM would just sim TP away, kite out the cooldowns, and then come back in again once those were away, with kills coming off of like Quartz or Yubi. So I think this is a good opportunity for Katya to truly match up into TM, now that they can play their own style, while really taking quite a large chunk out of TM's identity that they've returned to.
As we go to Hollywood, this will be a bit of a bellwether moment in the series. Can Katsuya, they've got the Mauga comp unlocked. It'll be without the Kiriko, but maybe still playable. No Symmetra for Yubi to you know, get those cheeky movement antics. At least you'll be able to get on top of Quartz. What you can do from there, potentially another story, of course. Twisted Minds, layers to their ability. And they will look for a pretty defensive Sigma style. Simple, considering Iliari, and with Kiriko out of the mix, I quite like it. I mean, this is a very greedy look, but one that can pay dividends, and we know Simple's individual skill is on the highest of levels here for the flex support role. I mean, I really think he's one of the best, if not in genuine conversation for being the best flex support right now, despite being such a young player. I mean, Iliari is going to be a perspective to watch in this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of clutch potential too, right? Playmaking off of Captive Sun or just base damage picks from that Iliari can be absolutely crucial to winning you team fights. Yubi will be on the Mei, and as we said, TM do not like these Mizuki compositions, so they will play the Sigma, they'll play the Mei, but they won't play the backline for it. Quartz trying to slow things down on that Cassidy as we get the expected Xion from Aid, but without the Kiriko and the Mauga, no Vendetta for Taejong to play, so Mei match to have those walls and also block a lot of these angles that TM will already start with. You can't poke and take Katsuya's players down early if there's an ice block sitting directly in front of your space.
I mean, Meis are going to be so important in this kind of a matchup. Very low mobility comps across the board, and so there's an opportunity here for either Mei to open things up and take advantage. Taejong control this high ground, kind of dictate how he wants this engagement to take place, considering the walk forward, steps up, immediate Mei wall, tries to isolate Sigma onto the corner point. Big damage, but it's split across all the members of Twisted Minds, sharing this pressure admirably well, and somehow nobody goes down. Immaculate teamwork from the backline of TM. And they stay alive for this first point hold, although hold on, some clutch kills coming back into this. Katsuya not giving up just yet. Taejong has worked his way into a cheeky little off angle, and if he comes up with this 1v1, that would be devastating. Stays alive, the support from range is good, and somehow, some way, after losing 2 first picks, Katsuya win this fight. What a clutch.
Oof, snowball potential as well for Katsuya available here. It's so crucial that they don't lose some of these fights early on second into this really poke-heavy backline that TM will be running from. So invasion up onto that high ground for Aid, followed by the rest of his team. It's Katsuya wanting to put a lot of pressure onto TM. No one's running Tracer. There's no easy heroes to be able to go contest that car as it moves. It's all about this Flux. TVNT tries to go for the rock cancel, can't find it. Vessola dodges, so Flux connects, but Yubi's the one who makes away with the pick. The Mei wall from Taejong just a little bit too late in being able to keep Vessola up in that poke.
Vessola a little overconfident with the Flux, right? Feeling that it gives him this license to get super aggressive. 8 is super deep on the flank, by the way, but pulling a bit of attention to himself. Genuinely valuable in this kind of a matchup, deep in the backline, doing something that no other hit scan really could. Twisted Minds now in an awkward position. They've got a flanker to worry about, but they're continuing to keep this fight going on cart. But the Blizzard is good. TVNT, no save for him in this comp. A Blizzard is a death sentence here. Yubi stalling a little bit longer, stays alive, actually slips away, and now the Iliari ultimate's coming out for the trades. Quartz is deep in the thick of the fight. Gala tried to get a connection onto Simple, but couldn't find it in the air. And now Simple starting to run them down, using this flight to great effect in the backline. But the cart rolls forward. Katsuya bunkering well. They don't have high ground control, but they are continuing to roll the objective.
Yeah, TM without that tank, without that stability to try to hold that position in the front line, instead taking angles on the high ground looking to get around Vessela's shields and take players down. Quartz breaks the pylon, takes to the high ground, has that Deadeye, looks for shots on Zox, who's just so far out in the open.
Nice little re-aggression from Quartz. Retakes the high ground, and Aid from the outside looking in. Not much hope for him in this fight. TVNT trying to clear out this Mei from the high ground, and Taejong's doing well, but just delaying the inevitable here. It's a big fight win for Twisted Minds. Quartz now holding on to the high noon, and Aid recognizes Xion just not going to get the job done with the level of verticality here on a Hollywood second point.
Ooh, goes the Widow. Just looking for shots to see if TM are a little bit too far forward.
They're disrespecting this Widow.
Yeah, TM total disregard for what Aid can get done.
I mean, he's going to get his chances.
So brutal. Cassio just threw the choke off of the back of the Widow pressure and the pick up onto Yubi.
I mean, no Mei is really hard to stifle the advance of the attackers. I think it's a great Widow selection from Aid. He has tons of free space to work, and you see it in Twisted Minds. Now they're starting to respect the Widow, and it obliges them to pretty much bunker at the end of second point, pretty much yielding the high ground control. Yubi even on notice, headshot there. Would have been backbreaking, but Taejong maybe a little overextended here. Zox pops the orbital ray, but Stola grabs a kill back, but needs a bit of help and isn't going to get it. TVNT wins the frontline trade, and as this Ray continues to roll forward, it doesn't seem to be fighting much, but Gala and Zox, the supports, actually come alive. Infrasight comes out to further enable a clutch fight. Simple brings one back, and TVNT plays the corner, so Aid not really given the opportunities here, profiting on the Widow.
I mean, this is the issue with the Widow, right? It works up till this point, where you now have that added pressure that Quartz has to think about. Can't punish Zox for playing as open as he has in the past, but now that the fight's moved around second building, Aid loses a lot of the power that he held previously, which now bleeds into what exactly Quartz will be tasked with. You've still got angles into jail, but you don't have easy access to take some of these players down. It has to be a good flank from Aid, or again, total disregard from TM.
Oh, high ground worth its weight in gold as the engages come out. Both Meis ice block inside one another's blizzards, but it's Quartz and Simple from the flank, recognizing that front line is not the place to be. Vestola, the desperate rock into the sky, goes wide. Funny Astro too clean with the movement. And it's the dynamic duo here of Quartz and Simple, those openers, winning that team fight. A nice little additional stagger, making sure Vestola misses the spawn wave. And Aid, as you mentioned, starts to feel the limit here. Back to the Cassidy, recognizes that these flanks are just getting too much value. Twisted Minds running a little bit rampant on the server, but the damage has been done. Moxie, the ultimates are in a terrible state for the attackers.
I mean, Yubi thought about going Tracer to get the punishment onto the Juno, and sees that Aid's still on that, still on the Cass as opposed to the Widow. Swaps back to that Mei. Really, for Katsu, they have to find some clutch just to be able to break this high ground, but they lose Aid early. Yubi just too accurate. We mentioned he's not just a Sim 1 trick. He's devastating on different DPS as well, and off of the back of that, Katsu just don't have time to lose a full team fight. They have to back off, wait for the regroup, but they lose another, and this is the issue of playing retake onto Hollywood second. Zero space control, and TM, it's just like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, overwhelming aggression. Another late kill into Taejong with just 10 seconds on the clock, and a comp this slow. A touch feels beyond the pale. Even a nice little lift onto Gala, Aid onto the Widow to drag at least some sort of momentum back. But even the Jetpack Cat, I don't think is going to be able to get this touch down. And Twisted Minds, full aggression. Aid, I mean, he had his chances on Widow, but Twisted Minds were fearless. They did not give him any respect in a lot of those fights, and it paid off, right? Simple and Quartz running him down, saying, hey, you might be able to drop one of us. You will not finish the second. And you can see winning this flank fight, that high ground control for Quartz and Simple ends up retaking. I mean, they end up giving up the high ground pretty much every fight and then just playing to retake it in mid-fight, which I think is a genius way to approach a Widow matchup for TM. Don't challenge her early when she has a comfortable sight line. Instead, try to run her over when she starts to look a little desperate, you know, peek these deep angles for picks.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, what we can expect from TM's back line, right? They're so aggressive. Sometimes you think that they're playing DPS. As TM will now be on the attack. Katsuya getting the opportunity to use Hollywood's defensive positioning against them.
Definitely a winnable push.
Field for her.
Right,
yeah,
getting
it's
it
very
deep through
winnable
second.
with how far they got that through second off of a just clearing out choke for Katsuya to actually walk into retake with. Very winnable situation for Katsuya to walk away with her.
I will say for Katsuya, I think they really are motivated here to get some significant fight wins on first point. I don't think they want to be facing down like a full 5 minutes trying to hold second. I think they need to get a little bit more done. I mean, in fairness, Katsuya had to hit a crazy clutch to win this first fight on attack. Twisted Minds will see if they can replicate it. They're going to consider the defender picks here and come out with their best counter strat, but I suspect it'll be more of the same here. A comfortable mirror for both teams, a lot of confidence in both squads in their individual abilities.
Yeah, that does benefit, though, Katsuya with the defensive pylon position, as TM have to go deep to be able to break it. So far not going directly to that point, waiting for some of these crucial cooldowns to be gone. Maywell's been out from Taejong, but it's Yubi who actually gets the pick. 8 gets the trade, but TM now, with that high ground pressure, going to be trying to chase out the cast. Zox is called in to peel and try to keep 8 up. The melee, Yubi's looking for it. Gets flashbanged, but still is able to complete the elimination. Zox falls shortly afterwards, and TM... You said, Jake, that you thought Katsuya would have to win some of these fights on first. Just fall over off of picks from Yubi early.
The pick on the enemy Mei is backbreaking. Even in the Cassidy trade comes back the other way. Mei just offers so much utility in the limited mobility of these styles, and Quartz adds insult to injury. That is not a pick you can afford to give up on the defense. Without your Lari, this forward position is so tenuous. Maybe your best chance is to hold this elevator, but Simple cruising toward that captive sun. And when that comes online, you've got to be worried about grouping up here for Katsuya's defense.
Yeah, free push on cut as well until Katsuya have the confidence to drop and try to contest it, but you're waiting for your Alari to come back before you decide to commit to one of these fights, which allows Simple to hit that captive sun, and he uses it instantly. Shield trying to position to catch it.
Shield.
Vestola perfectly placed. No hands required, which means that you still have it to defend against Yubi's ult.
Oh no, the Blizzard onto Vestola. No chance for him to pop the Flux. Yubi instantly runs that player down, and the cart still steaming forward. Desperation on Katsuya. They need a counter kill to keep this map alive. They'll find one onto Simple, but I dare say they need more than that. Taejong getting into the mix, but Quartz is ready to receive him. And the touch now tenuous. I don't know that Vestola is going to make this. Twisted Minds powering forward, a towering squad. The Flux into the high noon, though, is keeping a fight interesting. Some damage comes in. It's enough for Vestola to finish the kill. TVNT, though, Flux off the point, or rather, Fluxing Vestola off the point, finishes the job, and Twisted Minds in a poke mirror. Was there ever any doubt? Katsuya showed some impressive fight at moments, but Twisted Minds look to be head and shoulders better in this style.
Yeah, people have to start putting respect on the Yubi Mei.
True.
Like, he's
Wait.
not just a sim player.
Okay, hit scan gap in a big way. That is a painful damage gap in the hit scan roll. I mean, Taejong going blow for blow, but for Sports to get that much more, I mean, I think it's that's pretty scary.
We've all been trying to hit a low health Alari. As we have a look at some of these highlights, I mean, TM just felt totally in control of the situation. Even on their defense, it sort of felt like Katsuya had to go for these hero moment plays of like Aid opening up with shots, Taejong being able to find something, Vestola with good fluxes. But then when we flip sides, Katsuya always felt on the back foot. Like, they were always one person down having to react to when TN wanted to take the fight. And then even when we have, like, the early captive sum from Simple, which is shielded by Vestola, that does still mean that you have to drop to give up the high ground, and you drop directly into Yubi's Blizzard. So it just sort of feels very much like TM have a free-stage plan, and they're just slowly going about all of these fights, ticking off, okay, we've done this, now we move to this stage, we've done that, now we win the fight.
Yeah, a lot more decisive movements for me from Twisted Minds in that series, or in that map rather, and being willing to get aggressive on multiple angles at once. For you recognize, hey, look, our main group is facing a lot of pressure from Mei and Sigma. We're going to activate Quartz Simple on the flank, and they deliver in spades. Crucial map for them to hold on, as now they find themselves fantastically positioned in this series, and if they can win it here also for playoffs. Of course, speaking of playoffs, we've got a lot to play for in this particular stage, and you can join us alongside the top 3 teams of EMEA and the top 16 teams in the world of competitive Overwatch here at the Midseason Championship. It's in Paris at the Esports World Cup, but use this code, guys. Scan the QR code on your screen. Use code OW15. We got you a cheeky little discount on the tickets. I'll see you there, man. It is going to be a blast.
Oh, but we do have to see what teams will be getting there, and we also have to work out the power rankings for EMEA, because as we said, Stage 2 totally shuffled them up, but it looks like TM have landed on their feet, as they've just been looking unstoppable in some of these fights against Katsuya, who do take us to New Junk City. Now, Kiriko ban was used. Do we see a tank ban from New Junk City to save the Mauga so that they can keep that Kiriko Mauga Vendetta Xion composition in play? Because if you're going New Junk City, if you don't go for that save onto tank, TM will absolutely take it away. And yeah, Katsuya, they had the opportunity to go for the Mauga save, but they instead take away Quartz's Cassidy.
Yeah, there's no easy solutions here. I think the Cassidy stim is still a pretty significant problem for them in the matchup, and the tank ban they would go for is maybe the Sigma, but I mean, I think the Diva would come out regardless, and maybe that's a matchup that Katsuya are a little bit worried about. I think they could still play a similar sort of style behind Ramatra, you know, something else in the sort of a rush variant, maybe even a Diva themselves. So I don't, or the Zarya, of course, maybe is the most straightforward choice here, especially with Maga off the field. For Twisted Minds, though, in pole position to close out the series, they're up 2-0. Hasn't been particularly close in the last two maps. So Katsuya, as much as they're going to get a decent kind of an aggressive style that they have liked, the series so far has been brutal. It has been painful, and they need a major step up in just individual performance if they want to hold a candle to TM in the series.
I think if you're Quartz losing the cast, you're still happy just stepping onto Sojourn.
It's like, oh no,
well.
You made me play Sojourn.
Oh no!
This is the hero I won the world championship on. Oh, I guess that's okay. I guess that's all right. So
I think like for Katsuya, what it does do is remove the threat of flashbang. Like Soj does not have that same mobility stopping power as the Cassidy. So like if you do want to play something like the Vendetta or a Tracer, it won't be as problematic for you unless you just feed the rail charge. So I would be not surprised if we do see Katsuya decide to roll out with this just down the Mauga. This is literally just the Xion Vendetta composition with the Zarya instead of the Mauga because of that ban. But I almost feel like the Zarya being in this actually allows Aiden Taejong more agency to be able to make plays of their own. But Quartz on the Bastion, those Zarya bubbles will not last long. They will be popped.
Yeah, I mean, the bubbles are nice to have as a DPS here, but playing Zarya into Ramatra Bastion Sim is brutal. I mean, this is a hard counter comp for Zarya. Still maybe winnable with big performances from Taejong. We know he can deliver on the Vendetta. An aggressive TP forward, though. Yubi wants to take the fight to the opponents. An early form out of Quartz, not really finding too much value, and the opportunity to strike presents itself. Taejong comes in, grabs a bit of an energy spike for Vestola, who wants to get this pressure on. TVNT is low. Opportunity now as Vendetta moves forward. The formation splits. Quartz gets a little bit desperate, hunting down a kill, but AD gets the assistance from the squad, comes back in to finish that job. And Twisted Minds, this time, the Sim Rush does not pay off. Katsuya hold their nerve, hold the line, keep this series interesting.
I mean, Katsuya just totally split up TM as well, right? This was the thing that gave VP a lot of issue. This was the thing that gave TM a lot of issue yesterday versus GK. There's so many moving pieces that you have to be able to stay aware of. As Quartz, yes, you have that Sim TP, but once it's gone, Bastion, no mobility. So swaps onto the Sojourn, has playmaking potential off of the rail, and there we go. Rail snipe onto Taejong, Katsuya down Vendetta.
And Vendetta got a little too cheeky, trying to farm ult before the fight. Yubi calls the bluff. Sim TP's chasing down with funny Astro speed, and now Katsuya between a rock and a hard miss, and oh no, they'll lose Zox while giving up the point. Another aggressive TP. Team actually get off the point for that kill. A really experienced play that I don't think many teams would have been able to find under that kind of time pressure, and they're going to add more onto this. Taejong not ready for the continued aggression, which should have expected with his own Juno out of the fight. More and more kills piling on, and this map is starting to feel like more of the same. Twisted Minds, it took a swap for them to get here, but now on the Sojourn, Katsuya have struggled to punish him.
I mean, Katsuya just lose one person early, so don't have the players of being able to take away challenge Quartz for angle, so his team can just full hunt down those stragglers and rely on the Sojourn if required to follow up with those kills.
Oh no. Ada's just alone. He's trying to get cheeky on the flank, but once again, Twisted Minds are looking for any kind of mistake, and they are so quick to pounce when they spot one. Looking for more, looking to force continued aggression, continued staggers. And Katsuya are like, okay, guys, no more staggers. And they are playing very conservatively to ensure that.
walk below point, so you're directly on the objective. Force TM to have to walk into you with that grab.
Big grab.
In answer to Simple's rush. Catches so many players, and there we go. Katsia baiting TM's position into them, weathering the storm of the rush, exchanging with the Graviton, and Sundering Blade. It took a fair few ults, took a fair few fights, but Katsia are able to flip the fight back.
Twisted Minds, though, in great position to potentially close out this flashpoint. Ports with the OC, it'll be maybe a little bit difficult to use here on the entry. We get to see how Katsia actually wants to approach defending this point. They didn't really get the chance to last time. Looks like they want to hold close. Taejong looking for the opportunity to swing in aggressively with the bubble. Goes in first and maybe deep into the back line, but Aid doesn't want to go quite past the choke. Twisted Minds showing a lot of respect, a lot of skills popped in that little pre-engage. And now TM, they've got to go TP through past the choke. It's going to get them into a position to keep this point contested alongside UV Symbol. Ports with the OC, a lot of room for him to work, but Aid is starting to profit. The bubble just enough to keep him alive, and the bike to finish off Quartz. TVNT does get the flip on the point, but I think the damage is done. Katsia 4v1, and they will have this first flashpoint. A big grab for Vistola in the last fight. This time it's Aid to really come up and find big value for the team. And TM, for all the staggers they got, they can't close out that first flashpoint, and that doesn't feel great.
Yeah, clutch plays from Katsia also, like, very crucial that they won that first fight, right? They had point percentage to be able to play in with, which means that even though they started losing a lot of their players early in the previous fights, they still get the opportunity for one more fight with that Graviton, and then they can hold TM off at the choke, forcing them to have to use the Symmetra TP to get through the line of Katsia's composition, as opposed to having it when the pressure then turns against them and you're looking to keep Quartz alive with the value of that overclock. You're relying on the Symbol instead. But Katsia, they don't care about Symbol. Like, they're not running something like a Sojin with the overclock. They're not looking to poke you. They're looking to kill you with just being on top of your exact position, and Quartz is very vulnerable once that Sim TP and Power Slide are removed.
Yeah, Quartz definitely trying to farm into that double slide perk as quickly as possible against DPS with this level of aggression. I think that will be a bit of a turning point for Twisted Minds, but they got to get there sooner rather than later, because Katsia really want to win this map. They want another chance. I mean, they're fighting for a real prize in this series, which is to avoid the chance of facing VP that first round, right? To be that second seed, put yourself in a more comfortable spot going into the playoffs, and everything is going to count when it comes to those playoffs, because that is a land spot on the line. 4 teams will qualify, only 3 will make it. Nobody wants to be that odd man out, especially for an EMEA region where it feels like anybody could go the distance and win some very serious money in Paris.
Yeah, so this might be a hot take, but honestly, I think like winning this map here is the best chance that TM have to just close out the series cleanly. Because like, that's the Vendetta ban gone, that's the Mauga ban gone, that's the Kiri ban gone. If they're having issues with the Xion, Vendetta, Juno, Kiri at the moment when displayed with this Zarya, that will be felt tenfold when Vestola's on Mauga. Because you'll have to use so much of your resources trying to put a shutdown on the aggressive nature of the DPS line that you then just don't have the hands to be able to burst through the Mauga's sustainability. As we have a look at some of the replays, Aid here just playing on those off angles, waiting, baiting out that TP, giving out a lot of that stall potential so that TM are just forced to very quickly panic rotate past Katsia's team and try to just win out the fight on the point itself. But we are back into game now, and TM will establish themselves on the point first. Annihilation sound barrier, no ultimates on the side of Katsia, but they can very quickly find these kills off of damage from that Vendetta alone. But this is what we've seen. The pendulum power swings back to the poke.
It's not going to be enough on its own. The counter kill from Aid means that Funnyastro has to pop the beat to finish this fight. Vistola, though, called into question here, just gets overwhelmed, has no chance to win against a Ramadra in that kind of a trade. But that counter kill from Aid is nice. It does get the beat out of Astro, which is a tool that you would have much rather kept into another fight. Still, TVNT on this flashpoint, able to really hold down the choke on these Ducks and play so aggressive, putting a lot of pressure on the choke.
As well, right? If you try and hold beat for something like Graviton, Taejong potentially gets played up and takes it totally out. So I think for TM, like, beat can be more aggressive. Or use defensively to just peel for Quartz in this position, because what you've done, yes, you used an ultimate, you've secured the distance poke. So Quartz can just sit back, wait, TP, pressure at Taejong, pressure at 8, be impossible to lock down.
Nice little TP. Vistola getting just cut to smithereens in the choke point. Everyone's scared of the TVNT ult. When it finally comes to play, it absolutely annihilates the attackers. Can see it now. A little bit of mobility on these DPS is the only thing keeping them alive. But actually, Yubi just stalling that one out. A nice delayed kill on Taejong means this next retake for Katsuya is going to have to be scrappy. Ultimate's being built back up by Yubi and Simple, so the team fight is going to be anything but easy, even if you do make it to point. Katsuya need to pull a big one out of their hat here.
Well, they have to bait TP. And Yubi will just be holding that, waiting for the Zarya to grab. There's the Graviton.
There's the follow-up. Yubi needs to go down. Okay,
no
he does.
follow-up until now. They get Yubi, but Taejong gets traded for it, so Katsuya lacking that Vendetta Blade. Potentially relying on Gala's rush here, but so many kills have gone in the way of TM. The trades are there for Katsuya. Gala's still alive in this engagement. They want to be able to win it cheaply, holding onto that rush for all of the fights that come through next. Fair play to Gala to hold his nerve and the ult. The fact that Katsuya are able to walk out of that fight with the win without investing the Curie ult will play perfectly into this next one.
Yeah, Simple. Also, I thought he might have had an opportunity to drop the rush. Instead, decides to save it for another day, trying to generate that ultimate advantage. But Katsuya now in point control with quite a few ultimates to work with. Twisted Minds. The Sim gives them a lot of mobility, but I think Quartz is going to be the one called upon to really deliver the kills. He's been so shockingly consistent with the openers in these series. See if he can find yet more. Peeks onto that high ground, the Sim wall. Makes things a little bit awkward here for the defenders. There's still an attack coming into the Quartz. The beat is necessary to keep him healthy, but the Sundering Blade cuts that to pieces. Simple. Not expecting to be burned down through the beat. But that's what he's going to have to live with here. Katsuya invading the rails, just tanking the shots, spreading the damage across the field. These Zarya bubbles have been amazing from Vistola, but will they be enough? Maybe, with Aid and Taejong finding dueling kills in the side lanes. Vistola getting low, but just enough HP to survive in the front line. And Katsuya are going to go up to a 2-0 flashpoint advantage both times. It has been so scary, so competitive, but they pull a rabbit out of their hat this time, and Twisted Minds feel the limit. They're going to swap over to the Cat Bastion.
Yeah, no rabbits in this hat, Jake. Cats, apparently, instead. And pulling Bastions along with them. And I mean, yeah, you give up the Lucio because it's not working. Like, Sound Barrier into Sundering Blade is just a no-go situation. As Quartz getting ready to be pulled along. This is not a great point, though, unless Katsuya willingly come out into the open space. Aid makes himself such a huge target. Instead of playing stacked with his team away from where that Bastion can reach him.
Comes to nothing, though. I mean, this looked like a decent engage, but the defense was just too good. Twisted Minds ready for the push in, and they're really cutting this attack to pieces for the first time. Katsuya feels pretty impotent with this rush forward, even with the grab deployed.
Yeah, Katsuya losing that first fight. TM in a very good position now to be able to kite away the pressure early on before the Zarya can walk on top of them. TVNT as well with this annihilation. Katsuya not a great answer, sort of just melting the Ramatra down off of Gala's rush capabilities, but TM, that's just going to be able to scout out Katsuya, go early, force them to have to turn and look, take so much damage, force cooldowns potentially from that Kiriko on the rotation. This is giving them a lot of point percent that now allows you to just scout out Katsuya's rotation, keep your high ground control, all without burning any ult.
They're trying to come over the top, try to overwhelm this Ramatra, but the shield is beautiful here from TVNT. Denies the walk forward. Now a Bastion on the side angle, getting a little bit of value. Is going to just instantly pop Aid off of that motorcycle. Still picked up by the Cat, looking to get more aggressive, and TVNT is healthy. Wants another bite at the apple here. Some big artillery shells raining down on Vistola's head. And the Zarya struggling to stay healthy into this one. Taejong looking for a kill he can actually find, but doesn't get much of anything. The Annihilation still rolling for TVNT, and that will be more than enough, it would seem, to secure this flashpoint. Array even out from Zox. Some quiet desperation here, as it doesn't really provide much of any value. TM not needing to deploy any additional ults, and so far the Cat Bastion swap has paid off. It looks fantastic. Katsuya feel a little scatterbrained.
Katsuya match. Yeah, okay, so Zox uses Ray as like a Hail Mary before swapping onto the Cat Bastion to match with TM, though TM do have advantage in this first fight for this next point. Simple with that Kitsune Rush. Katsuya have to respect this. Vestola does not have the grab to throw directly on top of it. Instead, it will be Aid with that spree, just trying to get the damage. Might honestly just go directly for Funny Astro and Quartz. As TVNT reads out that the Cat Bastion swap, Mirror has come through and goes for the Diva. He'll be back with his team. He does have those boosters and the Sim TP. But like you said, giving up some space to get that swap might be worth it to be able to keep Katsuya's whole win condition in check. But here's Aid with the ult. Catches onto Yubi. Spree onto the point, followed up with the pick onto Funny Astro, and TM not in a good position to coordinate and shut the Xion down.
Massive kill to be found by Aid in that fight. Shutting down UB Sim feels like it takes the legs out from under this composition. Even with the rush deployed on the point, the value is just not enough. Carry performance here from Aid, who's been really lights out this whole stage. Needs to keep delivering more of that, though, because Twisted Minds still breathing down their necks, still on the verge of finishing this series at 3-0. So Katsuya have to hold the line. Twisted Minds, since they swapped to this Bastion comp, their fortunes, their fates seemingly have shifted. And now Yubi with a nice little early sim wall, playing off the back of that space creation, but the grab is good enough from Pistola to get a kill onto Simple. It will cost him his life, though, and Twisted Minds starting to overwhelm. Yubi still healthy on point. Bunny Astro stalling, keeping this Bastion healthy, ensuring there's no counter kill. Aid, you're free to drive your motorcycle on point, but not able to do much more than that.
Yeah, I mean, both teams go for the Kiriko. The difference is that TM get the kill. Like, they're so occupied trying to get the follow-up from his grab that Gullet just gets left totally without peel, without any of those Zarya bubbles. He will have the rush for this fight. TM, though, close to a rush of their own.
Nice Zarya bubble.
Bye-bye.
Ensures
Good
a
Zarya
confident
bubble
push
from
from Taejon.
Vestola, but TVNT, he's still got that defense matrix, which means the Quartz does not fall.
Nice little pickup from Funny Astro, ensures the artillery shells don't rain down on Quartz's head. Now it's his turn to pop this Bastion ult, get a little bit of damage down on the less mobile options, but instead just gives away a lot of energy to Vestola. The rush is out from Simple, but already Yubi is down. Raining down fire and fury from above. This Jetpack Cat Bastion for Katsuya. A comp that they cut their teeth on here early in the stage. Both Catnaps coming out, but it's only Zox who finds a target. It will be Quartz shut down. The self-destruct dodged out adeptly here from the Jetpack Cat, and that'll be the last gasp here of Twisted Minds on this flashpoint. Katsuya playing the Zarya a little bit unconventional in this look, but it has been working, and that will get them a win here in the series. And for Twisted Minds now, I mean, you had some good moments on this flashpoint, but you started to feel the limit there. The Cat Bastion, maybe it's just a New Junk City question, but when you can bring out the mirror and actually win it, it does ask some tough questions of Twisted Minds in terms of what comps they want to play.
Yeah, Aid coming alive with some really open clutch kills, both he and Taejong. The Xion, the Vendetta on that first point, problematic, and then swapping to the Cat Bastion to be able to mirror. Like I said, this could be the first of a few maps that Katsu can pull versus TM, because they're having issue dealing with like the Xion and the Vendetta before they go to the Cat Bastion swap.
Yeah,
now you bring in the Mauga, you get to keep playing the Vendetta. Potentially, we could see a ban towards the Cat Bastion so that TM can't clutch it versus that Xion Vendetta.
I mean, there is this interesting dynamic where when Quartz goes the Bastion to deal with the Xion Vendetta, he's almost obliged to take the tank perk on Bastion, which becomes a liability when you go back to the mirror now and the other Bastion is just turreting you down in the sky. I mean, we've seen from some players it's possible to win those 1v1s, but it's pretty rough, right? It's not the perk you want when you're actually finding yourself in the mirror. But in the end, you're up 2-1 in the series. You still have a lot of room to work with for Twisted Minds. Still have some powerful map picks, potentially back-to-back here, band control as well. So I'd still put them as the pole position favorite to close out this series. I mean, there is still just the more classic, hey, Sojourn, Cassidy, play it straight up. The Cassidy was banned out in this particular map. So what has worked very well for TM in this series is still very much available to them. Of course, the map pick is going to say a lot about what they think is their best way to close out this series here on map 4.
Yeah, because like the Cass works better into things like the Xion and the Vendetta. The Soj works better into the Mauga. So there's plenty of options available for Quartz in terms of pivoting to the DPS line. Also, that's the Sim ban removed as well, so Yubi can still play the Sim. He'll be able to give a lot of mobility to Quartz if he wants to go back to that Cassidy to have things like the TP comboed with that Deadeye. As we go to Circuit Royale is the pivot that TM decided to take us into. And we can still see like the Mauga composition work here, but this does put a lot of strain on things like the Xion and the Vendetta before the fight starts, which does give people like Quartz and Yubi the opportunity of getting those kills onto Katsia to just totally cancel any confidence of committing to that push, as they'll go for the ban onto the Mizuki in case it is that Mizuki Sigma Mei. They really do not want to play that
They
comp.
just really hate this hero. I mean, it's funny because I'm pretty sure TM are looking to play like Sig kind of a poke style here, you know, kind of what we saw on OWCS. But them banning the Mizuki is just a testament that they do not want to play this character. Even though I think it would fit decently well in their chosen style, they just get rid of it. Katsia, eliminate the Bastion, you know, getting rid of some potential shenanigans. But it's asking a lot to play the Maga Rush on Circuit Royale. I mean, it can be done, but against a team as good as TM, as mobile as they are with the Symmetra, I press X to doubt on the Maga comp actually working against a team as well prepared as Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think like that's one of the reasons why they did take us to Circuit, right? Because those Kuros, they're through the ban draft, that's it, done. So now you have to go to somewhere where they would be the most uncomfortable, potentially to the point that Katsu don't even want to try playing it. Maybe we do see it for like the first fight on their attack, just to be able to break through that first corner and give themselves a lot of time bank headed into second before they swap onto it. We will have to see, because TM are giving themselves the best chance at killing Katsu's composition before it's on top of them. You still have your mobility, you'll still have your sim TP, but you get so much range to be able to poke Katsu down before that fight starts, that there'll be a lot of time that Katsu have to take just being able to get their team into these positions safely, playing cover to cover to be able to close up the gap and collapse onto TM, and that means a lot of time for those early kills to come through.
Yeah, it's also a map where, you know, speaking of early kills, right, hitscan can often just reign supreme. We've even seen Simple on the Illari. I don't know that that's likely to come out with, of course, Kiri being unbanned in this map, but Simple is a huge threat in his own right, throwing those kunai down range on the Kiri, finding some opening kills for himself. Definitely give him a lot of credit of being a stalwart defender on a map like Circuit Royale. Let's take a quick look, though, at some of our newest skins coming back into the shop. An unvault here from the Overwatch Esports team here. You can check out some of these OG favorites available now in the shop. So come check this out, guys. We got some iconic stuff here. I mean, the Good Evil Echo, the Happy Genji. I mean, for me, it's the Ember Juno, though. I've been saying this for weeks. For me, it's the Ember Juno. This is a peak skin. This is a peak skin. This is an S-rated skin. You do not want to miss this one.
It is a good one. It very much is a good one. I like the recolor version of it as well. But Juno has some insane skins, like the Juno Mythic skin.
There's tough competition as Juno, man. It is. You are living good as a Juno main.
She gets good emotes, she gets good cosmetics, she gets a good amount of playtime because she is really strong as a support option like Orbital Ray. Really good ultimate to be able to use from pro play. A lot of the time it gives you the edge, especially if like you have a Sojourn ult and you're playing with Orbital Ray. You just instantly snipe out that other Sojourn, and I do feel like because we're going to Circuit, unless Katsu decide to go for this engagement composition with that Xion Vendetta, it will be DPS mirrors between the Sojourn into the Sojourn, or potentially we do get to see Quartz continue with the Cassidy off of just how problematic it's been for Katsu to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think 8 is certainly going to be called upon here for Katsuya to deliver a really solid performance if they want to stay alive in this series, give themselves a chance here to go the distance to get to map 5 against a Twisted Minds team that is resurgent, right? That started the stage weak, looked beatable, was beaten, right? You know, was shown to not necessarily be the juggernaut of EMEA any longer. I think VP, it's fair to say, have kind of claimed that title from them, but Twisted Minds have come knocking. They want it back. I mean, the way they're playing right now, I think that's going to be a hotly contested series in playoffs between Twisted Minds and VP, of course, trying to reclaim that crown before it fully escapes their grasp here. But it all starts here, right? They got to be able to close out the series, ensure themselves a top 2 seed, put themselves in good position for playoffs. And we heard this from Yubi in the interview yesterday. You know, TM have been kind of humbled by this stage and been forced to go back to the well, back to the lab, not to play with the confidence of a team who cannot be beaten, but to approach the game with respect and to really just try to deliver their best possible performances. Looking at the standings here for just a bit, you can see the stakes. Katsuya with a win here, they will vault over TM and take that second spot.
Yep, it is all to play for. Like, no one wants to go up against Virtus.pro early on. Because as Zoe said, like, if you don't get that second seed, VP highly likely do choose to try and take you on to make your playoffs run that little bit more problematic. So you lose as much opportunity to be able to qualify.
I think even if TM lose, they still have aura. They still have aura. So I don't know that VP picked TM, even if they lose. Honestly, I think Geek is maybe
you say
the
that,
safer
but
pick.
VP aura picked the ball into 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's true, but for me, that's a different level, right? That's a different level. Like Twisted Minds as a team is like I think VP are smart enough as a team to know that, hey, look, TM might be down, but they are not out like that. No one is going to look at this squad as a free win, especially given the resurgences they've had. Like, think about Champions Clash. They looked flat against Crazy Raccoon the first time they matched up, and then they just pull out all the stops, pull out a strat that they hadn't played in months, and yet they can just execute on such a level. You can never take anything for granted against Twisted Minds. One loss doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things, especially if they're able to right the ship now. And OWCS, it's going to be a little bit less of the all-out aggression, keeping this Zarya variant. And I actually don't mind it here on Circuit, right? A little bit more flexibility, kind of slow the game down when needed here on the Zarya. And the bubbles give a lot of agency to players like Taejong.
Yeah, good pressure as well onto the tank if it's something like a Sig. Or if it's TVNT going for his staple diva, because at some point, you know, TVNT will be swapping onto that hero as Katsi is sacrificing a lot of the distance, going for a closer hold. So Quartz won't be as contested in terms of distance, but because Katsi start off on the defense, they do have those corners to be able to just instantly collapse onto TM. So UB called in with the TP, get TM past the problem areas before the Vendetta and Xion can tear them apart. And Quartz now in prime position to start chunking down Katsia's players. TVNT sticking with that diva, just catching the kite. Katsia trying to run away from Quartz, directly run into TVNT, and TM clean up first fight very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, putting Quartz on that high ground. Taejong tries to deny it, but I mean, you saw that Zarya bubble is really paltry compared to the full strength of Twisted Minds fighting as a group on top of that TP. Holding the line for Quartz, and now Quartz takes a wide angle. This is where the Sojourn can really get to work. Katsia, they have a lot of aggression in this comp, but catching Soj, so much easier said than done. Vistola's found a bit of energy in the pre-fight, though, so it's actually not looking too bad. A TP comes out here, puts Quartz on the off angle, but that means this crucial skill not available if the fight does break apart. Taejong forces the slide, but that costs him a ton of resource, and it's just not enough. Quartz, of course, he connects the rail on the exit. And Katsia, I mean, they've thrown a few punches here, but they have gone wildly awry. And Vistola can't even touch the point. He's going to lose his life for daring to peek. Twisted Minds, pushing with a vengeance here. We looked at this comp, we thought, hey, this could be pretty decent, but it has not worked.
It's just the snowball, right? The moment that Katsia lose control of that first fight space, and again, they don't have that space to work with in the first place because UB just allows Quartz a free pass. Still keeping with this composition though, so Quartz yet again uncontested on range. It has to deal with Taejong.
I mean,
he tries to jump onto TVNT, pressure at the diva, but if you're not looking at Quartz, he won't be missing those shots. And honestly, at this point for Katsia, I know you're closing up to ults, but I would really prefer to see something like a Sojourn to try to keep up with what Quartz is getting away with, because at the moment it's literal murder.
Yeah, I mean, how linear this map is, there's very few options now. Quartz swings deep into the angle. The grab just barely catches him on the absolute edge, and yet the TP out instant from UB. The reaction immaculate, dealing with that Zarya in stride, and Quartz still manages to connect a shot onto Aid before he exits. Now TVNT starting to box out on point. Vistola super low in the corner, gets the rush, gets the Ray. Maybe it's enough to brawl back in as with Twisted Mind still healthy. TVNT out of the soup, but the sim wall ensuring that this fight is not impossible to the defenders, but that's maybe not enough to stop Aid, who somehow finds two. Getting into the backline with the Setsuriku spree and clutching that fight out. It looked so dark for the defenders. I thought they were done and dusted, and Aid just pulls out some magic to keep them in on this second point. That was a crucial fight to win here for Katsia.
I mean, TVNT was totally absent, right? He was having to remech from self-destruct on point, which means that he's not there to absorb that Xion ultimate. TM now forced back, having to deal with poke from that Xion, but we're still looking to see how exactly the engagement of Taejong on this Vendetta fares. TM could honestly just bait the Vendetta early, get the kill, and then walk 5 versus 4. Bubble engagement, TM simply run away, but Katsia at least buy some time with it. Simply using that rush totally unmatched, and Taejong just totally dead.
TVNT has lost his suit. Vistola's still healthy. Taejong down, but this is absolutely winnable now for Kancia. TVNT's not really going to contribute much of anything in this fight. And Yubi does grab a kill to keep things going. I like the grab on the Baby Diva, just locking up, making sure that there's no tank kill to be had. But Yubi fighting on the extremities, doing so much with so little here on the Symmetra. But the spawners coming back in. Taejong back quick into the fight on the Vendetta, and it will be enough to hold. Well piloted from Vistola, burning down TVNT, dominating in that fight, showing some of the promise of Zarya, as difficult as it can be to play against the Symmetra.
I mean, this is the punishment for the Diva as well, right? When TM just have to walk onto that objective, they have to walk directly into the Zarya. So the fact that Katsia are sort of using this Vendetta engagement as bait to pull some of those resources and then save where it actually counts. But we do have the OC from Quartz. Katsia, no way of kiting this, no Simwall to be able to shut it down, no Sandbar to survive it. Losing Taejong. Gala has second rush in this fight, which means that Katsu will be able to try and hold this base. But TM, despite getting that kill onto Zox, do not want to stand up into Gala's rush one-sided. Disengage and wait to replay into this next fight.
Gala, absolute hero to grab an individual kill in that fight. Sorely need. I mean, Quartz just keeps finding these openers, but it's not enough. Now Yubi Simwall boxes Katsia into a corner. How do they respond to this? They're trying to stall things out, give out as much cart time as they can. Aid dancing around with the bike. The Sundering Blade comes through the wall and actually puts down big damage onto Yubi, follows it up himself. Quartz continues to find kills in these fights. That is almost a guarantee, and yet, hold on a second, might be enough to overwhelm. May need yet one more because the bubble is coming in. Aid dominates, finally getting into this fight with the ultimate unlocked. Quartz is pulling out absolute heroics, and it is not enough in a rare sight for Twisted Mind. Pushed back off this second point time and time again.
I mean, TM just don't have the Sim TP to be able to get into a position past Katsia the way that they had to break this composition within the first fight. Katsia have so much kiting space. So even though Quartz gets one, they can find trades usually. Simple with the rush though. Paves TM forward the Stola with the grab, but it gets eaten by TVNT, who boosts directly into the Zarya's face with Matrix. TM, they commit the Sign Barrier just to guarantee that they win that fight and head to third. Big play from TVNT to get that eat. Katsia denied the opportunity to stall out the rush and now have to hold on third, which means yet again problems, issues of collapsing on top of the Sojourn from range before Quartz takes down too many to be able to win the fight.
Quartz, an open sight line with the OC. Taejong doing his best to block this up. Needs a lot of support to do so, and maybe has done just enough. He can wait out the OC in the relative comfort of the angle. Vistola swings forward, not afraid to soak one. And now he continues to keep pushing on, keep snowballing to this. Carpet Quartz just claims one, inevitable here on the Soj. Now a Diva attack comes in on the back line. Zox needs the bubble from Vistola to stay healthy. They've earned themselves a bit of a bastion of strength here on the outside of the map, but it's far from the objective, and the cart continuing to roll. Twisted Minds focused on the objective, wanting to win the map here. If they can get the cart past the defenders, it'll be very awkward for Vistola, who's trying to peek down from this high ground. Sends in Taejong with the bubble to assist, but Twisted Minds so mobile with this comp, they just refuse to be caught.
And that's why Katsu don't invest rush to bully TM off the point, because then it would be rush, simply disengaged. You wait instead for TM to be too deep, invest too heavily into these fights to use this. Simple building up to rush of his own. TM more than happy to keep fighting, taking all of that damage, but Aid uncontested on the high ground, sets up damage onto Yubi. Zox with the follow-up torpedoes takes the Sim down, and TM, they're running out of time, they're running out of players. They'll try to disengage this fight because they know they only have one left.
Nice positional play from Katsia, keeping that high ground control, always threatening the rush in the enemy backline. Yubi is just holding this TP so deep into the fight, knows that he needs it when the ultimates start to come out. But Katsia are kind of calling that bluff in the last fight, just getting a lot done without really popping ults. Now they come into what will be the final fight with the full bank. Quartz needs another hero play, but he's been asked so much of here in this series, in this map. Katsia with the defense here in advantage. I mean, it's up to Twisted Minds to break this setup.
TM trying to push the cart. No high ground contest at the moment because of it. Symbol from Yubi. The kill onto Aid is good from Quartz. No spray, but Taejong
Taejong with
using
two.
that Sundering Blade. Takes down UV, takes down Simple.
with the beat on
Funny
the
Astro
one.
held the beat. Had to wait for that Vendetta ult to be done, but TM just don't have the players. They've lost TVNT's mech. He's using self-destruct to try to get it back, and it falls yet again onto the shoulders of Quartz. Gets the OC pick onto Zox. He's about to be running out of that ult. Aids back with the spree. The Zarya bubble just run him directly up the Sojourn, and Katsuya will be able to complete the hold.
They do get a hold here on the third and final point. Some incredible fight back on second, really, to keep this map in contention, to run that clock down, and some insane clutch fights. I mean, Quartz was just finding pick after pick, like opening with first pick, fight after fight. That is not normal. I mean, it's like a possibility for Sojourn, and for Quartz, it feels like an inevitability. But in this fight, man, just the 5 ultimates forced into an overtime touch on Cart, and the Sundering Blade is there waiting for you. An unenviable position here for the offense of Twisted Minds. Now it's their turn to get the much more comfortable defensive look, but for Katsuya, the way they play, it feels like they always want to be on the attack.
Yeah, they're so aggressive at the start of those fights, and then it sort of feels like they pull back. They wait for TM to be that far forward that they can't just simply disengage when ultra resources are used off of things like the speed boost from Astro or the Sim TP from Yubi. There's a lot of good potential for Katsu to be able to break around these corners early as well, but for TM, like, you're wanting to play the linear fights. You're wanting Quartz to be in perfect position to get these kills. 1 kill onto the attack, force them to have to wait for the respawn, burn them out of time before they can take an open 5 versus 5 fight and start building up some of those ult resources.
Twisted Minds with the signature style. Now Quartz can hold down these angles defensively. Doesn't have to pop his skills just to get into position, so a little bit more gas for one of the best on hit scan to work with. For Katsuya, though, aid has been immaculate here. I mean, Taejong has to take some tough deaths. I mean, he's basically tanking on Vendetta for this squad. But the frontline pressure is very real. TVNT is playing into a brutal matchup. Already loses half his health. Twisted Mind step into the plate and get just batted back. They're deep into the backline with a TP, but feels half-hearted at best. Quartz has a nice little cheeky angle on the side. A headshot here could be big, but not really being presented with any easy opportunities. Does connect a shot, but not good enough to finish off Zox. And TM go over to the Ram. TVNT recognizes this matchup is too hard.
Yeah, like for TM, Quartz on the defense is great, but TVNT having to play contest on that cart has D.Va into Vendetta Zarya impossible. So TVNT moves on to the Ram, has a little bit more agency, will be able to survive longer and give Quartz a little bit more space to be able to work with. As Gala already down, Zox following suit, no Juno, no speedring. TM will look for even more kills to try to regain some of the space they were denied having lost that first fight. And Katsuya falls back into spawn yet again.
Yeah, an opening kill on the Kiriko. About as painful as it gets. Pistola back to the Maga. Maybe baited out this matchup. Wanted to see the Ramatra come out first. Expect to see a little bit of back and forth swapping from our tanks across these heroes. But for a moment, Katsuya have a real comp advantage. Love this forward push from TM, though. They're not giving up any ground for free. Could be a little bit scary if the attackers can slip past them, but Pistola recognizes he's got to clear out this high ground. Order of operations. Has to be consistent, has to be straightforward. But all this time has earned an opportunity here. Simple, very close to a Kitsune rush. So too to Katsuya have theirs. As Twisted Minds are on the retreat here, trying to keep this fight in contest. Both Kiris barreling towards that crucial ultimate. Who will open the fight first?
Quartz will have advantage though with the OC. Rush from Simple, answered by Gala. Yubi using the Symbol to try and split Katsuya. Big damage onto TVNT, but he's still alive, and Quartz still holding that Sojin ult as well. Katsuya about to lose the Kiriko ult, being caught off by the disengage with that Sim TP. Aid's trying to make a big play with the spree, but Quartz shuts down Taejong mid-air. Aid's in the backline, but totally taken down. And Quartz, now with the Sojin ult, is trying to blitz through Vestola's health bar, but that was a very expensive fight for TM, who threw in literally every ult that they had charged.
I mean, Quartz is a demon. That kill on the Taejong was crazy. Like, mid-dash on the Vendetta that's coming up to contest him, and he just finds the headshot. Needs it, I think, in that moment. I think if he doesn't get that kill, Taejong's going to be all over him. Twisted Minds, though, as you mentioned, they blew a huge portion of the bank. As Katsuya gets to regroup, this should be an open and shut finish on a first point. They need some kind of hero play on the defense to hold this one. Taejong's such a threat here. The Sundering Blade is hard for Funny Astro to get that beat value. Frontline trade already putting a lot of pressure on TVT. Has to put the block up. getting very defensive here, but it's allowing a lot of space for these DPS, just rain down damage. The TP gets players out of the cage fight, but the shield still finding value. Vistola comes through, trying to dive on top. Sundering Blade too threatening and just deletes TVNT. The sound barrier means nothing in the face of the Sundering Blade. Now Funny Astro called into question on the payload, and the Orbital Ray is just doing devastating work. Twisted Minds, a decent attempt on first point. They run the clock quite low, but when the economy comes back their way, it swings with a vengeance.
TVNT back onto the Diva. Problematic for Vistola. So interesting if when he next dies, he swaps back to that Zarya. As Gala Simple will have the rush matchup. Naga slamming in. Simple using that rush just instantly to try to melt down the tank and the backline before Gala gets the opportunity to answer back. And TM will be able to totally take away Katsuya's momentum. Does Vistola go for the swap now? Or does he stick with the Naga? Nope, it's counter swapping time. This is just going to be a continuous back and forth between TVNT and Vistola for who has advantage on the tank pick.
Yeah, each team is going to get these like one fight opportunities to make their tank advantage actually pay. But Twisted Minds aren't scared. The OC, not much Zarya can do about that, and the shots just rain in. Vistola can't connect them. What is that? Taejong, how do you play against this? Insane little grail connection from Quartz. It gives him the confidence to go over aggressive though, and maybe that's actually pulled his team into a dangerous fight. Gala, well-placed kunai, shuts down Simple. And that puts you on a massive backfoot. Without the Kiriko, the game has completely changed. Twisted Minds running for the hills, just trying to stay alive. Quartz, does he have the mobility? Not quite to get out of this one, and it's an uncharacteristic staggered death from Twisted Minds. It's going to be one fight here on this second checkpoint. TM have to make this sim wall count because it's really all they've got.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge the fact that Katsu are able to regain momentum while still holding on to things like the rush and the spree. Early teleport from Yubi. Simwall. Gala using that rush. TNT trying to live with the Matrix as long as possible, but Vistola with the bubble will be able to keep that Diva mech totally in check. He's got the self-destructs though. Will drop it now. Aid not taking the opportunity to use the spree. They go for the Sim TP bomb. Katsuya making sure they're in position to not get caught by it. Aid does die, but Taejong's already been able to get the pick onto Yubi. Simple with the rush. Katsuya no answer to this. Zox with the Ray, investing everything that Katsuya have to try to win out this fight.
Lives. He's clutching. He's still healthy. He's got the Ray to work with. Funny Astro goes down. Zox finding the last answer in the team fight. Astro having to beat, just come through the choke. And Vistola stands the test. Saw that push coming, was deep back off the payload for the chase to come in, and it turns into a dangerous overextension. Could see a fighting for their life in this map, but they're doing incredibly well. Winning that fight drains the coffers of Twisted Minds, and this third point, I mean, the final attack is going to be a little hard for Zarya, but this intermediate stage feels very comfortable with Vistola, especially with the grab available. It's like he drops it there, tries to get something, does get TVNT, kind of slows him down. Not the most decisive of engagements, but maybe just good enough from Vistola and Taejong to continue brawling in the low ground, but no finished kills come in. Twisted Mind's going to be decently happy with that one, trying to farm up those ultimates. Taejong now gets into the front
contest.
line. Yeah, but
only now does TVNT go for the contest. TM choosing that moment. TVNT splitting Katsuya's players, allowing Quartz far more space to be able to work with, but not able to complete the kill onto Taejong that time round.
I mean,
and
Vendetta
that
continues. Vendetta feels so free, and I think he's going to get the DMAC on TVNT. It's going to have to be a self-destruct just to get the resuit. Yeah. Really nice find from Taejong. That's an ultimate that TVNT would love to have, especially given the overwhelming pressure that Zarya puts on. There's really no ground to give at this moment. It's up to Quartz, maybe as it always has been.
1 minute left. Quartz with the OC. Katsuya time enough to disengage it. If TM used too early. Rush from Gala could be the answering play. TVNT easily able to lose the mech. Now that you don't have the self-destruct, there's the overclock. Katsuya with the Judo speedring, looking to disengage. Quartz finds nothing except allowing TM a little bit more time off of Katsuya's bank.
Oh, the rush is going to be backbreaking here. Twisted Minds, nothing in the bank. The rush comes in, overwhelms TVNT. He's already down. Taejong deep in the backline, set up for a Sundering Blade to finish this fight. Twisted Minds, a few players still alive, but they're dropping like flies. Vistola, full HP on the Zarya, a celebratory Graviton Surge, and we are going to 5. Katsuya, a striking finish on this map. Came down to some clutch moments. Twisted Minds getting very aggressive at times. but the deathmatch is there. Katsuya, on an individual level, stand tall to compete with some of the greats on the other side of the field. And as they bring us to map 5, this series is starting to feel like anybody's game, Moxie.
I told you, like, the later that this series goes and the less bans that TM get to take away chunks from this Vendetta composition, the more I think that they will struggle.
Legitimately, how does Sports do
able...
this? Like, legitimately, how does he do this? This is a comp where it is so hard to play Soj. There are people running you down 24/7 with Zarya bubbles no less. And he's 39-7. I mean, I don't know. Even the people I think I've glazed at Quartz too much, these are crazy stats to have in a lost map. That is pretty disgusting for him.
Yeah, but I mean, for Katsuya, they're able to work around it, right? Like, yes, Quartz is able to find some of those, like, really big kills, but Katsuya is still able to stabilize in the fight. They're able to stay on top of TVNT as well, like, really punishing, I think, TM's comfortability with both the D.Va, but also the Lucio.
Yeah, it says a lot that they're coming back.
This Vendetta is such an issue against that Lucio.
Yeah, it says a lot to me that they're coming back in the 4v5s, right? Like, even when the pick goes against them, they don't get scared. They don't slow down. If anything, they up the pace. They up the tempo. They say, okay, you might have found that kill, but that means, hey, the rail is expended.
You don't have rail.
Somebody's going to soak that shot, and we're going to keep on coming, keep on pushing for the finished team fight. And the Zarya comp fights pretty well. Even with the DPS down, their rollouts are pretty quick. They're coming back into the fight. This moment, I think, was an opportunity for Taejong to get a big clutch under some withering focus fire in this particular map, but finds the impact here to finish off Circuit Royale. And I mean, a lot of bans have been expended. Twisted Minds, they're going to get the map pick, which is something nice for them, but it's hard to think what do you really ban at this point to significantly change the tenor of the game. Has the Xion ban been used yet?
Xion, they haven't banned Xion yet. That's like, I think, the only thing that they can really look at. That, or potentially the Juno.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind the Juno ban. I think this Juno...
Yeah, I would quite like the Juno. Like, that last fight, if they did not have the Juno speedring to safely disengage that overclock, Quartz could have clutched it, and TM would have been able to, like, find enough kills that you at least force Katsuya to have to wait to invest the rush, and then you can look for more. You can bleed them from players, you can bleed them from time. Rush will come out, but maybe the team is not alive to be able to capitalize off of the back of it. And, like, TM have not really been playing that much Juno themselves, so I think if you remove the Juno as opposed to removing the Xion, I think those are, like, their two options available. Xion ban or Juno ban will have the largest impact of what they have left available, because, I mean, let's be honest, the Vendetta ban would probably be the most impactful, and they burned that first.
They did. I mean, it got them a map win, right? So it did its job, but Taejong now unleashed on the Vendetta should he choose to play it for the rest of this series. It's also the consideration for Twisted Minds of, do they want to play a completely different style? They're going to take us to Runasapi, but I don't think that says much about their intentions here on the final map of the series. I mean, there's still the possibility of Cat Bastion. There's the possibility of TVNT on a Sigma or even a Maga. Like, TM are not limited in terms of how they approach this, but this is a difficult
You know what you
puzzle
should do
to
if you're
solve.
TM? You should ban the Juno so you save the Cat. Because Katsuya have already banned Bastion.
Katsuya not banned Cat? Am I crazy? Maybe they haven't yet. So that's,
I'm
that's a
pretty
good
sure
call. Maybe you
Katsuya
need
banned
to...
the Bastion, but they left the Cat available, if memory serves. Yeah, see, Cat's
ban the
still
Juno.
up.
It also protects their Lucio, right? Which, is yet unbanned, which would be another option for Katsuya. Maybe they don't want to ban the Lucio. If they want to bring this high pace, they'll need one of the speed supports. But yeah, this consideration is not easy. Maybe it's a tank.
So Cat Bastion's still up, Cat Cass as well, if you want to play for Quartz to stay on the Cassidy. Have those fly-by Deadeyes.
I don't see the ban
what
here,
do you
honestly.
ban in this situation? Yeah, like, you can't ban the Lucio, which I think would really have hurt TM.
You can't ban any of the DPS picks that matter. Support bans are blocked.
You can't ban that.
I guess it comes down to tank bans. I mean,
so, like, you're probably looking at what? You wouldn't ban the Mavi yourself because you would play that. So you would, yeah, maybe go for the Sig.
Sig, or actually Ramatra actually could be a good ban here because it opens up the Zarya to be played realistically without counters. Because typically the Ram, I think, comes out as a Zarya counter in some of these moments.
But would you want to play the Zarya into Cat Bastion?
True. I mean,
I think you go for the Mauga. I think you play the Mauga and you take out the Sig, which I think would be more problematic for the Mauga to deal with.
Based on how Flashpoint went, I think this may have to just be a Cat Bastion mirror. I think both teams may know this comp is just too difficult to deal with all these picks off the field. There is still the threat of just, hey, like Cassidy's in this map. I mean, maybe that can straight up change the narrative. We have seen, I think, the tides start to turn in the meta where these top level Cassidys actually can threaten the cap. They can threaten the Bastion. And as teams get better and better at dealing with these sweeping flank maneuvers from the Jetpack Cat, the effectiveness has gone down pretty markedly from where we were like a couple months ago, with just, you know, really the players getting better, a couple nerfs coming in against the Cat, and Bastion as well, not being quite as efficient in the combo.
Yeah, I think for Katsu, like, it's a risk if you don't roll out on the Cat Bastion and TM do, off of how snowball heavy that push is. Like, if TM win the first few fights and secure forward spawns off of having one-sided Cat Bastion and only then do Katsuya swap, they could lose the map, lose the whole series off of the back of going for that misplay.
I do think, I mean, I'm really curious to see how this actually plays out, because Twisted Minds, they played this like wild comp with the Cat Bastion and the Symmetra. I would think that's not good in the mirror. I would think that's very good against non-Cat Bastion comps where the Sim TP's mobility really is valuable. But if you're just playing an all-out dive, mirror Cat Bastion, is Sim really gonna get that much value? I mean, this is Yubi we're talking about, so if there's value to be had, he'll find it. I just sort of question whether that's actually going to be the most effective look, if a mirror is what Katsuya go for. But Katsuya really, they started as a Cat Bastion team, right? That was kind of how they cut their teeth, and then they've really gone away with it, or gone away from it rather, into a much more straightforward, aggressive rush style that has been massive for them, right? They're here in map 5 against Twisted Minds on the cusp, a potential cusp of winning the series. Building, I mean, the momentum has also shifted pretty drastically, right? Winning maps back to back. It's been a long time since you lost a map for Katsuya. I mean, they're going to play with a lot of confidence here.
Yeah, I think TM's momentum as well sort of came to a screeching halt off of Circuit. Because, like, it probably feels like a really weird Circuit map where you're like, okay, we have player advantage, we can push, we should be able to win this. Then you don't win the fight, and then you're sort of like scratching your head trying to work out exactly what went wrong, why you weren't able to just use that player advantage to totally steamroll the other team. So I'm sort of like not surprised why there's a little bit of downtime between these two maps, because I feel like for TM, it's not just about the composition that you play, it's also can you coordinate your players after having experienced that really weird circuit where you probably thought for the longest time that you were on the better composition, you totally shut down Katsuya's comps, and you felt like you had the advantage in so many of those fights and ult engagements. I think the main fall-off was the fact of like Vendetta ult just put Funny Astro's sound barrier to a total standstill. Like that Lucio ult might have been muted for how impactful Beat could potentially be when you have to do it knowing that Blade is waiting for you on the other end. So someone, even with Beat, is being sacrificed for the Vendetta ult to look at them and not the rest of the team.
Both teams now, so much to play for. Not quite yet in the position of having the Midseason Championship on the line, but there could very well be a world where we look back on this match as being decisive for that contest to come in playoffs. Both teams want to set their mark here on this series. This is likely going to be repeated again in playoffs, and with how many of these games in EMEA this stage have gone to 5, truly anybody's game. TM going to stake their fortunes on a Cat Bastion, and Katsuya respond in kind. For now, Yubi is going to be piloting the Sim Taejon, covering the on-run, and I wouldn't mind on-run in this style. Especially with the Maga.
Might swap to Vendetta at some point, though, if TVNT plays this Diva. That, I think, will be, like, the difference maker. This is the thing that we've seen between both of these tanks. We saw it most prominently on Circuit. Like, Vestola on the Maga sees TVNT on the Diva, swaps to counter, and then once TVNT realizes that Vestola's off with Maga, swaps to counter as well. So this first fight, one comp will stay. Whoever loses, tank likely going to be changing up. As no drive-by kills just yet. TVNT trying to feel out where Aid is, flying by to help Court take Aid down, and that is a huge advantage for TM.
Yeah, big connection. Still a fight to be had, but not much of one. TVNT pilots his way over to the Mega Pack. He's able to take a quick reset off the edge if he so chooses. He's going to rejoin his team in the fight, but that's a decisive opener. Quartz and Astro, they have been really solid with the Cat Bastion, finding opportunities to get aggressive, and Diva is a much better tank at supporting that hard initial dive into the enemy Bastion. it can kind of fall
You
off.
get
I mean,
more damage in
Yeah,
as
Malga
well,
has
right, onto
very good-
aid, so he goes so low.
Malga has very good poke in his own right, though, so it's actually a pretty interesting matchup to see played. And Taejon goes over to the Sim Mirror, so I guess it will be played here in the Cat Bastion. Yubi setting the tone here for the stage.
The
Still a lot
sword
to-
stays on the Malga. The problem is, like, what do you slam onto as your engagement?
Okay, here it
Because
comes.
Yubi will just sim TP away.
Early form.
Bastion engagement, very
Damage is
early form.
good, it's good
Taejon's
enough.
down, but Quartz is traded. Might potentially pick off Astro at the same time, but the Cat is flighty, very hard to lock down. And Katsia, so much attention was going down onto the Cat Bastion, Vestola just falls.
Yeah, it's the nature of the battle here. Kill comes in, but it's a little bit too late. Zox trying to just boost out of here. Funny Astro plays his life, but the cart rolls inexorably forward. Checkpoint is picked up here. Katsia, I mean, these fights are close, but not quite close enough. Twisted Minds, though, I mean, the checkpoint, not enough to secure this just yet. They have a lot more to play for here on Rudasapi, and the Bastion fight is where it all begins. Zox and Funny Astro feeling each other out, trying to find that opening advantage. Here comes the rush from Simple on the checkpoint. Pistola overwhelmed here, just surrounded, flanked, hit from all sides here. The Cat Bastion now being picked up, pulled into the sky, and aid. The artillery form, an ill-chosen time forward as Quartz just deletes him before the shells can even come down.
Yeah, TM just reading. Katsia wanting to try to play that retake with the Cat Bastion, give Gala an opportunity to build up rush. Spot Vestola out alone, isolated, in a position where Taejong is not going to be able to safely carry him out. So overwhelm that Malga. There's Quartz looking for the Cat Bastion now. TM will have to respect Gala's rush, it being one-sided. Flyby from Quartz has plenty of cover to hide behind, but now Aid gets aggressive. Gala's rush comes through. Yubi with that sim wall, not going to be able to card though against Vestola's slam into the follow-up damage from the Bastion. So TM down that sim, don't have the TP to safely disengage their players, have to continue fighting. Vestola slams onto point, uses that cage, totally hinders up TVNT's movement. So Quartz defensively artillery strikes, but TVNT still loses that mech.
Crucial fight to win. It started to feel like Twisted Minds were going to run away with this map, end the series with a whimper for Akatsuya, but instead they roar. They find an opportunity to keep this one really in contest. Twisted Minds, low in the economy game. There's a couple tough fights ahead for them.
Yeah, but you've got that rush, right, if you're TM. And you have that distance lead too, so Katsia have to respect what Simple can let TM get away with. Early Bastion engagement from Quartz as well to force Katsia to turn, respect the Bastion, give freedom of space for Simple's rush, but Quartz falls. Katsia losing no one until they lose Gala now, which means that Zox is the only form of support for Katsia's whole team, has to be split away from aid. But Katsia just stole up on the objective with Vestola's Malga, and TM can't push him out.
TP comes in, but Vestola strikes straight at the heart. A quick pickup on the Kiriko. Going to be dragged so far away from the team, out of range, I think, for a TP. Yes, and he will go down. Aid and Taejon scrapping on the extremities. Everybody low, but Katsia come out with a deathmatch victory that sorely is needed in this map, and they're going to start to equalize some of the push pressure, start to threaten this first checkpoint, and bring the map back into contention.
Aid has the artillery strike to just try and zone TM away, buying a little bit more space for Katsia to work with. Holds onto it for now. Gala goes to half, does not fall. Sim TP's actually already been expended from Taejong. Vestola not going to be able to get carried away. Goes down early in this fight yet again. Aid trying to equalize. Gets the artillery strike kill onto Yubi. Catnap from Astro onto Taejong, dragging him away off the map. So trades, but TM getting more and more kills, just trying to stop Katsia from winning out this fight and getting those forward spawns. More than happy to just brute force Brawler.
A decent clutch attempt here from Katsia. Aid with a nice artillery strike kill, but in the end, I mean, Vestola just charged in and died in the first moments of the team fight. This comp, unforgiving for Maga. I mean, so much incoming damage and not really much in the way of sustain. Now it'll be Twisted Mind's turn to eye up, I mean, potentially even a deeper push on this map. Forms exchange on cart, big trade in the sky, but the sim wall makes all the difference. Quartz, no chance for him to go down in that one. Finishes off both members of the combo. And Katsia, nothing to say in this fight. Self-destruct also used by TVNT. to keep him healthy, keep him stable in the mech, but the cart pushes forward and forward, closer and closer to this archway, and when it passes that point, the map starts to feel truly terrible. Here comes the rush, though, from Gala. Simple's already down, finding a really good opening connection from Pistolas. He's trading in the front line. Big stomp here onto Quartz, and his Simwall behind will be the backup that they needed. Twisted Minds throw the rush in, don't get much of anything, rebuffed by Katsia.
Yeah, that Mauga damage from Vestola and the survivability when he's playing inside that Kiriko ult, TVNT having been forced into using self-destruct already, was not able to get the extra life, and now you don't have it as well. When Vestola looks to cage, if TM are trying to contest, Bastion flyby, no Simwall this time to guard Quartz, so he drops. Aid's able to keep himself alive too, drops to the ground. Is being pressured by both Astro and Simple at the moment, but that means that there's no healing for Yubi, so Gala jumps on the opportunity. Catnap a lifeline grab from Zox. Will be able to keep Aid sky high and in this fight. In fact, Zox actually with the melee scratch kill onto Astro. Cat diff, did someone say?
He's thinking about going off the map, but a little bit of indecision from Zox. I mean, he's kind of alone in this backline. Gonna put some pressure in on Quartz. Get some nice damage, but there's no way he's getting that one done himself. Rolls the cart forward a little bit, but without his better half here in Bastion, it's not really much of a fight to be had. So, you know, in the end, it's some heroics from the Cat Bastion, but they're elsewhere in the fight. UB and TVNT profit, and there's no real pushback when it comes to the objective.
TM do still have to walk into Vestola's cage, but Yubi with that sim TP should be able to get them all away from it. Early cage actually from Vestola, but we're fully focused on Quartz, who wins out that Skywards duel versus Aid. Taejong though and Vestola working together, taking down TM's team. That will be fight win for Katsia. Sox grabs Quartz off, making sure that TM can't look for any early picks with this Cat Bastion to stall Katsia's push.
Zox finding a couple victories here in the Cat 1v1. A rare sight here in competitive Overwatch. Just in mind, though, it feels like they're biding their time. I mean, they throw an artillery strike in, but you don't really care too much about that ultimate. Even this first checkpoint won't be had without a proper team fight, but Aid wants to begin that very early. Some nice aggression, but the Simwall kind of locks him out of the engagement. Quartz tries to come back and put some counter pressure down. The artillery strike layered in over the top. It is going to drop that Twisted Minds Bastion. TVNT, though, finding yet more kills. These chaotic deathmatch engagements, massive opportunity for D.Va to profit. Now, some beautiful strafing from Yubi and the support behind him, and the tracking was clean from Pistola, but just not quite enough. Aid left on his lonesome on cart, not long for this world either. And Twisted Minds is starting to feel inevitable. Katsia just struggling every time they get on the offense. It's just stagnant. It's unable to really turn the tides here on Runasapi, a map that Twisted Minds have won in crucial scenarios time and time again. Starting to feel preordained, Boxing.
I mean, it was also that early kill onto Gala, so that Katsia had no late rush in the fight from TVNT. They'll have rush now, though. Not using it just yet. Pistola yet again looking for the engagement, wanting the cage, trying to catch the players, but Gala is dead, so there's very little follow-up. Despite TM's players being caught out by that Mauga ult, they'll be able to find the team kill and push for even more distance, as Katsia have to wait for Gala to come back to use this rush that they've been holding on now for 3 fights in a row.
It's really painful, Moxie. And I mean, TVNT gonna grab some cheeky extra meterage here, gonna back off and play the more comfortable engagement. Katsia, they've got a rush, but not much else to their name. So much is asked for here, and Twisted Minds have just been consistently clutching out in the deathmatch. Feels like TVNT and Yubi have been the difference makers. Taejong battling on the Symmetra, though, showing genuine fight. A lot of early pressure on the Vestola and Taejong. They have to respond with the rush. Feels defensive, but TVNT goes down, has to pop out of the suit, drop the self-destruct, the TP forward on top of Vestola. He cannot escape, but Aid, this time he's the victor of the Cat Bastion battle, and that'll be crucial to keep Katsia alive in the series. Gala gives his life to keep Taejong fighting, but seems to be well worth it. That leads to the cleanup. It is overtime. Just a sliver of a chance for Katsia. I mean, they have to do something they haven't been able to do at all so far in this map, which is to make a deep run in enemy territory. And TM with just about everything they could ask for.
Yeah, the ults are so against Katsia. Like, you have Symbols so that Quartz wins the duel against Aid. Then you have Simple's rush on the objective when Katsia can't disengage it. They'll open with rush instantly. Just wanting to close out the map here and now. Pressure on Vestola, trying to get the kill onto Mauga. Catnap attempted from Zox on Quartz, but he's able to survive. And TM, they haven't been able to kill Mauga just yet, but they have killed the rest of his team.
Yeah, Mauga not going to get too much done on his lonesome. Just going to be ground down. TVNT, though, hold on. He's still in Baby Diva form. Gala reaches out to grab that kill. Yubi onto the Soldier 76, but, I mean, the staggers are so desperate. Bastola cannot move off this payload. Beset on all sides. The shout is going to be his last hurrah. Eventually, just cut down. Soldier back to secure this victory. And what a match from Twisted Minds. Katsuya forced them to the absolute distance. Even with Quartz firing on all cylinders, they get to map 5, but they cannot finish their plate. Twisted Minds are just too solid in these clutch moments. Huge plays from the entire team throughout the series. Katsuya have shown themselves to be a genuine contender for playoffs, but a contender for now is all that they are. Twisted Minds lock up the 2nd seed. Not first where they'd like to be, but good enough considering the way this stage began.
Yeah, but we can see like that power divide between like our 2nd and 3rd teams closer than ever before in EMEA with how far Katsuya pushed them. I really do feel like that Juno ban, being able to safeguard the cat and also take away a lot of what Katsuya have been relying on engaging with that Mauga, was huge for TM to be able to totally dismantle Katsuya's comfort.
Yeah, I mean, this really came down so much to the bans, right? I feel like this was really evident, both teams making their homework, doing their homework rather, and having to really ban out the strength, which again just makes it so very exciting, especially when the series are going longer and more things are back on the table. I feel like both teams have carved out their own way over the last 3 weeks, have found their identity and something that works for them and something that the other teams now have to deal with.
A lot of threat in the cat bashing comp, something new for Twisted Minds, and it proves to be crucially valuable. Quartz with some insane tracking at times in this duel and coming up with the goods more often than not. But it feels for me like, even though he was off camera for most of the map, considering how much the cat basher combo really is the critical element there, TVNT just kept finding kills in those scrappy deathmatch fights. Like, he kept profiting, kept coming up with the goods in engagements that were not easy, were not straightforward. Yubi also showing incredible experience on the sim, but matched pretty impressively by Taejong. So, I mean, these two teams, clearly the gap is quite small, but it's just enough for team to get it over the line.
I also just really love the resurgence of Vendetta. I think a lot of teams have been struggling dealing with just that all-out aggression, and teams like both actually Katsuya and Twisted Minds, like, they do love playing this aggressive, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like EMEA, even if you play different heroes, we do just love playing very aggressive, very in your face, not a lot of patience with things like the Wrecking Ball compositions, the Xion Vendetta that we're starting to see more and more of, the Cat Bastion as well, which we have very quickly adopted after Japan. But I think like for TM, the fact that they were able to adapt that Cat Bastion composition has allowed them to find map wins when their previous other comfort picks were banned out. Very much looking forward though to seeing how exactly Katsuya will look when we see them in playoffs, if more and more teams will start moving towards that Xion Vendetta composition, which is proving to be so problematic because, yet again, same composition, they pull 2 maps off of VP and 2 maps off of TM. It really allows you to punch up and take down some of these top-level teams.
Cat Bastion resurgence. it is never gone. It is maybe dormant.
The only way that it will go away is if they eventually decide that if you're being grabbed by lifeline from Cat, you can't use any abilities,
Bastion is
and
too
it's
heavy.
just
What if Bastion's
purely
just too
mobility.
heavy?
No, I think he's built out of like super lightweight, weird material. Like, it's the future, Jake. It's the future.
Aerodynamic.
I mean, Cat is just strong. He's like,
Omnic.
Cat can carry Maga. Like, I've seen enough, you know? Like, carry Reinhardt,
Yeah,
carry Maga.
Cat's been hitting the weights, you know. So is Twisted Minds. They're back. They're in their winning ways. Everything is back to what we're used to. You know, we're used to seeing those map 5s against Katsuya as well. And you know what else we're used to? Funny Astro for post-match interview. And it never gets boring. That's the good part of it. Funny Astro, welcome back. Are you like the only guy in your team who actually wants to talk to us?
I mean, you did it
happening?
yesterday.
Yeah,
We're improving. We're making you
Yeah,
progress.
you was here yesterday.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Funny Astro though. This was a really, really close one. Obviously, that's kind of what we always expect when you guys face off against Katsuya. Walk us through the comms, the mindset, the talk in your voice channels when you were heading into map number 5. What was the focus on?
I mean, I think in my head I knew we were always going to win. The first 2 maps were really dominant. I think we sort of just like slacked off a bit on map 3 and 4. And then we come into map 5 and we're really, really strong. On Cap Bastion, we're super confident in that mirror at the moment. So we know that we're going to play that comp and there's pretty much nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way on map 5. You guys were just undeniable, you know, keeping your opponents ever from really putting the map in contest. I mean, did you think that the series would go this well for you? I guess in those first 2 maps, you expecting that to kind of run through? Or I'm curious as how you guys see your own strength right now. We heard a little bit from UB about, you know, trying to rebuild from a rough start to the stage, given your historical success. But how do you see yourselves now going into playoffs, 2nd seed? You know, it feels like anything could happen. Do you think you can unseat Virtus.pro for that top slot?
Definitely. We're improving so much every single day, and it's like I feel like it's obvious. When we're playing well on the maps that we're winning, we're dominating, and on the maps that we're losing, it's just little small mistakes here and there, like an Ajax little here and there. Things happen in game, and then you end up losing. But it is what it is. I'm super confident we're going to come into playoffs and have a lot more stuff prepared to beat VP with.
I think for me, as a support player, what was it like having to play into that Katsuya, Vendetta, Xion composition? Like, how does it change how you have to approach things? Like, I just saw the widening of the eyes. Is it fun being a Lucio playing into Vendetta, knowing that your ult is essentially just going to go the wayside?
Yeah, it's just impossible, to be honest. Like, they just keep releasing DPS heroes with 300 health, infinite mobility that can one-shot support. So it's like, well, I just play a mini-game the whole time of trying to run away as fast as possible and see if we can survive every single Vendetta turn. Yeah, it's rough. I think I want to go back to a Tracer meta. I feel like it was way more fun.
It's always low-key a Tracer meta, though. Like, she's never really gone.
You can always make it work.
Exactly. Tracer always somehow. I mean, she's on the logo of the game, right? You can't ever nerf her too much. How do you deal with the Vendetta though? Like, do you guys have a concrete idea of like how to shut that down, or is that all just going to come down to bans and then after that just survival?
I think Cap Bastion's pretty good against it. She's got a sword and doesn't have a gun, and you can just fly away, and then it feels a lot easier than trying to play anything on the ground. It seems like a pretty solid solution for us at the moment, but I think we're going to find some more solutions going into playoffs.
Yeah, we're super excited to see what you guys have in store for the playoffs. Who do you think is going to be the 3 teams making it through onto the Midseason Championship, if I'd ask you for a prediction there?
Us, VP, and GK, for sure.
Jacob,
I'm surprised. I mean, I thought Katsuya and GK, I think that is incredibly close, right? Like, I think the top 4 is about as contested as it's ever been. I mean, in maybe any region. I mean, EMEA right now, it feels like any of you 4 teams at the top could actually make a deep run at LAN. So fighting for those spots is going to be extremely competitive.
I think GK will sweep it.
Okay, sweep it. Okay.
Why
You got your channel
GK
point betting
Katsuya?
advice from Funny Astro. Tweet at him if he's wrong.
I think Katsuya just won maps against us today because like we played badly more than they were playing well. I think EK have a better chance. They have heroes that they're really confident on, and when they get to play those heroes, they're like a really strong team. I think they can use that to beat Katsuya.
Well, we'll see. The playoffs are just a week away. Funny Astro, thank you so much, and once again, congratulations on the dub.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure hearing from Funny Astro, and with this victory, Twisted Minds did secure the 2nd seed in the region. That means Virtus.pro cannot be choosing them as their first opponent, and that puts Twisted Minds potentially one step closer to making the Midseason Championship.
That's not going to be easy, though, for any team. I mean, for VP, as good as they've been this stage, even for them, it's not a free pass, right? Like, you know, Katsuya, GK, Twisted Minds, they've all shown unique styles that have looked very scary, and I think things can always break against you. So for VP, their pick here is going to speak volumes. Who do they prefer to match up against? Who do they think is the weaker opponent? Do they agree with Astro? Do they want to go up against Katsuya and just rock their world? Or do they think GK maybe is a more vulnerable point? I mean, this is one of those spots where being the #1 seed, for me at least, it doesn't feel that amazing because both the teams you're up against potentially are serious contenders who I think are likely going to go down in at least more than 3 maps. Like, I don't think you can expect to sweep anybody here.
Yeah, Moxie, what are your final thoughts? Because I know Jake will be joining us for the playoffs. I don't think you will. Give us the summary of the EMEA region for you personally.
I think VP remains at top. For me, they've shown a lot of flexibility, but as Jake said, it doesn't feel great seeing them match up against Katsuya or GK, because both of those two teams have played the composition that VP looked pretty rough at. So I think for the next week, we know what VP will be doing, as will, I think we know what TM will be doing, playing a lot of Jetpack Cat and probably looking at when exactly to ban out that Vendetta composition if they want to play the Lucio.
Yeah, I love what confidence Fanyastro made the predictions there, because I do not feel that confident. I genuinely feel like this is the most competitive EMEA has ever looked. It's so hard to really pinpoint our top contenders who will be representing this region at the Midseason Championship. We'll find out very soon. As I said, playoffs are just a week away. We're done with EMEA group stage, and that means goodbye to Jake and Moxie for now. However, the day ain't over yet. No, we still have to close things out over in NA, so we are gonna send us into a very quick break, and then we're back for more. You don't want to miss it.
About it, we are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me, and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust, you know your feelings. I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like, you're on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not.
What a clean fight for Disguised. Is that will be the team kill?
Liquid. Jefferson's managed to get tree down.
Play for point. That's behind boss,
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals Champion.
Welcome back to the OWCS. I'm Zoe. Joining me are Jack and Johnny. Who's ready for the last day of NA? Well, I assume both of you since you're here. Yay, huddle.
I'm ready.
Yeah, you put on your
Most
best.
enthusiastic.
Your best sweater, cardigan, Johnny.
Yeah,
you dress up
cardigan,
pretty
cardigan
cute.
action. Yeah,
Cute.
I dress
Good,
up
bro.
by myself in my office, you know,
Wow, very proud of
for
you.
the audience. Yeah. You know, you gotta look pretty for all the Twitch viewers out there. Yeah, of course. You gotta put in the work. You know, you can't be like Matt and wear like hoodies without branding or like regular.
Bro, I'm wearing
No,
a blank
I pulled out the
t-shirt.
cardigan. Yeah, I
blend
know,
in with
sorry.
your
Well,
chair.
you
Good
know,
joke.
That's your brand, t-shirts.
Yeah,
Just
and
a
Matt's
big,
brand is
oversized t-shirt.
hoodies, and your brand used to be turtlenecks, and now you transitioned into cardigans. So I think it's really a
look,
glow
we all
up.
make mistakes. We all make mistakes.
Same, it's all good. Yeah, some mistakes were made by a bunch of our teams as well. Hence, they find themselves in promotion and relegation. That was so mean and so unnecessary. Alas, let me go on to something positive. I guess that's my brand. That's okay. SSG though, looking good, and that's why they earned themselves the top seed yesterday. Jack, can any of our NA teams take it to them?
Nah, it doesn't feel like it at this point. They've only dropped a single map, and that was against the unlikely Cafe. So, you know what? I think playoffs are going to go pretty smooth for them. There's such a small amount of time in between this weekend and next weekend. I think it's about 5 days. Don't check me on that one. That I don't think teams are going to be able to counteract what SSG are putting up the table.
Yeah, Disguised are officially out of playoffs contention, while Dallas secured the 3rd seed and slot in the playoffs. And we're going to essentially decide the last slot with Team Liquid versus the Cafe. And Johnny, you're a believer in the Cafe, is that correct? I have it on good
Well,
authority.
I was last week against this guy.
Are you not this week?
Am I a believer this week? You know, okay, I'm not counting them out. I'm not counting them out. They have a good opportunity here against Team Liquid. If we get into all the nitty-gritty like map differential stuff, they have a chance here to actually beat out Team Liquid. And you know, I'm not counting them out. They look good last week.
Okay, so you're like a believer adjacent. We take that.
Yeah, I'm just believing in everybody. You know, I just spread belief everywhere.
Relentlessly positive. Why not? That's cute. I love that. Guys, we have a lot of great matches coming our way today, and of course all these teams are fighting in order to come out on top and make it to the Midseason Championship. That will happen in Paris in a month or something. I don't know. It feels like it's really around the corner at this point. 16 of the best Overwatch teams in the world, that's right, will be participating in all those festivities, and you can join us as well. I will. It's basically the second home. I lived in Paris for a few years, or Versailles, so Paris adjacent. But yeah, I'll be happy to give you a little tour through my old stomping grounds. And you too, viewers, why not? You know, if you get your tickets on sale right now, we might be hitting town together. That's a false promise. Either way, though, use the code OWCS15 for 15% off. I'm a good salesperson.
It should be a fun time. It's literally a month tomorrow. It starts on July 29th. So yeah,
wow, you're really counting down the days.
He was crunching the numbers. I was
crunching the numbers. It's the 28th today. It starts on the 29th of July. I'm not. Come on, guys. It's not.
He's got the phone app. Like 27 days to go.
I'm ready. I was waiting.
Every morning. Whoa.
You know, there's a website. Where anyway, doesn't matter. Let's talk about our match, shall we? Don't worry about it. I'm struggling with numbers, so I need every help I can get. I also sometimes struggle with Overwatch, and that's why I just listen to you guys waffle about it. You know, I'm learning so much just listening to our casters and analysts telling me all I need to know. So, Team Liquid versus the Cafe. Liquid, if they win, they're out of the woods and into the playoffs. So that's really the spot where they want to be in. But they've been struggling at this stage.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they have started to find their groove a little bit here, I feel like. This is such a interesting team because they had such a rock-solid identity before they made these player changes. And now integrating Kivis into the backline here with Vega and then also rotating in attack as well. I feel like they're kind of trying to figure out their new identity, which can be a real hard thing to do when there's a new hero being added into the game and there's like meta shifts every single week. And so their task is not easy, but recently I feel like the tempo from 3 and 0 of the Tracer, the Xion, it's been so good for them. And Kivis and Vega flexing into these like Kiri Juno compositions. I start to feel like they're finding their groove at just the right time, and they should be the favorite against Cafe because of that.
Yeah, Cafe, they've definitely had moments of brilliance this stage as well, though. So there is an opportunity for them to, can we even call that an upset, Jack?
Well, I think there's a chance. I don't know if I'm as like forward for this as Johnny is, but there's a possibility. Ryan's a go on the Xion. And I think what it takes to be good in this meta right now is having a good Xion player. A classic when a new hero comes out, it's kind of busted, and Xion is kind of the antithesis of that. But you still got to think that Liquid are going to win. Name value alone, team value alone, it's surely a Liquid W, and they just need to win. That's the thing. Cafe needs what, a 3-0. They can make it through, but if it's a 3-2, it's going to be a bit awkward. So ideally, they don't go to 5 if they want to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's actually going to get really awkward. So if here it is. If there's this niche tiebreaker scenario, if Cafe 3-2's Liquid, where overall map differential will come into play. So our third tiebreaker, that's the map differential, as you can see on your screen right now. Then it will be tied if Dallas 3-0 Lunex afterwards. So it's not just on them, it's also about the result from the next match. We'll have to calculate map score differential, which could get a little messy, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. Hopefully not, because again, math on stream is just very scary. I don't like it. But yeah, I mean, there is definitely a world where it could happen. It's not impossible. I think if the individuals are popping off, looking at you, Ryan, then there is a way here for Cafe to do the potential upset against a still somewhat struggling Team Liquid. We're ready for our first NA match of the day, so please, Johnny, Jack, take it away.
Dang, we just jumped straight into this one. Johnny, we had some close games in EMEA. Hopefully here, Cafe are going to give us the same kind of thing. Like Zoe said, there's some weird maths that needs to happen, but TLDR, Cafe, if they 3-0 or 3-1, they're through. If they 3-2, they require the Dallas Fuel to 3-0 Lunex. So I'll bring that up if we go to a map number 5 again, so I refresh everybody's memory. But we'll get onto Control first. Sigma ban for Team Liquid. It was their map pick as well. Cafe, ban, Lucio.
Yeah, Team Liquid has really wanted to shy away from the Sigma compositions and instead play their preferred Brawl. Interesting to see how this Lucio ban is going to change things up as well, because not really necessarily a hero that Team Liquid has been wanting to play as much, even though you see them play a little bit of everything here. Look, there's just something in the air, Jaws. You know, sometimes you get this eerie feeling that an upset is about to happen, that something big is about to unfold in the Overwatch esports scene. And I have a hint of that vibe. It's just, there's just something in the air. It's just, do you feel it? Do you feel it? It could be on the brink of Team Liquid missing out on events 2 times in a row.
No, don't say that, man. There's no way.
It's just out there. It's out there.
Surely not. The curse.
I'm not manifesting it. I'm just saying I feel it. It's like an awkward feeling in the room.
All right, well. I'm glad we're seeing Cafe play PDK and Ryan here. Look at this. Sojourn and Xion. This is pretty... it's going to be tough for Liquid, I fear, especially with Infected on the Mauga. And that's been the go-to pick for Infected, at least recently. I think with how Mauga's been performing, Risa is definitely a good spot for Cafe to run, or a good hero to run in this situation. Tree with the nice little 1v1 versus Ryan, though, to start us off, and that is going to be a nice kill on Grapes, too. Completely out of position. They tried to what, flip sight there? Tree's teabagging already?
Whoa.
It's map 1, fight 1, and Tree's bagging him.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the damage pairs a lot here. So you want to establish dominance early, I suppose, if you're Tree in this one. Because as much as we can talk about, you know, the backlines have been really interesting so far, the Mauga switch up from Infected here, it's going to come down to the damage players. Xion has been incredibly impactful so far this stage. And this final matchup, Tree going down, 5 versus 4 scenario for Cafe. This is what I'm talking about. One pick like that just changes everything.
You got to return the favor now. All 5 players from Cafe need to teabag Tree. Very, very fast capture there. How did Tree ended up getting caught? Was he just too far up? Maybe got hit by a spear or something?
I mean, they're going for plays. They're trying to push up and they're trying to secure those plays early and leave yourself vulnerable. So this is something I feel like we kind of saw that yesterday as well, Jaws. Like a lot of these fights are just opened up by like a stray pick. It feels like that is something that happens in this meta quite a bit with the Xion.
Yeah, we got the poke meta, we got the pick meta now. Is what we go with the Xion. I mean, the right click is just so disgusting, regardless of hotfix or not. It's still going to one-tap somebody, or at least get him down to half HP. Terror Surge on the point, or close to. It's going to be a Rush Infector's playing on now, but focus down. And like I said, that Mauga very tough to execute this combo with so much spam. Stick from Zero is so good, though. Ryan, PDK, dead. Jivis managed to stay alive as well. So just the amount of healing here from Team Liquid is just so prominent as Cafe end up losing their support so early. Tree's down, the sniper's down to about half HP. Still juggling the point, though. Cafe give it up after 50% secured. They're not too far off for another re-engage, though, Johnny.
Yeah, and I like that Sniper decided to stay alive there. He didn't, you know, commit to the point too much. They can get back into things real quickly here. Infected, though, got a cage fight here. He's looking for it.
Everybody's grouped up as well. Here's the charge. Cage fights. Inevitable here. And there it is. Straight into the spree from Tree. They end up only grabbing one player, Grapes, as I believe the Orisa was fortified, just slightly out of range of the cage. Yeah, perfect player to pick up. Cage, spree, easy kills. Team kill for Team Liquid.
And PDK is going to make the swap over to the Cassidy here. Feels like they want to take a bit of a slower approach with Sniper, moving over on towards the Diva as well. The Orisa has been a hero that's been kind of difficult for Team Liquid to deal with, especially yesterday as well, so could expect some more Orisa throughout the series. But it's going to be the Diva for now as Cafe look to slow things down.
Very wide angle from the Cassidy. Oh, a brief little pause. I need to mention too, actually, Team Liquid 91% chat prediction, by the way, Johnny, versus the 9. How you feeling about that?
I'm going all. I didn't get the chance, and at 9%, I would have gone all in on Cafe. That is a lot of value. Okay, look, maybe there's a 90% chance that Team Liquid win. That's fair. Like 90% happens a lot of the time. I'm just saying. But the value you're getting on
facts.
Yeah, that's fact. But yeah, you know.
Oh, that's how Tree got caught, by the way. That small little replay there. So he was just too far up. Bro was just bagging them in the spawn. That was a mistake. Yeah, straight up.
It's a bad look after the bag, though.
It is a bad look after teabagging like 3 or 4 people. Like straight away in the first fight. And then you immediately get picked. Immediately humbled. I mean, I going back to that conversation, Johnny, I agree with you. That not a single person went all in. Maybe they did. Like 77,000 channel points from one top predictor. It's a 1 to 11 return, by the way. So.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's crazy. I know there's some risky people in chat, and they spurs the channel points at good opportunities like this one. It's kind of like, you know, when Peps qualified for World Finals, like no one had there on the bingo card, and then, you know, a couple of upsets, and then suddenly Peps are at World Finals, you know. I feel like this is a similar scenario here where Team Liquid, they should be the better team, but the fact of the matter is they haven't really found their true form yet, and this has been a good meta so far for Cafe. I mean, we're seeing Ryan do plenty of work on this Xion. Hasn't quite got going yet. The change up here in the backline for Team Liquid, you know, there's a lot of mobility with Vega onto the Cat and Kivis onto the Kiriko here as well. So the pace is just unbelievable from Liquid. It feels like Cafe haven't quite figured out all of that just yet.
Yeah, it's all technical issue, by the way, from one of the players, so should get it sorted in a moment. Hopefully nothing too crazy. Hopefully no one's motherboard is blown up. Hopefully. Should be good.
That would be the worst.
That would be. That would be pretty bad, actually. And then shorting maybe the RAM and frying that, and then you have to pay $20,000 for 16 gigs of RAM. Would be very sad. Don't forget, no, I was going to say, talk about the drops, but you've connected your account already, and it's all good. I think we're going to get into the game in just a moment. Yeah, I like the... How do you like the Cat in this kind of comp, though, with the Kiriko?
I think it's really interesting because there's no backline that for Team Liquid to really target now because there's so much mobility, right? So they have more opportunity to work these angles, and you're already seeing Team Liquid here picking up more Cafe post bump from Zero here as well onto the mech.
Oh,
there's
no.
that. Oh, Sniper survived.
Had that. Yep, don't know how. Tree didn't know. Well, go on, Ryan. Do a wheelie on his body. Quickly. Now's your chance. Vegas extremely low as well. Ryan always with 3 kills. Not quite. Scuffed ends up cleaning it, but Ryan looks so good on the Xion right now. I mean, even Wheats was speaking about it in the interview yesterday, how Ryan has been up there with top-rated North American Xions. Team Liquid do lose the fight. Infected is going to get back in and get the touch too, so no immediate flip. Actually responds to the rush with their own, so Kivis is putting Infected into a good spot. Now Tree in the backline gets the one shot on PDK after running him over with a bike. No insurance for PDK as well, so that's going to be an expensive medical bill after that. Yeah, it's going to be overtime. Sniper demeched and very late into that fight. So Team Liquid are going to take the round.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation for Cafe to be in there because they need to get the point touch, and that is just going to benefit Team Liquid in the end. They can wrap around the enemy team, and you saw there Tree doing a lot of work with the bike as well. But I feel like Cafe slowing things down here, recognizing that if PDK hits a couple of shots onto Tree, onto Sierra, you know, the initial kind of dive threat from Team Liquid is gone, and then you can slowly gain some positioning across the map here. So I don't mind the Diva swap, maybe just a little bit too late on that initial round. As Zero's 13-0 right now.
Whew. That's real nice. I did actually, Johnny, here's a... While they roll out the gates, here's a quick question for you, because you already mentioned about Orisa being this hero that Team Liquid kind of struggled against. Do you think she's the best hero in the meta right now in terms of tank? Or like, where do you rank? Well, okay, not the best. Okay, but where do you rank her in the meta right now for North America?
She's definitely meta viable because you can see here Infected is just running in. Okay, and with this scenario actually does survive with the cardiac overdrive, like 1 health. But that would have been like a good opportunity where like an Orisa can kind of like stop the mug in his track, just try to survive as much as possible.
What is this?
Cafe opting for the Matrix, and well, it's going to benefit Cafe. It's a 2 versus 2 situation. I actually think Sniper could contest here. Maybe wary of the spawners. No, they're going to go for it.
How did Vega survive so long on the Cat? He's got the Cat's grab perk, and he's just dominating them in the backline. Infected's already back, despite dying, what, second in that fight? So, not complaining about that for Team Liquid. Now you're complaining a little bit more. Tree picked off by Ryan. Wow, Ryan's had his number over the last couple of deaths here. Infected, yeah, falls by the wayside again. The flag kill onto Graves. An extremely scrappy affair again with Sniper being the main linchpin of Cafe's success, is going to keep himself up. There should be a point cap finally. Low fight. Anybody going to touches?
Oh, this is
touch again. What is this? What is this extended first fight? They've not allowed Cafe to cap, and Sniper backs off, so that progression is going to get regressed completely.
Well, they're still contesting here, and we're starting to come up with some ultimates. Kitsune Rush, Sanctuary for Grapes here if need be.
The cat is in as well. There's the Sanctuary. Chains are going to get locked out by Grapes here, trying to lock down Infected. They do end up backing out the Sanctuary, so they're able to fight back into this now. However, they've already used their rush. Scuff needs to get this rush in about 10% or so, but lose that Vex is going to be disaster. Chase down onto Tree yet again. Both Sion's already dead. PDK without a recall. Ends up picking out the miniature health bag. Trading kill onto Zera here would be perfect for Cafe. Kivis going down as well. Looks like Team Liquid should eventually lose this fight. Pegged it down. Zera falls. Okay, there it is. Finally, the point is going to get capped. The longest first point cap I've ever seen on Control.
What a juggle back and forth. That just speaks to the mobility of some of these heroes as well in these fights. Both teams doing a good job, not overextending too far, giving themselves an opportunity to contest the point once more. Let's take a look at the ultimate so far. Scuff has to get to rush. Zero with the blade onto Ryan.
Good to blade. Getting one. That's perfect. Okay, you're happy about that. Maybe even a couple. That is a awkward rush from Scuff. Only 3 of them alive. Sniper decent on the rush, of course. There is going to be even an ult being thrown in by Tree. Hits the spree onto Grapes, gets the solo, like isolated kill on the Mizuki. Is Team Liquid with a flip as Sniper lives to tell the tale. Backs off, gets healed up.
And you gotta say, that was a great Dragon Blade by Zero. Identifies a spot and gets value with it. A frag or 2 is really only what you need there. And as you said, you drained the Kitsune Rush from Scuffed as well. So Liquid, a good position here, coming up on a Kitsune Rush of their own.
Spree from Ryan. He wants to look for Tree again, I think, or I would imagine. Cage is coming out. There's the Spree. Dash to high ground, but in the middle of the cage, Ryan's going to have to jump in to do some additional damage. Vega ends up getting picked off. A lot of that initial Spree damage was just caught up on the cage wall itself. Another late rush, this time from Kivis. The fight is a long done. There's Ryan. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
There's the teabag at the end of the fight.
Ryan's definitely being competitive with 3 assists. Yes, indeed. I mean, gotta say, this meta is so high tempo. This is one of the highest tempo metas we've seen it in a long time, with PDK over onto this Tracer now. These support players are dropping Kitsune Rushes, expecting the fight to be prolonged, and then they just melt down. Sniper here, engaging. PDK though, goes down.
Sanctuary, bite kill onto Kivis. Now they're just fighting directly inside it, and Infected's got nowhere to run at all. There's no heals incoming. He was relying on his cardiac overdrive to keep him healthy. Yeah, I got to agree, though, Johnny. Yeah, it's got to be one of the fastest metas ever. If it was like, name a faster meta.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much kill potential, so Shion's always going to look for an opportunity to get one of these frags. You got a Tracer combining on the side of Cafe as well, so there's so much burst damage available to tear down one of these support players. 75% here for Cafe. They're building towards the Kitsune Rushes. Team Liquid to go for a contest here. Doing some poke down from the Sniper. Sanctuary in hand for Vega.
Yeah, it just pops on the point there. Sniper has to retreat, forced to. It's going to be PDK dashing onto the point to try and stall out for some additional percent. Scuff gets run over by the Mauga charge as Ryan dips to the back, hits the spree. As soon as that deflect wears off, that Genji is useless in the face of the Vendetta. Speaking of which, Ryan gets the kill onto Tree mid-spree too. So this is Cafe taking this round. There's no one here to touch.
They're thriving in the chaos, Jaws. They really are thriving in the chaos right now. They look good. And Ryan, you know, does he have the best sprees in North America? I feel like every time Ryan is playing a game, it just pops off with a spree and secures a kill. He's able to drain the opponent abilities. And when there's no deflect available, there's no Suzu available, that's when Ryan identifies an opportunity to go with this Suzu. Take a look right here, for example. Deflect gone. Ryan finds a pick and then back into the fight with it.
I'd say he's up there, yeah. He's got a good mind for how you need to position with the spree. Obviously, you do get a couple of dashes too, so getting into a spot where you can deal maximum damage or even isolate someone is really nice. It's a tough ult to run away from. Being chased down by that spree, yeah, there's no hope almost, unless you TP or you have some sort of cleanse or invulnerability or something. It'd be very easy to get picked off. Tree's sitting at 26-8, by the way. Ryan 27-9. Tree inching out in terms of damage at the moment, only by about 1,000.
You gotta say as well, PDK doing a good job on the Tracer, keeping up with Tree and Zero for the time being as they identify opportunity to go engage there. Both teams poking and prodding, trying to drain. Recall, Suzu's, get his opponent abilities out. See there, almost got the Mizuki, but does decided to disengage. We have another round here, Jaws, where both teams are going to look to contest.
Yes, Zero almost solo won that fight for Team Liquid. Forced the Suzu, the TP, and then put pressure on Grape, so he needed heals. I mean, the tree double there is nice on the kill feed, looks pretty, but that was all the Zera, it felt like, at the very beginning of that fight, forcing out every cooldown imaginable.
Yeah, and if you get the jump on the enemy team, you force out the Tracer recall, or just a dash by the Shion or something like that. That is an opportunity for you to push that tempo, to go engage and use that to your advantage, and we saw Team Liquid did a great job in that opening fight. So once again, you'll see these damage players poke and prod from these different angles and trying to drain those resources.
Going off angle again. All right, checking the Tracer. Doesn't want to overextend though. Took a kunai to the side, so has to play a little bit more cautiously with a under 100 HP or close to.
There for Cafe, so building towards the Consumer, but still they need to find something here, like a little opening, and they haven't got it just yet. Team Liquid, they're going for it.
There's the backline already. Nice eat from Sniper. Gobbled that pulse bomber right up. Infected pops down that cage, but where's the support? Where's the backup? He heals anything for Infected there to try and stay alive. The bite from Ryan, plus the overhealth from the dash as well. He's just not only so mobile, so tanky in the front line. Infected sitting on, or sorry, Team Liquid is sitting on about 70+%. Cafe get their first flip of this round.
And it was Team Liquid that time who thought they had an opportunity to engage. Strong gets a late pick on the Zero here, and they really went for it, especially going with the Mauga there as well. But Cafe did good to hold on with the Sanctuary from Grapes, and then Ryan cleaning things up late in these fights, finding a way to stay alive and not get picked early. That has been a big recipe for success for Cafe so far.
Yeah, it has indeed. I'll see if Ryan can get value with this ult. See if how his sprees rank versus the very best in North America. EDK looking for somebody. There's the spree already isolating a player in the back line. It was Kivis in the end. Sent him low enough for Sniper to finish him off, but it looked like Team Liquid, not, I wouldn't say baiting Ryan in by any stretch of the imagination, but the sustain really felt there by Cafe as they were just not able to pick anybody else off.
Yeah, I don't mind teams going aggressive. They spot an opportunity and they go for it rather. But that time did not work out for Cafe. 90% here, Jaws, and Cafe has to touch. PDK is going to be late as well, so Tracer won't be it.
Yeah, I'm surely there's a touch. Scuffed already forced to teleport as well, so Zera's going to go hunting, sees the healing off with her from afar, so knows exactly where the Kiriko is. Looks like Infected can try and open this one up with a stomp dash. A Suzu used by Scuff. No CDs left, kind of running for his life right now, but the team has managed to flip the map almost. But it is Tree and Zera again and again and again that find these openers. Team Liquid, a victory cage there on the point, are going to find the first map.
And this is what we wanted to see from Team Liquid. We knew when they step up the tempo and they have the opportunity to play the Mauga, things are going to be in their favor. This is what I talked about yesterday. Even if they took a loss, it felt against SSG, they started to grow into their roster. They started to find that identity, and we saw more of it here. Fantastic play from them, taking initiative with the cardiac overdrive. And that's going to benefit them as they secure the first map.
Let's have a look at the board. Are we looking? Tree 37-9 versus 33-12 from Ryan. A little bit more damage. Deserving the T-Bags is what I'm reading here, Johnny.
I think there's going to be more of that. More of that as this series progresses. I don't think we have a 3-0 on our hands here, Joss. This is either going to go 4 or 5. Obviously, Cafe, they don't want it to go 5. They want to win this one in 4.
Yeah, 4 or less, ideally. But yeah, it's going to be a minimum of 4 games.
Have to be 4.
It would have to be 4, exactly. He's so right about that. I love how we get the first 2 clips are Tree getting kills and then bagging the bodies. They know they can play upside. They're fighting for a win. A W here will make sure they head to playoffs. And hopefully to an international too. I mean, there's only 3 spots available. It's been hard fought for Team Liquid for a little while now.
Yeah, I mean, you will have 2 opportunities in the stage playoffs to qualify for the Midseason Championship, as the top 3 actually do advance into the major. So if you got 4 teams, you know, you take a loss in the upper bracket, you get another opportunity in the lower bracket to beat out the other loser in that initial round. So if you're, you know, a team like Cafe, and you get the opportunity to qualify as like a 4th team, like that would be massive. You just have to win 1 out of 2 matches to qualify in the end. This is an opportunity that you really can't miss. You have to take advantage of this one.
Yeah, and with how the international competition is stacking up, it's going to look like a different meta going into Paris as well. Like, it's going to be, unless there's a hotfix again where they nerf Xion more, I just don't think that's going to come, Johnny. So it's probably going to be...
I don't know. Maybe our friend Costa is cooking something up. I don't know.
Maybe. Wouldn't count on it, is all I'm saying. I think...
All things balanced. That's what they want.
All things balanced. Apart from Xion's ult.
Okay, well, to be fair, Xion's ult is the one thing that is balanced.
Yeah, the shift is still probably the best part of her kit, giving her overhealth, I'd say. Yeah, maybe the ult is the most balanced part of the kit. But I can't imagine we're straying too far from what we're seeing now on our screens in terms of meta, at least from region to region basis. Just if there's no random hotfix.
Yeah, and that's pretty nice. You know, the meta is really good right now. You know, we're seeing a lot of metas that we haven't really seen for quite some time. It used to be that we saw some variation of, like, you know, Ramatra Brawl or like Diva or like Winston Dive. And I feel like now we have a really high tempo composition with like the Xion Tracer. But then we also get Jetpack Cat Bastion, we get Sigma Mizuki. There's like a lot of weird kind of compositions that we're not too familiar with. And so I'm really enjoying the meta right now. It's like diverse, but at the same time it's very different from what we saw previously.
Escort with attack coming in for Infected. This is their Escort kind of mantra, or Circuit Royale mantra. They always have attack in. So we are going to see a Zarya ban from Cafe. Sojourn ban from TL. Interesting. I think the Sojourn would have been played a lot here. I think Cafe, you know, not minding the Soj and the Xion front line, but I don't think Soj is really going to impact that much, feels like.
You know, PDK. On a good day, PDK can rack up the overclock frags. Maybe you want to shy away from that. Like, I feel like Sojourn, out of all the hit scans, Sojourn is like the hero that you kind of like form test on. What's the word I'm looking for here? Like, if you have a good day on Sojourn, you can just take over the game. And so you don't want to like vibe check the enemy hit scan and be like, are they having a good or bad day? You don't want to give them an opportunity to just take over the game with railgun shots.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, like a good vibe test, a good kind of
where Kai can just join the server, you know, and dominate.
Yeah, exactly. Well, how good is your hit scan feeling today? Put them on Sojourn, and they'll tell you with how many kills they get in the feed. Like hitting good railgun shots, that is gold dust, baby. That is highlight-worthy stuff. And honestly, I don't hate it. I like PDK Sojourn. I think it's really good. It's worked out for Cafe in the past, so this ban makes sense. But I would say Team Liquid, I don't think they're too fussed about getting it out super early. There's a lot of bans that you're like, okay, we have to very strategically pick this one on this map, or like we're kind of screwed. And I don't think Sojourn's going to be that one. So Team Liquid are going to have a lot in their back pocket moving on through the series. But let's go on to Circuit, Johnny. Attack in the mix for Team Liquid. Obviously, Cafe sticking with the same 5.
Yeah, and expecting to slow things down a little bit here for Liquid, so they sub in attack for some of those slower kind of compositions here. This is one of those interesting maps that, you know, Team Liquid had a great identity on before. I talked about it in the pre-show. You bring out the double FEC support, you know, you can play some Illari and like really slow things down, play pretty poke heavy. And now bringing Kivis into the mix here as well. Maybe demand a bit of a compositional shift here for Team Liquid, and so a map they're getting accustomed to. To see how they square up against Cafe on this one.
Go on, Ryan. Play this for more than 5 seconds. Please. Wouldn't make it. Actually. Yeah, not spawning too much. Yeah, he literally didn't leave the spawn doors.
PDK,
though. PDK on the Hanzo. I like this. Okay. Oh, whoa. Oh, the Susan. Wait. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Where did Vega go? Wow, this is all falling apart. This May defense with the wall. I mean, good luck. I mean, attack's also really low. Oh, dearie me. Needs a bit of work, I think, Team Liquid.
I feel like if you lose this initial fight, it can always be excused. It's like, oh, we stalled the card for a little bit here. So attack's going to die. Zero goes down.
They did not,
it's like,
Johnny,
hey,
they did not
stall
stall the card, buddy.
35 seconds, bro. 35 seconds. That's what we got. Yes, did we get the enemy's ultimates, but yeah, we stalled the card for 30 seconds.
Zera, I think Zera just got timinged there in a weird way, where he had wall ready to deploy, and then, like, kind of whiffed it, and then was like, oh, maybe I've got the Kiri, and then the Kiri just TP'd away. Awkward stuff. It's all good.
This is actually pretty bad news for Liquid here. I mean, just look at the ultimate difference here. Scuffed is able to build his Kitchen Rush quickly. PDK can put pretty safe here with the Hanzo. There's one good engage here for Liquid as they deploy this May wall, but it doesn't yield fruit. And now they have to sit back as Cafe can build this rush in peace.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, what, 10% away now for Scuffed? You just keep hitting the Ram, you just keep healing your D.Va, which is taking a lot of poke damage, and you just hit for a 5-man re-engage. And that's exactly what they're going to do. TP forward, rush around the corner. I mean, Team Liquid not going to be ready for this. Even if they add it all, it might be pretty tough to fight on this rush. You're hoping for like an orbital raid trade. Shield in the corner. PDK, though, goes down. Zera hitting a headshot with a right click from across the map. Tree repositions with the bike. Half HP is great. And then Kivis just finishes him off with a little blaster. Wow, despite that early rush advantage, getting a headshot randomly like that, yeah, not a good start. PDK needs to be alive there.
Well, we can both agree that that should have been a fight win for Cafe. I mean, you get a Kitsune rush against nothing. That should be Cafe securing the first point cap, but maybe dropping it a little bit too early, giving Attack an opportunity to contest with that block from the Ramatra. And now suddenly Liquid, they have 5 ultimates on the defense. That could have been it, Jaws.
What these Dragons are really going to do here for PDK. I mean, putting him through the little gift shop area might not be too bad. Well, it's kind of what he's going to do. Trying to catch someone off guard. Take it with a very quick teleport straight into the Sanctuary too. And now even more treacherous ground needs to be crossed. There's going to be an orbital raid from Kivis. They're actually just going to trade raids. And now Zera focusing down the mech. There it is. Insta Blizzard. Self-destruct. Sniper can't even hit the Q button in time to get back in mech. Annihilation, just the cherry on top for Team Liquid. Heavy ult investment for TL, but, you know, same could be said for Cafe. They're only going to have this rush. They've got a Xion ult, which, actually, to be fair, maybe that's the fight-winning moment here for them.
Backline is kind of surviving here.
What is my backline doing here?
Yeah, they're kind of chilling here. Oh, Cafe out of nowhere.
Oh, here comes the spree from Tree. Just so many of those shots getting ER by the D.Va Matrix, but PDK still falls prey to the Xion. And now here comes the rush. It's going to be more effective, you've got to imagine here for Cafe, but that wall is proving quite the obstacle for them to move around. And even Zera jumping into block. They've managed to survive it thanks to Nemesis form and May just being so tanky. Another bite from downtown as Cafe. They are just not finding success whatsoever. And that cannot be understated. Too many big ults just not finding value.
What would be really good against Liquid's composition here? Sojourn. Something to open up some of these fights. The Hanzo is not quite doing it with the Xion, and now 10 seconds to go. Cafe needs to find something.
And right in his front line too. He had to get Suzu. Sniper's gonna be. Oh, they don't touch. Oh, well. Okay. Okay.
It happens.
Does it? 5 alive? And Sniper had mech. Johnny. I've been there, he says. That was a C9.
Look,
Come
we
on.
all know what happened there. It's not great.
Well, yeah, they all got off, bro. Yeah, we know what happened there. 5 players didn't touch the point.
Yeah.
It takes one guy to touch that point.
Yeah.
One D.Va with her mech to touch that point.
Yeah. I've been there, Sniper. It's not great. It does not feel good.
Every point allowed for the tank player. That's C9. Every point allowed. Johnny, I'm looking at you.
You're talking to Twitch chat right now. You're encouraging bullying in the Twitch chat.
I'm kind of, yeah, because you're the tank player,
Kick
buddy. That's not
W.
touching the point. What are you saying? Just saying emotes now? That's how far we've descended?
Come on. Look, that's what society is doing right now. We're all just saying emotes.
That's true.
It's the slang in Big 26.
in the Big 26. It is the Psy. I mean, yeah, it's just unfortunate there for Sniper. I think thrusting back onto the point, you could see the div at the very end, but yeah, it's just Cafe now in a really tough spot, and they're going for a Sigma comp, which pure poke. PDK even running the May. Bizarro with these teleports and with the Ram too. This is a tough ask for Cafe to navigate around. As soon as Zera gets on top of your tank, it's gonna be pretty Jova.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Liquid has the opportunity to pounce here whenever with this symmetric teleporter now. And Cafe always have to be slow, be wary of these big rotations coming in. So they're doing a lot of poking for the time being. But as soon as they drop down, as soon as a couple of abilities are used here, Liquid are going to go on the back of that. And here they go.
Tree hops on the bike, throws it in, and now on an off angle too. So you're looking, if you're Cafe, to cycle these mate walls. Sniper being able to hold on is going to have to require a whole lot of support to just even stay alive. The shield's going to get deleted almost instantly thanks to the Ramatra. TP out for Vegas. He tries to take an aggressive off angle as Team Liquid have put themselves in a spot where this is a one fight. An amazing flux by Sniper though. Oh, that's so quick. Nice to isolate the kill onto attack. Cafe can't lose anybody with the fear of them just kind of falling over. And in fact, the Sanctuary is going to help them secure a kill onto Sniper. That fully porked up beam from Zera is just too much damage. Orbital Ray, a double. In fact, it's a 3v2. Ryan super low. No tanks needed here. As Cafe now to deal with this wall. Sniper is back. Realistically on the Doom is going to get one touch. Not quite. Team Liquid speed run to victory on Circuit Royale.
That was as dominant as you like. If you're wondering if Kasaurus does any coaching, well, there's your answer. There's your answer right there. It's really a very smart Ramatra May composition to make sure that you can block all this damage from the Kitsune Rush. You can stay on top of the cart, and you're kind of forcing the enemy team to open up with these picks, and PDK just wasn't able to on the Hanzo 3 and 2 here in the end. So I think that Team Liquid, they really approach this map in a very smart way here, Joss.
Yeah, really smart. Let's have I really hope we have the C9 replay. It was a tough spot. They were losing the fight, it felt like. Obviously, they were all kind of backing off a little bit. Oh, here it is. Okay, so what does Sniper do? Sniper ends up using the D-Mech to thrust back to try and peel for his front line. And then, yeah, it just steps off. You saw two players, actually. I think Ryan was trying to get to the point too. Yeah, sometimes you just forgot. Yeah, that's facts.
You know, it just happens. You're like, oh, right. I got a touch. There's, 4 seconds remaining. I need to get one of these touches in. And it felt like Sniper was too busy with other stuff in a stressful time.
Yeah. You got to feel for Sniper in that situation too, because you're trying to do so much on the D.Va. You are trying to either push the enemy tank around, trying to matrix your backline, and then also trying to touch the point too in against a heavy poke. Yeah, real rough for Cafe there. Johnny, I've seen worse C9s from you, so it's all good. It's all good.
What was that about?
I don't know, man.
That was not necessary.
I think it was, Johnny. I think it was. Look, you tell me all the time that C9s aren't fun and aren't comedy and aren't fun to look at.
No, I just feel bad. It's the Swedishness in me. I just feel bad. I'm I feel bad for Sniper. So when you say point and laugh, I'm like, I've been laughed at.
I'm pointing laughing at you, buddy. I'm pointing laughing at you.
I'll be showing up at Sniper's locker tomorrow and be like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't listen to it.
Don't worry about it,
listen to Twitch chat.
You'll get him next time. Yeah, unfortunate stuff there for Cafe. They end up going down 0-2. Team Liquid looked like they want to just round this up real quick. Let's have a look at the new drops as well that are on the Twitch channel and the YouTube channel, I believe, too. Don't forget to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and YouTube and earn these drops on your screen up until July 2nd, which is playoffs week. So, yeah, make sure you tune in.
Get that banner. That's the signature.
Yeah, get them all.
Get them all.
Get them all.
Get all the drops.
New Junk City is the pick here. We're seeing a couple of substitutions come in for both teams, in fact, this time around. We're seeing Astro come in for Sniper, a normal replacement as well for Team Cafe, as we see Astro play more divey tanks, more Wrecking Ball, obviously, with a little picture down there. We're also seeing Infected back in for attack. So, yeah, kind of part and parcel what we expect from Cafe to be swapping in and out of, and same with Team Liquid here as well.
Yeah, we got a little bit more brawl on the side of Cafe here. Let's see what they got in store for this one. I feel like you can obviously, you know, be pretty stable playing the brawl if you want. Bring out the Orisa, bring out the Ram, stuff like that. But we also seen a lot of Sigma so far in this meta. Obviously, Liquid are kind of shying away from that here by something infected. But there's an opportunity here for Cafe to kind of change the way the series has been going so far. I mean, it's brutal to lose that second map because now you're in this, you know, 3-2 scenario. Best things you reverse sweep here, but you're still reliant on Dallas Fuel Lunex to advance into the stage playoffs after all, and just not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing we talked about at the top of the day as well. How if Cafe are in the spot where they go to 5 maps, it will require Dallas to win 3-0 versus Lunex. And Cafe, that's not a spot that they want to be in whatsoever. It's got to be playing on the mentals for them right now. We'll see Mauga being banned by Cafe. Team Liquid going to ban the Wuyang. With the Wuyang ban and how prevalent that's actually been over the last couple of days, or single day, I suppose. I'm not too surprised to see that being banned. Wuyang feels very strong right now.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday on this map even.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, Team Liquid was kind of like torn to shreds by SSG and the great Wuyang play from Ultraviolet. Some of that damage can really help in getting early picks on these vulnerable targets. So Team Liquid getting rid of the Wuyang, you know, it kind of mitigates what they had issues with yesterday. And then as well for Cafe getting the Mauga out of the way. Just reference map 1 and you just saw how good Team Liquid were playing that Mauga. So both bans here make sense. Pretty direct dealing with some of the issues they faced, either team.
Yeah, definitely. I really like, I honestly quite like the Mauga right now. I think Infected's done really well on it. I think Cafe, they have got that source though. I do believe. I think PDK and Ryan, very good DPS. I think with PDK back on the Sojourn as well, Ryan can go Shion. I think this is where they can kind of make their statement. And then when you go on to these brawly maps with the Orisa, I think you sub Sniper straight back in, play D.Va. I think as the series goes on, it's going to look pretty good for Cafe. Sniper can play the D.Va again. They can sub Astra in if they need to, if they want to go to a push, or depending on which push map they go to. See if Cafe can bring this to a map number 5 as we head on to the first point of New York City.
And we get the Orisa head-to-head. Sturdy front lines for either team here. We're going to try and stay alive as the damage lines go to work. Ryan trying to spot an opportunity here, but can't quite find it. Infected loses the armor here and drops quite low. So Team Liquid forced to sit back here, just recalculate their point of attack. Tree, nice headshot there. Just looking for any opportunity here to get some burst damage in.
Yeah, oh, PDK almost opened that up with a really early kill. It's actually Scuff that goes down first, so they're going to have to make really quick trades. Oh, and Ryan's done just that. An execution kill onto Vega, then straight into the kill onto Sarah. Both Orisas trading gold forms, but Astro gets the better of Infected, and PDK finishes off with a railgun. A team kill for Cafe. An extremely good start with a point cap in amongst that too.
Yeah, and Team Liquid, they did the right thing. They were working the angles. We saw how Tree wrapped around, but then all of these angle holders in Zero Tree, they got 2 split from their team, and Cafe ends up punishing it with Astro holding this front line on the Orisa. So Liquid already showing early this map. They want to play more of those angles, but Cafe dealt with it real well.
Ryan, PDK, got to open this one up. I like Infected trying to taking this space though. Astro's forced to back up, and there's the execution kill from Ryan again. Oh, the TP away. High Noon teleport though from Tree. Kills Drake, but once again, the DPS from Cafe are coming up with the decent ones. Sarah kill is good, but Infected with a Terror Surge. Astro, I think it was like 98, 99% before a Terror Surge of their own. So there was a chance maybe of Cafe staying alive, but you've already got it to 99 with ults, what, 4 already to spare?
Yeah, they do indeed. And that Orion point of view, that really just showcases the small details, because if you get that pick onto Kivis, you know, maybe Infected slows his roll a little bit in the front line, and that means that Cafe has a better chance of winning that fight. But it has to be said, like, Zero on this Metro, It's going to be quite bothersome for Astro on the Orisa here. A lot of ultimates on the board, like you mentioned here, Jaws. So, that's a great opening fight. If they can hold on to some of these ultimates now, that'd be great.
Zera needs this wall. I think that is going to be their win condition. Wall gets deployed as well as that orbital rate. Yeah, Cafe. They didn't actually end up using anything, so there is a chance to go for a retouch. If Infected or Team Liquid can find a pick, though, and that's what they're hunting for, this might be a little bit more troublesome. We'll see Grapes trying to run away so low. In fact, they're just gunning for him. Here comes the backup, though. Ryan, PDK already in here, dishing out damage to force Team Liquid back, but someone needs to be able to touch.
Team Liquid has to rotate back towards the point now. This wraparound is just too good from Cafe. Touch. They'll be able to get these. Oh, they can't get there. Oh no,
they can't get there in turn.
That push from Liquid was too good. It just forced Cafe to do the wraparound instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you wanted to go for. You saw Grapes not even overextending by any stretch of the imagination. It was just, well, I'm just backing off to the rest of my team. And then you get caught, and Team Liquid kind of push you in a position where you're using cooldowns to regain space. Really rough stuff from Cafe there. They do end up having 4 ults available for this first fight. So they just need to get Ryan and PDK in a position where they can get an opening kill again.
Yeah, they really haven't had a great opportunity to use them just yet. So now you're kind of like feeling like you need to make something happen. You want to use them too proactively, but this could mean that Liquid has a better chance of responding. Here comes the rushes.
Oh, yeah, both rushes. Astro already really low. Scuff needs to pop in some healing. Sanctuary deployed on the point. A high noon from Tree. Trades PDK for Kibis. There will be a Terror Surge from Astro, though. Does manage to help and enable Ryan to get 2 kills. Scuff has fallen, so it's only Grapes going to be for the healing. Infected and Team Liquid did cap the point first, but Tree outgunning Astro in that 1v1, but still Cafe in control.
And you see now Cafe with no ultimates, like I talked about, very trigger happy with those ultimates because they held them for so long. And Liquid, they got 36%. They got a good rotation of ultimates going. So Liquid quite comfortable here now on the back of that early cap, and Cafe using all their ultimates.
Yeah, unfortunate. End up trying to touch, but you're not able to survive for too long, so you can't really give up alive because it just extends the lead so much on Flashpoint. I mean, this is looking like Final 5 for Team Liquid, considering how long it's taken Cafe to set up on an off angle. Seeing Ryan and PDK on kind of opposite ends of their attack here. And a wall deployed from Sarah to slow this thing down to like a snail's pace almost. Teleport onto the back, a TP away from Grapes. Silver bullets enough to finish him off. And wow, Cafe, they can't find like an avenue into these fights. It's just so hard. The sword from Team Liquid, Johnny, is just too good.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid are playing this round really well here. You even go back to the start when they lost that member early on in that 4 versus 5 fight. Like the response of just, we're just going to push in, we're going to invest ultimates, and they end up reaping their rewards. And Cafe, in a 5 versus 4 scenario, they end up holding on to those ultimates. So Team Liquid's response to how these fights are unfolding is just picture perfect right now. This is a Team Liquid that is looking much better than they did the initial few weeks.
Right, PDK and Ryan, it's up to them again. It's a heavy weight on their shoulders to try and get an opening pick.
This ends now.
Infected is going to be able to get back. Use Spear Spin and gold. Hits the... What? The Spear hits PDK, but PDK still manages to get an overclock kill on to Infected. And Team Liquid lose 3 in the opening scrap of the fight, and they only use 1 ult. So Cafe actually come out with a big lead here in the very early stages of this point.
Yeah, crucial. Crucial that you win that fight with the 1 ultimate. So PDK does his part in that one, and now it gives a Cafe the opportunity here on this point to pick and choose when they want to drop. There are 4 ultimates available to them now. Obviously, you have to be quite responsive to Team Liquid. So if Liquid go for a big engage here with their ultimates, Cafe forced to respond.
Well, nice teleport is actually going to put Infected in a good spot, and now they're going to use Tree to push on with the high noon to try and gain even more space. Both rushes on the point, and here's the Sanctuary. Infected needs to get out. It's a perfect deployment from Grapes. Orbital Ray is going to be trifled with, though, by Cafe. They are going to put themselves on the point. Both Terror Surges are being popped at the same time. As Ryan heads to the back with the spree. Can't get the kill, though. Shut down by Sarah. And Cafe, they're going to lose control of the point, but they stalled long enough to put themselves in a good spot. 88% as they force TL to use all ults.
And it almost felt like Team Liquid, they learned a little bit about the timing from Ryan with that spree. Because that was another good opportunity for Ryan late in the fight to drop the spree, get into the backline. But Liquid, they felt ready for it that time, and they had the resources still available to them to protect themselves from that spree. So Team Liquid holding on to the point now, but gotta be perfect from the way here on out. PDK, huge frag to open things up. Liquid has to go for it now.
Almost the perfect kill almost. You gotta feel. Everybody's so low on the side of Team Liquid, but Ryan ends up getting burnt down by that silver bullet. Tree's on an off angle and gets 2. Grapes also goes down, but PDK and Astro are making it hurt for TL. They've lost their front line now, so it's up to Tree to get yet another one without meaningful cover. Astro pushes up onto high ground as Tree just carries on his spree, or at least tries to. Is now on the point on his lonesome. The wall gets deployed as we see Infected come back on the wrecking ball to get a final touch. Teleports, Zera threatening the backline is Infected, gets the cap.
Cafe can take it slow now. They can take it slow now, build this Kitsune Rush. They have one good opportunity here. PDK has to be careful of this wrecking ball coming in to contest the overclock.
Looks like Astro's picked the perfect perks as well with that shield, but Tree again picks up another couple of kills. PDK can play spoiler. Tree with 3. Wow. I mean, what is stopping this man right now? And another one, that's 4 kills for Tree. It's almost going to make it an ace here too. Astro has to back off. Team Liquid, they're going to cap the point. It's Astro to touch. There's going to be a shield deployed to anchor some more. There's the gold. Cooldown has to be perfect now from Astro, but it has got the Terror Surge. They've got ult. They've got bodies on the point. Rush from Scuffed needs to come in. Tough needs to get back to the point in time, but Astro is finally taken down. And now Infected is just bowling everybody, pushing people out of position. Zera does end up falling to Grapes, but this High Noon is going to clear the point. Do not get off it right now, but Ryan kills Tree mid High Noon. And they're back on the point with the Sanctuary. Grapes falls, yes, but Ryan just bathed in this wonder here of this Sanctuary. He's going to be able to stay alive, but Infected earns the mines, and they're going to earn this game too. Astro, the sad-looking Doomfist, trying to get another touch. Hits the slam to clear some of the mines off point, but Team Liquid are going to close it out. A 3-0 on the final point on New Junk. And a win for them too. A 3-0 in the series, knocking Cafe out of contention for playoffs as Team Liquid lock themselves in.
Wow. The last fight we witnessed there with Infected getting the mines back on the points who are so good in overtime when you're forced to contest. What a back and forth. Grapes coming with the Sanctuary, and it looked for a second there that Cafe had an opportunity to win that fight back. But Tree on the Cassidy. Tremendous amount of work here on New Junk City. And I mean, we've seen a couple of players in OWCS just really step up big time on the Cassidy, like Kevster. Tree, with a bit of a Kevster impression here himself on the Cassidy.
That's so good. A Kevster impression. Yeah, he's certainly been the server admin.
I think this pick is so good. If you got someone like Tree, sure. I mean, okay, that kill was kind of cheese. He just straight teleported in front of him. I mean, Tree looks unstoppable. That was... especially that last
Tree,
point.
guys, Tree server admin is confirmed. It is confirmed. But yeah, honestly, I'm happy to see Team Liquid in the shape that they rocked up in today. I feel like that's the most cohesive they've looked. A very clear game plan they had, and a really good execution.
Yeah, they looked really, really nice. And they had to. Like, the last few weeks have been kind of disappointing for Team Liquid. Not even kind of, just like straight up disappointing. I think with how well they played here today against Cafe, who took SSG to 4 and gave them their only map loss. I mean, that's a big boom for Cafe, and it's going to be sad, obviously, not seeing them in playoffs. But I guess they just caught Team Liquid at the perfectly wrong time, unfortunately.
Sometimes it just do be like that. But yeah, for Team Liquid, this means that the playoffs are locked, and that also gives them another week of trying to like really iron things out. Reinforce in the form you've seen them today. How far can they make it in the playoffs? Can they? Is top 3 achievable?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think they look much improved, and that's why I said last week, you know, I'm not freaking out too much about the fact they lost to Dallas Fuel in a pretty, you know, brutal fashion, and then even taking a loss yesterday to SSG 3-0. Even, I think it's been night and day, the Team Liquid we saw today and the one we saw yesterday. And obviously, there's a difference in strength of opponent playing SSG yesterday and now playing Cafe here today. But I still feel like Team Liquid, they're much more on the same page. and the compositions are coming to them now, where they know what compositions they're going to play, and it makes sense, and they're not finding themselves in spots where like they're trying to figure stuff out on the fly. It feels like a more refined Team Liquid, and so I definitely have a lot of confidence in them come the stage playoffs.
And here you have it on your screen. This is the top 4 in NA. These are the 4 teams that will be making playoffs. And we will have Zero joining us for a quick chat after this victory. Zero, welcome to the show. Congratulations. Great to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah,
give us your give us your hindsight for stage 2, because you and the team had a bit of an up and down and a bit of a self-finding mission, if you will.
Honestly, I feel like so far the stage has been a lot of, I guess, getting used to like working with each other, finding out our strengths, our weaknesses. I feel like this week now here we're boot camping, and honestly, we had a really good week of scrims. I think like scrims were going really well for us, but in our match versus SSG, we couldn't really translate our play to the match, and something our new coach FaZe, who obviously has been around for a long time, he's been in the scene forever, he brought up an interesting point where with new rosters it can be hard to translate results from scrims to matches at the beginning. So we're kind of just trying to work through that. We're working extremely hard. Like I'm pretty worn out, but yeah, we're doing the best we can.
With how you've performed over the last couple of weeks, is there something that you can specifically point to that has changed for you guys? Because you do look much improved coming into this week.
I think, like when we played our match versus Dallas, obviously we were still kind of getting used to each other. It was our, we weren't in person with each other yet. I also think we had a pretty bad read of the meta during that match. So going into this week, we kind of continued to refine our basics. We chose comps that were better suited for us, and we just kept working hard, kept VOD reviewing, and I feel like that's been a major impact for us.
All right, Sarah, I'm going to ask a question on behalf of beloved Ob Sojourn, who wanted to know about the Symmetra perks on New Junk City.
Yeah, I might have misclicked. I pretty much was okay. I was like, oh crap, guys, I misclicked. And then Boston or Infected was like, no, it's fine. I might even get the shield perk. We can double shield. I'm like, no, I'm good.
Double shield.
Well, don't knock it until you try it, right? It happens. It happens to best of us. It's honestly reassuring to see it happen to a pro player as well, not just to me fat fingering stuff. So that made me feel really good about myself. Thank you for that. If you're looking at the competition for the playoffs, how do you feel you stack up in your current form? Are you confident you're going to make top 3?
Yeah. 3? Yeah, I'm really confident in this. I think our team is super talented. We're continuing to improve every day. I can feel it. I think I would feel bad to our fans if I said we couldn't reach number 1. I definitely think we can. It's super realistic, and I think as time goes on with our new roster, we're really investing in like the future. So I really do believe it's only up from here for our team. I think we're working really hard and we have a good system.
That's right. And honestly, today it really showed on the server. You guys looked so cohesive. The game plan was really on point and the execution was as well. So we hope so much to see more of that in the playoffs. Once again, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat.
Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure hearing from Zeru, Team Liquid. Yeah, dude, I mean, you said it right. It's difficult if you're implementing new pieces into the puzzle. Everyone plays a little different, and then the meta is in flux as well, and then the other teams are also like looking a little different than from the previous stage. There's just like a lot of stuff happening, a lot of moving pieces that you need to adjust to.
Apologies win again. I knew it.
Yep.
I knew they'd come online just in time, and they did. They did. This is the Team Liquid we wanted to see, and they obviously have more to improve on here, Jack.
Yeah, 100%. It's kind of disappointing not seeing Cafe kind of bring it a little bit more there. I think the 3-0, it did feel like it, Johnny, that it could go a little bit more, what, 4 match, 5 match side vibe?
My aura is way off.
Yeah, maybe.
I was not even close, buddy.
Yeah.
And you really tried. You tried to manifest that one so hard.
So much sage. You have no idea.
Yeah, I imagined him like lighting up some sage under the table, just like speaking map 5 into existence. All the sage, literally. Well, maybe you get your wish for a very close second match, although that's a tough ask because up next we got NA's number 1 versus number 6 seed team going at it. But you know what? Hopefully we're in for some chaos, for some creativity and fun, because neither team is under the pressure to win this one, which means that they play free. And we love a free team. And you people watching are free to head on over to our in-game shop to take a look at our Unvault bundle. Nani, I know. I've done the Lord's work here. But yeah, we're bringing back some classics and you can claim them in the shop. I'm going to give you a few minutes to do just that as we're heading into a quick break. And then we're back with match number 2 here in NA.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by my two besties who are about to set the stage for Space Station Gaming and Disguised. Now, two teams on the opposite end of the spectrum. Space Station Gaming have been looking crisp, have been looking clean, are not losing a single match this stage, and Disguised are on track to go win this. So let's talk about Space Station Gaming, who truly have not been pushed really at all this stage. They lost one single map, and that was in week 2 against the Cafe. Other than that, not a lot of cracks in their armor.
Yeah, they look really clean. Like, there's not really much to say about it, to be honest. Like, that's it. They look really good. And I think the biggest hope for North America and Space Station as a whole, they can continue through playoffs and then do well at a LAN event. I think that right now is going to be on everybody's minds.
That's right. Yeah, they certainly are coming into this one wanting to redeem themselves because, as you said, NA has struggled in recent times on, or rather in a LAN environment. Now, their opponents today is Disguised, and yeah, as I said already, unfortunately, it looks like they will be going winless this stage. Also, it's a really tough schedule. They have to close it out, right, for week 3. Yesterday, they had to face off against Dallas, which are looking good. Today, they're going up against the top dog. Individually, obviously, we know what these players are capable of. Like Rocket and PG, they can shoot. Tread has been a tank for like such a long time, like grinding it out. So like, yeah, it's kind of tough to see them not coming away with a victory in this stage.
Yeah, I feel like in stage 1, everyone, you know, kind of memeing about this team, and everyone was on like relegation watch when it came to Disguised. I feel like what we saw from them yesterday, even though they haven't gotten the wins, they looked better. It seems like things are starting to click for them. And so obviously losing to Cafe, that was a bit of a tough upset last week, but I wouldn't be too concerned about it with the fact that we're going to see Disguised back for stage 3. I think they look like a real good team. It's just happened to be very stiff competition in North America, and obviously they're not satisfied with finishing 6th, finishing in 5th. They want to make the top 4. This was not the stage to do that, but I feel like they, or at least on the upwards trajectory, and so a little bit of hopium for it.
Yeah, we definitely expect to see them again in stage 3. And as I said before we headed into a break, I want these teams to play free. Neither of them is playing for any seeding or any victories. They can just give it their all, have fun with it even, and sometimes teams perform best under these circumstances. So that's what I'm manifesting for our second series. Jack, Johnny, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, and that's worth reiterating. There's no kind of seeding stakes here. SSG, they're 4-0. Johnny, Disguised 0-4. Very much the top and the bottom end of the board right now. I hope we see a little bit of flair from both sides.
All right, I'll ask you this, Jaws.
Okay.
What's on your hero wish list for this series?
Hero wish list? Probably a little bit of Torb. I think that's always been always on my wish list.
It's always
Dude, I love Torb.
Yeah, you do.
You don't like seeing a little bit of Torbjorn running around?
No, but you know, I was thinking, you know, Ilios, we're gonna see Hawk pull out the Roadhog, and I'm thinking, you know, maybe we'll see some on-run come into action. We saw SSG play on-run last week.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. That was the series that Sugar Free played. It felt like every DPS hero, at least every single new DPS hero, because the on-run was okay. When have we ever seen that played properly in like OWCS, like an esports format? Like never.
That time and earlier this morning, the EMEA. That was the 2 times.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like it made sense against the Diva comp. They were playing then as well. So like, On-Run's been getting a few buffs here, Jaws. I just feel like, you know, we're starting. On-Run's not going to be a meta hero, you know, because especially with Shion getting into the mix. But yeah, you know, there's starting to be a small little niche spot for On-Run to be brought out, maybe.
Playtime, just a little bit of playtime, John. I'm not going to bring up the stats. I think Shion is still most picked, not most banned, but yeah, the stats. Hey, Amran will get there eventually. But like, what kind of comp does Amran really need to be messing with to actually be played though? Like pure, like hard dive. Like maybe you'd even need the Zarya to help bubble the Amran to get value. That hero it's tough.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't even think you can build a composition that's good for on-run. It's more about what the opponents are playing. So if the opponents are playing like a Tracer or like a high-tempo character, like it's all just kind of like over. And you also need to play against a tank that you can actually deal a lot of burn damage onto. And so it becomes more about you need the perfect enemy composition to be able to get away with the value that an Honor can provide. And just that's rarely going to happen. So we just haven't seen Honor that much.
Yeah, will we see it today? Actually, maybe. Honestly, Sugar Free, I wouldn't be too surprised. Yeah, there is no stakes. Play free. Bit of Venture maybe too. We're just waiting on Rocket, by the way. Just get in the lobby and get ready and sorted to go. Yeah, a little Venture would be kind of fun too. I think Venture. I don't think we'll ever see Venture in. Well, they've been meta. I wouldn't say hard meta, but like there's been spots where they've shown up for like sprinklings here, there, and everywhere. Don't forget as well, EWC, the Midseason Championships is right around the corner. You can get 15% off your ticket right now as well with OW15, or you can just scan the QR code and it'll link you straight to it. Yeah, so make sure you go pick that one up. It's going to be in the beautiful Paris, France. But we're going to go on to Ilios first.
Can't wait for this too. A bit of Ilios, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, you love to see it.
Ilios or Legion Tower?
Surely this is Hawk playing Hog. We have to go to well, though. We have to go to well.
Yeah. No, we don't have to wait. You know, bring it out now. Or well.
Oh, no. Okay.
We are a well. Okay,
oh,
so
well.
You can just play it.
Okay. We're good. We're good. Okay, surely. I mean, Hawk.
No.
Known. Come on.
Tread, though?
Tread. Okay. The honorable Hog duel here on Ilios. Surely Hawk wouldn't back down from that. Surely.
Come on, mate.
Come on, man. Do it for the squad. Do it for the chat.
Do it for us.
Do it for us.
I would even go with some Sierra, you know?
Yeah, actually. He's playing Orisa. Come
playing Orisa with no stakes.
We're playing Orisa. Come on, man.
All right,
okay, we're playing Cat Bastion too. But he actually screaming. Yeah. Whoa. That's not where Hawk's supposed to be. He's up on the high ground. I like that earlier engagement from the Cat, though. Actually putting the Orisa up on height. Can't really get her off without spear. Oh. Goodbye, team.
Well, that's the damage boost dead for Disguised. Let's reset.
Unlucky. Yeah, let's reset. It won't take us long. We only just spawned.
Does Christopher have dinner plans? Like what's going on here? He's going to try to wrap this one up as quickly as possible, playing the Cat Bastion.
Yeah, maybe does. Chat predictions, by the way, Johnny. Just to keep you updated. Or for people in chat not paying attention. 89% for SSG. Over to 11 for Disguise.
All right, if you predicted 11% of Disguise, you deserve it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. And if they end up winning against SSG here, then you definitely deserve it. You deserve all the reward because this would be one mighty upset if Disguise were to take down the top dogs in North America.
I am surprised more people voted for Disguise than Cafe last match. The Cafe game was set to be a much closer one versus the Fuel. So I think it's a little disrespect.
Yeah, I agree.
But there's going to be PG using the meteor strike, the mortar barrage there. Tread very low, just getting. He's just going to run him over. Yep, Sugar just ran him over. That's one dead Malga. Maybe longest spike kill ever.
SG, they're really taking it to them as well. Like, Lethal is just everywhere all at once.
Maybe this is the difference that Christopher was talking about as well, and Hawk too. Like, we've changed everything. You know, we mentioned it last week. We mentioned it yesterday as well. But, like, we aren't going to be whimsical here. No whimsy, no Hog.
Oh,
we lock in no matter the scrim, no matter the day. How did Lethal get away with that? Get away with a double. Catnap? Oh, Tread, goodbye.
You know, I'm a changed man, Joss. I'm a changed man. Good for SSG. Just absolutely establishing their dominance over Disguised in this one. Like you said, it's a different SSG, and they're just going to step on the gas pedal and really take it to them. I kind of love what I'm seeing right now.
The bike. Continue rush for Scarl. There's a cage in A. Tread's got a kill onto Lethal. And there's the cat now. No! Surely the Orisa doesn't get dragged off. Nice little stomp kill. Oh my god.
where are we?
That was an insane. Like, that's got to be the longest, like, catnap of all time. Hawk got dragged from the little mini room over to the pit.
Kiwi, get me value on the cat. Not to see it. Disguised. Flip the point here. They have the forbidden combo.
The cage, yeah, the cage with a Bastion up.
Yeah.
Yeah, forbidden combo Mark 2. The other one is the Sig with the Bastion ult, the Sig ult.
Oh, that's also, yeah, there's so many forbidden combos.
There are. Come on, give it to us. I mean, it's not actually that bad at all, to be fair. Lethal does end up dying, too. What is... okay, this is getting a little bit more whimsical than I thought, to be honest. These Cat Bastions, they are truly living the Cat Bastion experience, where it's a 2v2 in the air, and then everybody else just does a little deathmatch.
Okay, that's Sugar Free going on. That's 50% for Disguised here. Just saying, Jaws, 50%. Disguised, they're about a fight win and a half from winning this first point. Space is
Yeah, the
just
11% predictors are kind of pumping their fist right now. Like, hang on.
Opium is crazy.
Hang on a second here. Oh, the one clip? Oh, not quite. Suzu Force. Okay, Rocket. Well, here's the cage. Forbidden combo. It's actually forbidden.
It's huge.
He gets 2. The forbidden combo gets 2. Lethal and Admiral are going to die. And, well, yeah, Disguise on Final Fight now. 78%. Make that 80. Okay. Space Station have got 4 ults, though, Johnny. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Right, you can't... Okay, that's early recall also. Bad news for Rocketeer. You need to get some value with this rush when they get online, but you have to get there first.
Suzu's really good. Oh, it's not good enough. Oh, Admiral does end up dying, and there's the spree from Sugar Free. Okay, yeah, just Lenny things. And they got off the forbidden combo, and they lose. That is... oh, such a sad affair there for Disguise. They got up to 99 as well. A very close first round. SSG, take the cake.
Yeah, if Skyle was 10% closer on the Kitsune rush, then Disguise would have been able to contest for space earlier on in that fight. But instead, they just had to collapse all their positioning as they waited for that ultimate to come online. And SSG capitalized Sugar Free, securing value with that spree. So, I mean, it got to 99.99 in the end. We'll take that trade.
Yeah, we'll take that. That's so sad. Tread got the kill onto Admiral as he was being dragged in. So he's already in the pit, so couldn't even escape. Really unlucky. Suzu was like a fraction, like maybe a frame too early from Skyle. So that would have saved Tread. Unfortunately, not today. Cat Bastion again.
Cat Bastion again. This guy's sticking. The Mauga look for the time being. So we'll keep an eye out on the cardiac overdrive. When Treads decides to opt for it. As a back off. Forfeit a lot of positioning in space station. Going to get the point on the back of this pretty much.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about being the Mauga here is you just take so much damage even from just the Orisa too.
Yeah.
Really are just the living embodiment of an ult battery. I mean, the no armor really just hurts so much. Or like, well, I say no armor. He's got a little bit, but he hasn't got Orisa levels of armor. Oh, the cat's dead. All good.
Easy as you like. Especially with these sidelines around ruins. Like, the Lethal is going to have an absolute field day. And like you say, the walk up here for Disguise is going to be such terrible news. GG. We can swap over to the Cassidy here instead. Wants a little bit more direct damage. Try to pick this cat out of the sky instead.
Okay, PG on the cast. I really like the cast in this meta. I really do. Even against Cat Bastion, very good. You can shut down the Xion as well with the nade. Still does a lot of work. Actually, locating the Xion could be quite tough as the Cassidy, and he's actually got a lot of mobility. That was a nice spear. Oh, kind of chatted on Skyle there just a little bit.
That goes into the highlight reel.
That one, that specific clip.
I don't know, like, if you're an Orisa player, how much cooler can I get than this?
With the helicopter.
The Suzu.
Oh, the Suzu. Oh, it's so good from Skyle. Suzu saves the day as Hawk tries to hit the helicopter play with the cat in tow. And unfortunately, does pay for it with his life, but it looked good.
I mean, that was... It's so exciting. I pogged out. I thought that was going to yield fruit, but it didn't. And Suso timing was perfect. And this guys, they end up getting the point here. 5 ultimates as well. It's 5 against 4, but still 5 ultimates.
Okay, where's the tether going to go? Do not stand near the edge challenge. Actually, for both tanks, Kiwi's got it as well.
Gotta be careful with this kick right here. Rushes.
Oh. High noon PG. Didn't end up working out. Kane's fight is coming in. The Bastion's right above you, though. Rocket with a good kill onto Ultraviolet. Here comes the Mortar Barrage and the Catnap as well from Kiwi. Actually ends up getting up I think that was on Sugar-Free of all people. Or maybe on the Bastion, not entirely sure, but it definitely kidnaps someone. Put them in a spot where they can be shot very easily, removing all the movement from them. So Disguise win another fight and are up to 50%.
You know, sometimes you just want a little stun. Small stun to do the world of difference here. I think PG got interrupted with a Deadeye, by the way. Maybe like a mid-air javelin or something. I think we didn't quite see it as it unfolded. Space Engineer, 76%. And they still have a couple of ultimates here, but it's really going to come down to the Bastion to get any value with the third form, and Lethal does.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good couple of picks, though, on the reverse side of things. Tread and Rocket get UV and Lethal, as Rocket now just pumping clips into the back of Hawk right now. Nice little play there from Rocket. It's doing a lot, but unfortunately, the Xion, yeah, doing a little bit more. No recall, no dashes there, so Sugar-Free easily able to chase down the Tracer. Decides is still in a decent spot. They've still got the point, Johnny, and they're up to 90%. All right, Space Station. They're giving him a lot more than I thought they would.
Yeah, and Skyle's got the rush coming up as well. And they got the Deadeye to combine with the Cat. This should be Disguise winning this round.
The Deadeye. Oh, they're chasing him around the pillar. Get him. Just get him. Oh, they're so close to getting it. Yes, there it is. PG kills Lethal. The ring around the rosy ends up working out. A little silver bullet as well onto the Cat. PG gets 2. Terror Surge, last hurrah for Hawk. And a slam back down to earth. PGE. Man, that high noon, a good movement from Kiwi to get him in a spot where he kills the Bastion. Skies to evening this up on Ilios.
Yeah, you gotta say that the Cassidy's from PG ended up working out big time. 20 and 5 so far. 12,000 damage already. As we look at PG go for a bit of a loop.
Oh, I mean, this is whimsy. Yo.
Overwatch in 2026.
Overwatch. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. PG 20 and 5, 12k damage as well. What's that, leading the server right now? Yeah, 2k above most other players.
You just heard the Cat's out as he darted towards the point. And well, there's a Maga on top of the point. Don't want to contest Tread the time being. I think they're going to look for the wraparound here instead. Ultraviolet here. These nades obviously going to become crucial. It can land it on top of the Mauga. It's going to be Hawk with that first blood. Skyle out of nowhere.
Just Hawk lasering him down? Not sure. Tags here from Rocket. Dash has already been used too. Yeah, Sugar-Free way overextended. They're just kind of ignoring the Tracer. Not really where you want to be because Rocket, pretty mean one. I like the armor pick from UV, of course. Yeah, these nades are gonna be very good for dealing with this Mauga, but they're not gonna give him space. And Mauga playing on this high ground as well. This is a tough spot to get him off.
Yeah, I can see SG. They're trying to force the point though, the way they're playing with the Orisa right now, which is going to force the contest from this guy's. This guy's not in a position to actually contest the point there, so they're going to let it go. So good job by SG recognizing the win condition in that one. And now, look about it. Forced to use the nade on himself though. Valuable resource.
Yeah, can't throw that downtown. The catch just kind of breaks a lot of laws in Overwatch. Like where the cat can just put the most immobile characters on the most highest of high grounds on any map. It is a little crazy for the Arns to be up there without like a Sim TP, which is how you used to be able to do it.
I mean, how do you contest? It's like, use your own cat to pull the Mauga up there. Don't try to get on top of the Ana. This is Guys, by the way. getting back in control of this point, and they have 5 ultimates up and running. SSG, when we've covered them, Jaws, I feel like SSG has been slow starters, but they usually find a way to clutch out these maps. This time, though, really facing quite a big deficit here.
Okay, you know what you could do if you're Admiral? Hit the catnap on PGE and throw him off the edge. Looks like they're going to try and go first, though, with this high noon. With this cat noon. No, just putting PGE on the opposite high ground. There it is, high noon. PGE's health, though, he's so low. Oh, my word. Yeah, lethal. Not exactly the range advantage there. I think both of them doing about the same damage with their weapons, but unfortunately, the Bastion fires a few more bullets than the Deadeye can actually charge up. So a little unlucky, I'd say, for PGE. I like the idea, but unfortunately, the execution not able to be there.
Yeah, they got kind of like halfway there because Hawk obviously dropped real low on towards the point, and he felt like Disguised had an opportunity to win that one. It's going to be Tread with the cage fight this time around, Jaws. And I think Kiwi, okay, are going to think better of it. They're going to leave the Maga to do the regular Oberon engage here on towards the point. It's all about the cage fight here.
Hang on. Cage fight on the high ground to punish the Bastion. Yeah, not quite. Like you said, he's just going to make his way on the point itself this time. There's the catnap. There's the cage. Oh, wait a second. Admiral's below the point, below the, like the crevasse. I don't know, ravine? Whatever they are. Off of the map. He was almost out of bounds, is what I was trying to say. Just held on by the cage, luckily, and he was able to kind of duck in and out. So he did end up surviving before Kiwi chased him down. Disguise looking to take a map, though, potentially. They're up to 85 already.
Yeah, I mean, are there any touchers here? Hawk is going to be the first spawner. Probably going to have to overrun on towards the point here. Sugar Free swaps over to the Tracer as well to get a touch, but Disguised, they can be patient here as well. They don't need to force the fight win just yet.
Yeah, they got cut touch, but they got catnap, and they just drag Hawk over the edge. I mean, this is going to be a map win, surely, for Disguised.
Wow.
PGE's got a couple. Rocky gets a stick on UV. Oh, the hubris. It's so sweet. SSG losing control against Disguise.
Joke's on us. Joke's on us, Jaws. Disguised, they find a way to beat out the top dogs here on the opening map of Ilios. And you gotta say, they look pretty dominant after that Cassidy swap from PGE. End up clutching that one up. SSG not really making this Risa composition work.
Man, if they did go whimsical too with the Hog, I feel like that would have been even more of a beatdown as well.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, to be fair, we actually
That's why they didn't go Hog.
Whimsical, yeah.
Yeah. Disguise come into today with 2 map wins under their belt. This stage, that's their 3rd. Their other map wins were against TL and Cafe, so crazy stuff. Taking a map off of SSG, who they've only lost 1 map. They lost a map to Cafe, and it wasn't Control either. It was a Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, if we bet channel points on if Disguise was going to win the opening map, someone would have been a big winner in that one. So I feel like this kind of goes back to what I talked about in the pre-show, in that I feel like this Disguise roster, even though they're, the bottom of North America right now, they still feel like they've improved over time, even with, Shion getting into the mix here a little bit. They are leveled up. I really do feel so, and I feel like that's reflected in the performance here on map 1.
Yeah, taking this seriously is going to have to be the port call now for SSG. There's going to be a lot of happy predictors in the chat, though. That 11%, they're believing, Johnny. They're believing. Crossing every toe, crossing every finger. They're ready to rock and roll. They're ready for this to be a 3-0 for Disguised.
Oh, you got so much hopium now. If you actually predicted Disguised to win this one. Just 2 map wins away. Just 2.
Just 2. All I'm saying,
SSG,
Johnny, is that
man.
Someone did predict 181,000 channel points.
What?
On Disguised. Yep. That's a lot of channel points. Not quite the max, like max you can bet. What's that? 250k. So 181k channel points. That's all I'm saying. It's quite a lot.
What? Why? Why would you do that? I mean, that's a crazy person. Can we get an interview
the return's
with that
crazy.
person? Get him on the show. Get him on the show. I want to hear why they put so much channel points on Disguised.
You won almost over 1 million points, man. If you win that prediction.
That's unbelievable. Channel points millionaire.
Yeah, actually, there are definitely a few in the chat.
I thought I would be one of those people, Jaws, and as it turns out, I'm not.
Yeah, I lost all my channel points a long time ago, and I've not recovered since. It's rough out there. It's rough out there.
Yeah. Channel points, risk management, both one of my strengths.
Risk management. Kings-Row for SSG.
Yep.
Did you actually go all in? Like on
yeah,
this?
but like way back, like the stage 1. You know,
Oh, way back. Okay, yeah.
I was feeling
A lot of people lost them on those Peps games.
No, that's where I won. I won on those, and then I'm like, yeah, I'll double down.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I'll double down.
I'll double down.
Did not turn out well. And here we are.
Disguise end up banning Farah. King's Row is the selection for SSG. I don't mind this. Look, hey, if you still want to play Cat Bash and Shion's good too, you're straight chilling. My only question is, how is Hawk going to be looking at this series now?
Yeah, look, it's going to be King's Row, and SSG's map pick here, and so I think going into this one, it's going to be a different SSG we're seeing compared to the one we just saw on Ilios. This guy's getting rid of the Pharah. You just want to get rid of these annoying kind of like poke compositions that it feel like the game isn't in your hands. Like when you're playing a pretty spam-heavy composition and they're playing like the Pharah combined with, you know, hit scan, and lethal is just picking apart of the enemy team, it doesn't really give you a good opportunity to like get good grips of the outcome of the match, because the enemy damage players, they can just like go off and pop off and they'll get a frag consistently in his 5 versus 4 scenarios, and you just feel terrible. Getting rid of the Pharah there, some extra poke damage, it like kind of like levels the playing field here a little bit, and so Disguised still going to have a pretty good chance here taking it to Space Station Gaming.
Ooh, defense. I really enjoying the Ana on this map, especially with the Mizuki. It's a lot of off angling you can do with the Mizuki with the teleport. I think Ana's obviously still really good. Even a chance for nano blades as well. Rocket is pulling out Genji defense for Disguised.
Yeah, that is really interesting. I mean, we saw Zero play some Genji earlier today as well. That time combining with the Mauga, which is really a Team Liquid special. I feel like the Mauga Genji. They're essentially like the only team that consistently do it. But Rocket playing the Genji here on defense, really not something we see that often.
Oh, and lethal on the Hanzo. They're gonna match actually Hawk. Oh no, wait. Sigma, Diva, and then Ultra. Wow, that Lucio. That's a rare one. No Kiriko, to be fair, for SSG, so. Alright, okay. Quick TP up to high ground. Okay, they're just gonna try and rotate on them.
Oh no, you dropped Lucio. I mean, this really is like a 5-stack kind of composition with the area healing from the Baptiste, the area healing from the Lucio. You get a Symmetra to teleport you around with the Matrix as well. But losing the Lucio, it's a lot of those supportive resources gone. And Adam's gonna have to find himself back into this fight somehow.
Yeah, they got the emergency teleport out as well. And now, how long can Sugar Free survive in this corridor against this enemy Sigma? They actually deployed the Lamb too. What a nade! They're coming in after the Lamb. Lamb gets destroyed. Skyle dominating for Disguised. Oh, Space Station. What's up here? I mean, 2.5 minutes to go by the time your next attack comes round. I mean, this is the half of the time bank already gone almost.
Yeah, lethal. Gonna go and swap off this Hanzo to a Cassidy. There it is. But I feel like this SSG composition, you have to be very like proactive with the teleporter and always like push the weak points of Disguised. And so you saw there, they lost the Lucio, and they're pretty planted onto the high ground. There's an opportunity here for them now. Go aggressive with the teleporter if need be. Oh, the nade.
Good nade. All right, they can't quite collapse on that again because Hawk's on Sigma now. But they still have control of high ground. And Skyle can have Nano soon, 20% away. They need that nade to survive. And Hawk in trouble. Very low. Heals end up coming in. In fact, Tread ends up just falling over to that window. Ultraviolet on the statue. Solo window. Solo Q Batiste. Only hitting the window for yourself. as SSG, they finally get the cap. It's kind of tough though. Disguise, they put up their dukes.
Yeah, they did. And Skyle hit the sleep onto the Cassidy and still couldn't really get the value going there. And ultimately, FACEIT, they're just going to overrun the point with Hawk being the front of attack, contesting that point, being supported by the Baptiste, shooting quite freely here. And if the Baptiste is shooting freely, I mean, the damage and healing is just unbelievable in that one. So, as we head on to second point here, Jaws, could be the Nano Blade that we pointed out at the start of this map. A rare sighting of the Nano Blade in 2026.
You gotta run with it. There's Nano. Blade in 10%. Doesn't matter. Got the deflect kill onto Lethal. Has got Blade, but yeah, does not need it. What a deflect from Rocket. Just a standard and Nano Genji. Hoping to bait out some cooldowns or even some ults. Space Station don't end up ripping that wall, but that's the only ult they did end up having. Nice moves from Rocket.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at Space Station's composition here, and you are the Genji, you can kind of get on top of them here. The lamp's going to be an issue for the Dragon Blade. And obviously you want to be careful about Symmetra's beam damage, teleporter as well. But this guy's composition here, it matches up pretty well with Space Station. This Symmetra wall as issued though.
Yeah, that Blade's gonna come out, but Rocket kind of swinging in the Sanctuary. Just gets focused down by Hawk. PG wasn't on an off angle for the majority of this fight too. He's trying to get a nice flank going. Had the ult. Didn't end up working out though. It's a nice headshot on Kiwi.
What do you think about the Shion here from PG? I almost feel like this is one of those scenarios where it's actually quite difficult to get value from the Shion. Obviously, you're trying to combine with Rocket to get pretty deep in these kind of scenarios, but it's almost like I find it quite hard to dive this composition from Space Gaming now. Now they got a Samber here as well. Let's get a last touch here on these guys on this defense.
Oh, 1000%, yeah. It's real tough. There's no off angles you can take, right? Teleport. They're going to go through. There's the nade. Scar's 1 HP, but Lethal finishes it off with a single bullet. Oh, and, well, PG's going to go in. Going to try for something, but yeah, the lab got destroyed, but that was it. Nice focus fire from SSG. Should be an all good swapping moment. Yeah, there it is. Okay, PG is on the Sojin now. I think it's tough. It's a really hard pick to make work here. So,
yeah,
swap by PG.
As soon as they lost the initial choke on second point, I think both of the players wanted to swap over to something like this instead. Slow things down, get a little bit more stamina in that front line, combining the Sigma with the Mei. But Space Station, they're rolling right now. And Lethal, getting a lot of value combining with the Symmetra. Ultraviolet.
Wow, Tread got destroyed by UV. A TP into the window. The Flux connected, but just got bursted in the head. Okay, this is the SSG we were expecting to come out. Sound barrier for SSG as well, just a tempo beat. They're now a meter away from actually getting this payload in. The Nano Mei's got some legs to it though. Rocket's already got 2, Hawk's already low. As I said, they managed to hold on. Nano Mei onto Rocket. Okay, that's a team kill for Disguised.
Yeah, Disguised saw an opportunity and they went for it. The very final second, they're able to get on top of the contesting the card as well. Hawk couldn't push it in. And Rocket did quite a bit of work there with that Nano Mei. 2 minutes to go here. This is very holdable on the side of Disguised here. But Space Station, they're not going to slow their roll with the Symmetra Teleporter and a Flux coming up alongside the Deadeye as well.
Yeah, Sugar Free shouldn't have too much of an issue dealing with Tread. Tread got blown up to Hainu from the top. Mizuki, TP away, and hello. Doesn't manage to get the kill, but still takes a large chunk of health off of Kiwi after that headshot. Silver Bullet kills Rocket, and that'll be that. Space Station with time in the bank. Cap the point.
I love whenever Ultraviolet is on the Baptiste. It's one of the more fun heroes to watch at the very top level. And Ultraviolet is one of those players that will actually bring it out when possible. So doing well here to adapt, playing this very brawl-centric composition with the Sigma, and then also obviously the amp from the Lucio and Ultraviolet dishing out the damage. Very comfortable look for SSG.
Yeah, I'd agree. Just with BAP's movement, especially after having you get the not shift perk, but the jump perk, so you can like move in the air now, and also just watching raw aim at this level is really fun to watch. Yeah, BAP is pretty sick, man. Long have gone the days when BAP was just, I'm going to put up window, 5 players stand behind it, and we're going to shoot down a corridor.
Yeah, no.
Long have gone those days.
Yeah, the tempo is too high. With 5 members, you kind of... I mean, so many ultimates in Overwatch these days. If you can just secure, like, a pick, that's good news. Because secure 2 picks, I mean, you've essentially won the team fight, right? And so even with BAP window, you're like, if we can just teleport over to that high ground and just secure a kill with the Amp Matrix, like, we're going to win the fight from there on out. The odds are in our favor.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Tread, Wrecking Ball.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, he do be balling. No, okay. Okay, he ends up deciding the D.Va instead. Now this is an old-fashioned defense here, it feels like. UV on Wu Yang, Abril on the Weaver, and then Lethal on Ashe too. So unconventional to say the least here from SSG. Nice pull to save UV. They've traded DPS though.
I mean, this guy's really going for it as well with the speed ring and the D.Va. And so they're going to take it to SSG. Ultimate almost died, and this time goes down, actually, to the missiles of Tread. So,
holy damn it.
That should be enough from this guy. This dive is not messing around with the Genji D.Va, utilizing the speed ring from Skyle.
And Ultraviolet did nothing. He just got ran over by Tread. He got saved a moment ago by Admiral, and then, yeah, the micro missiles plus just landing that many headshots in a row with the fusion cannons. Yeah, good luck.
Not my tempo.
Tread's going to swap too. Not my tempo.
From the Juno player. I'm like, can we slow down next bit?
Oh, I like this though. Vendetta with Zarya. Swap up. And Sugar Free's already dead. What?
Is this whimsical or straight up just insane by these guys? I mean, the Zarya swap here makes sense. You know, can bubble in the Vendetta there as well. You gotta wait for Rocket to come back here. But I like the innovation. I like the innovation.
Nano Sundering Blade or just like nanoing Vendetta into the backline. What an anti. Wow, Lethal got blown up. PG was on an off angle that entire time too, waiting for an execution kill. That ability kind of living up to his namesake. He gets a double with the impact. Admiral goes down 2. SSG. Unconventional comp from Skies, but you know, Space Station were doing the same thing on their first defense.
So I would say that the Skies are playing free right now. They're making the hero swaps they want to do. They're looking for plays like this. Skyle is. No, Kiriko on the field, so the Barrier Grenade real powerful in a situation like this.
Picture in picture, perfect. Picture in picture. I need to see the Ana pop off here. Kidnap. They're gonna grab someone. Try and take him out. Yeah, Abril. Boy. Yeah, there's nothing you can do there. There's no Suzu because Kiriko has been banned. Rocket manages to dash in and get away. So Disguise, after winning that fight and UV dying so late and Hawk only just coming up in a couple of moments, this is the second point cap for Disguise in rather quick fashion.
Yeah, they're rolling with this pretty high tempo. She on Vendetta composition can utilize the barriers from Zarya to get pretty deep into the backline and make plays here. Admiral's going to swap over to the Life Weaver. Try to maybe pull out some of his teammates from this danger. This has been all this guy so far. And here's a nod of Vendetta for you.
Yeah, I told you. Get the Vendetta in there and get her swinging. Hawk had a large chunk of his face taken out of him for him. And Rocket has found Sugar Free. Blocked up in the corridor. Sundering Blade from over the top maybe. Goes for the overhead slash. Doesn't manage to get the connection. And how about DLC heroes for you? Lethal using that spree to try and create a gap and trying to create an opportunity for SSG to win this fight. Didn't manage to get it, but eventually Rocket goes down.
Yeah, and with this Life Weaver swap as well, you can prolong these fights by getting the teammates of yours that are hurt to get them out of danger, and that just means that the initial dive from this guys, when that is mitigated, they don't have a lot to fall back on. They don't have this good poke in the neutral fight, so they really were betting on that first good dive opportunity or that first play. As soon as Space Station survives that initial play from this guys, Space Station are going to win that fight, and now they're starting to stabilize from the defense.
Graviton Surge for Disguise. They've also got Catnap too. A very deep pit around this corner, so Hawk's going to have to be careful. Oh, there it is. There's the catnap, and the Graviton Surge is real good. Instant wall, though, to try and defend, and a petal platform for Admiral gets them out of danger. Blizzard separates Shred from the rest of the team, but has managed to link up with this Mei. However, that's the wrong side. Sugar Free is just going to chase you down, and now, well, Disguise, they're in still a decent spot. If they can hold on to this corner with Tread being on this high ground, they're going to be able to create space for the DPS to get back in.
Yeah, but SpaceItion, they're actually real comfortable themselves because they can hold this position, and if these guys go for it, they can pull back, disengage, and then turn with the tree.
Hawk is so low. I feel like it was quite of an early tree, actually, from Admiral. They can just wait this one out or just shoot the tree, hope it dies. And a boost onto Tread. PG one-shotting Sugar Free. And Tread now just launching himself into the back line, creating a nuisance for himself. But Hawk's Flux hits 2 people. Insta-kills PG. And now they just need to get Tread. Yeah, after that, Nana runs out. The Zarya is so vulnerable. SSG going to hold.
So nothing has really changed from the start of this round, besides the fact that SpaceItion, they're doing a better job responding to Nano, like you saw there, the disengage from Ultraviolet and Admiral in a scenario like that. And meanwhile, Hawk doing his thing on Sigma on top of that card. So this guy's not finding the opening picks that they did earlier on. PG has an overclock here. This could be the opener.
It's the overclock versus this the spree from Lethal. It's like it's gonna be the battle of the century here if Lethal can get onto the back line, but PG has got such a gap between him. There's the spree. What a sleep. Wow. And a kidnap too to hold Lethal in place. What a combo coming through from Disguise, shutting down Lethal's ingress. Sugar Free also dead, so PGE and Rocket are going to be able to clean up these kills. Hawk, they got to chase this. If they manage to kill the Sigma, he's got the grasp, but can they actually secure the kill? Looks like it. PG with the heroics as he pushes on. There's a minute and a half left for Disguise to try and complete the map.
Oh, Admiral. He rests the Sigma.
The Admiral mercy swap to get res. Holy big brain. Don't worry about the spawn timer. Rocket ends up getting demolished by the little orbital ray there. As Ultraviolet just pops it down, sends the pulsar torpedoes in, but that self-destruct clears the way for PG to get the kill onto Hawk. Tread still alive, 100% HP as well, 600 health. Tread gets it in with time to spare. 1 minute and 6 seconds in the bank for Disguise. So close to OT.
Indeed, so very close. And I kind of wonder if Lethal maybe overextended with that spree. Trying to dive deep. We talked about it over the course of these broadcasts. It's such a difficult ultimate to get value with if you're kind of initiating with it or dropping it early in these team fights. And we saw there, obviously, they had to utilize the Cat ultimate to kind of shut down Lethal to begin with. But still, such a difficult spot to try and secure those picks. And in the end, these guys are going to push in the cart on the back of winning that fight.
Yeah, with only 6 seconds to spare as well before it was a free attack for SSG. That was so close. Damn, Disguise. They're showing up. Their last game of the stage. They're showing up against the best team in North America right now.
Yeah, they really are. They're looking good. The way they're making plays with a composition like this. But time and time again, I feel like SpaceItion Gaming, they've grown into the series and just gotten better as they figure out what the opponents are trying to do. I think it's quite reasonable to expect with the way these guys are playing that it takes you a few fights to be like, okay, this is what they're doing. This is how they're beating us. They're making these plays. Let's slow our roll. And you saw that SpaceItion Gaming, they kind of found their groove towards the end of that defense. So as we head into overtime here, obviously immediately going to have the great perks for Bastion. I think both teams trying to take that opportunity rather, to their advantage.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's no like missile perk here for either Bastions.
There are.
Saying that, yeah. So they're just going to ignore each other and hope to get kills on the squishies. Speaking of which, Sugar Free, not exactly a squishy on the Mei, I'd argue, but still ends up going down anyway. 30 seconds to go now for Disguise. They've got one final chance this, one final shot. They can't quite stagger Skyle, but still, if they get a late kill on Rocket, this might be good. PG's Widow. Oh, that was... Okay, nice shield placement there by Hawk. And no one goes down. That would have been the perfect opening pick if PG found someone.
Lucio Juno. All right, it's going to be Kiwi actually swapping off to the cat. Makes sense here in the end. But this guy's last attempt here, 10 seconds to go.
PG's on the bike. Oh, and Hawk kills Skyle straight up. Oh, that's not good. That's not good whatsoever. And Ultraviolet's on an off angle. No healing required for him by the looks of things. I think the fight might just be already done. Yeah, OT. Sugarfree gets a kill onto Kiwi, and that was unfortunately a little bit more of a whimper than Disguise was hoping for. Space Station Gaming, they're going to hold. Now they got 1 minute and 43 to get that 33%.
I wonder if... Okay, let's see if you're picking up what I'm putting down here.
Okay.
I wonder if in overtime here, if you're Bastion, you kind of wait to see what the defense is playing before you pick your perk. Because if they are playing Bastion, there's no rush to go ahead and pick the missile perk like right off the bat. And if they are playing Bastion, you just skip it. The missiles are really strong, but if the opponents are playing Bastion, then, you know, maybe skip it.
He's cooking. I think that's not a bad strat at all. You have... Because it won't take you long to figure out. It will take you maximum 15 seconds, right? Before the hero portrait is revealed in tab. So, realistically, you don't need to go crazy here, so I don't hate it. Disguised are... also probably going to show early that they're not playing Cat Bastion because PG's on Ashe. He's going to want to poke early. Same with Rocket on Genji. So, yeah, I think if you're Space Station, keep your head out. They haven't got Bastion. Now we look in the missile perk.
Yeah, so Lethal should immediately look the missile perk as soon as he sees this defense. If he, you know, maybe you already have. It is a powerful pick tool, the missiles, of course, and that's why people select Bastion. Even before the Cat Bastion meta. People were playing Bastion in overtime. I remember Tree doing it for Team Liquid way back. I think in the World Finals. So we've definitely seen it before here, but let's see if Lethal can deal some damage here. Open things up.
Let's have a little look. Like I said, assuming the Bastion here does have the missile perk. He doesn't. I can hear the minigun whirring. Hawk's already on at this point. It's going to get pushed off eventually. Although with Lethal having to kind of retreat now for a brief moment, they're going to have to heal the Hawk up first before they can put the Bash in the position again where he can do some damage. Skyle hunting for somebody. Kings are coming out too. He's heal up his backline though. Oh, Kiwi just gets solo by Sugarfree. That's not good. Sleep goes wide as well. Sugarfree recall, and yeah, this might just be over. They've already lost Rocket and Kiwi, and they've lost Meg. And hopes of staying in this one are cut to 0. Space Station Gaming with a win on Kings Row. They tie the series up.
Once again, they figured their opponent out. It's been the new story of Space Station Gaming, the way they're adapting to their opponents. And that was clean as you like on the offense. Slow and steady approach. They get the initial pick there onto the back line of this guys. And that's going to be it. SG still showing that they're in it. Although... these guys continue to show us some good moments with their Ana composition.
Dare I say, it's looking a little close. Dare I say. You go to extra rounds. Both time banks are pretty low. Like, be a pretty close series.
Yeah, I'm not taking anything for granted. Who knows? This guy's map pick, we might be going anywhere, buddy. They have picked New Queen Street quite a few times. You want to replicate that here? I'm not too sure.
Maybe. I don't think it's a bad lock. Not exactly the most popular map in the world.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
Specialize on something the opponents aren't doing, you know? Just bring out the New Queen Street. It's not like Hawk is a ball player, so...
yeah, that's true. It's funny, that's kind of been Christopher's mantra for a long time back on Spitfire. Oh, look at that. Sugarfree pinging out the TP location, just waiting for the Mizuki to TP back. That is... oh, that's BM to a whole new level, it feels like. That was really nice positioning from Sugarfree there. But you're right. We could quite literally go anywhere. With Disguised, of course. I would like to see New Queen Street sometime in this series. Yeah, give it to us.
Yeah, look, that's what I'm saying.
Play a little Sojourn as well.
You know, whenever we get the opportunity to see some New Queen Street, I'm all aboard. You know, I'm the one voting for New Queen Street in our ranked games. New Junk City.
Damn, you're that guy.
So
huh?
close. So close.
So close. It's right next to it. It's
Right
next to it. It's right there. It's okay. We can still go there. We still need to play Escort and Bush if we go to map 5. But New Green Street is the pick for Disguise. What's the ban situation going to be here for Disguise, do you reckon?
I'll tell you. I mean, it makes sense. Like, SG were so good playing the Wuyang composition yesterday, right? So, makes sense. You also get some protect for your backline. I wonder if they want to go over here as well, because Servalsa can be a pretty scary map to face SG on. I feel like that's a map where, you know, Sugar Free plays quite freely on Servalsa. To keep saying what Zoe was saying about playing free, Sugar Free, I feel like he's quite free on Servalsa. These guys give themselves a good opportunity here on for close angles on New Junk City, and they get the Wuyang out so they can't play their hallmark co-composition. This is once again this guy's kind of like being able to play pretty similar compositions here, like leveling the playing field. They're not forced to adapt to these weird archetypes that SSG are throwing their way with the Wuyang out.
Creeping up in popularity, the Wuyang. It's been banned a fair number of times as well. I think we saw the ban stats the other day. It was on there. It's just pretty good right now, especially with the prevalence of Tracer still. I think Tracer's never not going to be meta, or at least on the periphery of being meta. So, yeah, Wuyang's a very good combo with it. Getting Hawk away from the Mauga versus Mauga. You can go Diva here. You can play Orisa. Yeah, well, it's his oyster right now. I say that. I list 2 heroes that he's probably going to play. One or the other, or maybe Sig, you know. A little bit more constrained here, I should say, for Hawk.
I hope SG really pops off this summer. Make it deep here in North America, but then also take it to the opponents on the international stage, because players like Sugar Free deserve it. You know, there's so much talent there. Just hasn't been able to showcase it on the international stage for quite some time now.
Yeah, I think the whole of North America is hoping that they do a little bit better on LAN. Dallas Fuel made the deepest run. SSG just didn't do well at all in the first one. Takes time to build up, but I think with how good Xion has been for this region, hey, I've got a lot of hope. I've got a lot of hope for North America on the international stage.
You say that, and then you see like proper playing Xion. You're like, oh my god.
I know. So
like,
wait, yeah, this is the best Xion ever. True.
Scary.
Ooh,
scary.
Zarya for Tread. Rocket Tracer PGE on the Xion, but Space Station playing the Mei. So Tread is basically sitting all the way at the back and just bubbling Tracer and PG to go in. That's going to be the game plan, and more than likely, if you get caught off by these walls, that Zarya is going to die very fast. Speaking of which, there's the wall. And the Rock, and yeah, the body block too. But a back smack actually from Rocket will kill Hawk, and PG finishes off one with a bike too. So, in fact, they've managed to make the best out of a kind of an awful situation, losing Tread first. You know, Disguise, they cap.
I mean, I think this could be Disguise's best look. And we saw a glimpse of it yesterday. And it was a little up and down. But I'd still say for the most part, they look pretty good playing it. And this is another opportunity. If you can get the Ice Block out of Sugar Free, if you can get the Susu out of Ultraviolet, that is go time. It's very engaged, heavy composition of this guy. So just play the angles for now. You can see Rocket lurking in the winds, that little outline right there. It's actually Disguise and PG taking an angle off their own. Space Station, they're putting pressure on towards the point here. So Disguise will have to go at some point here.
Yeah, they got to get a move on. SSG have already capped beneath their noses. They pushed them all the way back. And then giving Mei as well any kind of room is just so difficult, because she's being able to rotate walls to Mei is just so powerful. Oh, PG's frontlining right now for the team, but he's got bubbles, so it's actually free energy for Tread. Puts himself in a tough spot, trying to kill that Lucio, but Abril chased him down with the help of Hawk. And even a rush here for Disguise to try and flip the tides on. You saw the idea there with 2 players from SSG being distracted by PG, but yeah, it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these guys, they want to play real explosive here with their composition. Like, probably should have held on to that Kitsune rush. But Space Station Gaming, they've done such a great job already at just pushing the different flankers on Disguised here. So you saw putting pressure onto Rocket, force him to blink away, spend those blinks. You can see here already Hawk putting pressure onto Tread. So there's no opening for Disguised to engage all together.
He's trying to find the one clip there onto the Lucio, just shut down completely by Lethal. Yeah, the rush into turret form, Lethal just dominated Disguised. And it's going to be the point capture as well. And Space Station, they only use rush. I mean, you're so happy with that. You got Blizzard, you got Flux, like you're so much for this next one.
Yeah, the rush is just everything that kind of takes it over the top. Already putting pressure on the Tread. I mean, that's kind of like how you get off to a good start already. So you can see Space Station, they're sitting on the point for the time being. But at some point, they're going to make a decisive push somewhere to put pressure onto one or two members from Disguised. Let's see who they decide to go on here.
Return to me. Kiwi's be very pivotal here for Disguised. It's probably just going to use for this Flux. See when Hawk actually wants to use it. Wow, they're going to go early with it. Blizzard now thrown out on the point. Kiwi, a lot of overhealth, but they need kills here because these ults are going to be chunking everybody down. Tread dies before he even hits the ground. There's now the Bastion ult. There's Station kind of not even laying their ults, just one ult after another. Just try and whittle down Disguise attack here on this point. We've already been up 30% or so. The Space Station just clean up the last couple of members of Disguise.
Yeah, the better beat from Admiral and Space Station Gaming. They survived the initial dive from Disguise. And quite unbelievably, they got the capture off as well during Disguise engaged beat. So none of the members of Disguise was contesting the point. So Space Station goes for another push here. Tread once again in trouble, and no Lucio speed here to help him out.
Yeah, just running them down now. They haven't got any speed, yeah, like you mentioned. Kiwi died first at Admiral. Point. All good. No worries. No chance for a cap there from Rocket. It's pretty close.
Oh,
I tell a lie. My bad. Rocket just
come on.
One blink away. Lucio leaves. I blink back in. 10%. We'll take it.
He's gonna have to try to do it again. But they're sniffing him
Chasing
out.
down Rocket right now. He recalled. Yeah. He just recalled. He has to go back and retouch for the rest of his team. He's gonna die. Yeah, not nice for Rocket there. Caught between a rock and a hard place, unfortunately. As Tread does force the Suzu and the Swift Step from Ultraviolet, but has to play Guardian on the point now. Can't move off of it. Otherwise, it will be Space Station. And, well, it's going to be theirs anyway. 2 points on the board now. Disguise. Oh, they're just getting flattened. It doesn't feel close. The first map felt real close. Second map, close as well. But this one, very much an SSG game type.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest New Junk City we've seen in quite some time here. SG once again holding forward here, ready to drop the Kitsune rush if they spot an opportunity to do so. They're not going to let this guys take any kind of positioning here for free.
Flux gonna be good. Oh, what a pulse bomb. Pulse bomb, Lethal chunks it down. Disruptor shot finishes him off. Hawk now hits the grass, gets a lot of overhealth already for free, but PGE is the one that goes down. Hawk's still alive too. So much frontward pressure, like back to front pressure from a Disguise. Tread unable to punish the Sigma as SSG cap with a sound barrier as well to their name. Like, they're looking good for this next fight.
Yeah, they're looking so clean. So clean right now. Hawk under lower pressure. There is that sound barrier from Admiral. And they're going to clean things up on the back of that.
All right, Kiwi's got a quote-unquote free sound barrier for next one. Oh, let him go, man. Oh, that was cruel. Cruel.
The barrier cannot withstand much more. It's just SSG team that is playing so comfortable right now. They know what their objective is, playing this composition against what these guys are throwing their way. These guys are going to make a couple of changes, though. Rocket over on towards this Symmetra. Wizard, though.
Unless Sebastian get away with murder, but I think they're going to have to let him in, fortunately. Tread ends up getting the trade. Space Station still control. A good freeze kill onto Skyle. And the sound barrier from Kiwi only hits 2. Oh, the rock was so nice from Hawk as well. Kiwi's 1 HP. Yeah, it doesn't make it out alive. And Space Station. Johnny, I think that's going to be map. Yeah, Tread doesn't even get the touch. A 3-0 on New Junk City. Good pacing from SSG. Has to be said. And I was just thinking about this before that last fight kicked off. How much do you reckon Space Station is showing here? I don't think it's going to be any crazy new comps for any maps or anything like that, but maybe they got something up their sleeve for the playoffs that they don't want displayed.
Yeah, I think they're playing pretty standard right now. Like, they're just making smart swaps around what the opponents are doing. We've seen in this meta that when the opponents have a Sigma player like Hawk, and you can't necessarily match that Sigma play, it does get quite difficult. Like, how many teams have we seen like try to force the Mauga or play some kind of like faster tempo? But Sigma has been so powerful in this meta so far that it's going to be a challenge for you to kind of work around these kind of compositions. And we saw right there, SSG just putting on a show, the way they're applying pressure onto this guys, trying to make this hazard work instead. So clean as you like, just play pretty standard Overwatch, nothing too complicated, and maybe, like you said, save something for playoffs.
Look at that rock.
Ooh. Yeah. Delectable.
Super nice from Delectable. No, that's a good word. I've used that one before, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where I picked it up.
It's a good one.
Learned the word from you.
Yeah. Hey, that happens all the time. You'll be surprised. You at home, everybody at home. You pick up words from me, I pick up words from you, and yeah, and then you just pass the game. I don't know where I was going with it. To be honest with you. Just guys, still up a map. Hey, this could be a map 5, but map number 4 coming up in a moment as Space Station. Close that one out pretty cleanly. Like I said, the first 2 maps have been pretty close. I mean, Disguised even took map 1. You got to be smiling if you're a Disguised fan still. Don't forget, in the Overwatch Esports store in-game right now, you can grab some of the classics. They're bringing them back, Johnny, which I don't want to I don't want to say anything too crazy, but I hope they bring back some of the like really old ones as well, like the 2020 ones, you know, those ones type vibes. Maybe the Jonak skin as well. I've had that one for a long time, but
I mean, that one is...
Those are some good ones you need.
Yeah, that's top tier.
The Jonak MVP skin, goated. My god, one of the best Zen skins in the game. All right.
Yeah, it might.
Runasapi.
One of the best ones out there, yeah, for sure.
Up next. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is that... It's got to be... Oh, no. The Takoyaki Zen skin is also very good. He literally has steaming balls of Takoyaki as his orb. Big fan of that one, too.
Do you like Takoyaki?
Yeah, dude. I love Takoyaki. It's goated. Do you like the player Takoyaki? Do you remember that guy?
I do vaguely recall a player called Takoyaki.
Element Mystic player.
I knew it. Wait, wasn't who did Coach Rush say that Takoyaki was that going to be like the best tank ever?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Takoyaki. Winston player, right? I mean, back then.
Yeah, like a main tank player. Yeah, main tank player with that Element Mystic team. Yeah, he was good. He used to cast him back then too.
You bring up any tank player from like 2018, 2019, and Wikipedia's
They
always
played
like,
on Element Mystic.
Winston Reinhardt. That's their signature.
Oh,
Winston
yeah.
Reinhardt.
Yeah. None of this new-fangled tanks. Yes.
Hyperflex tanks. Zarya, Winston. What are we doing?
Yeah. Do you tank play? You look at it, Infected. Do you play how many tanks? You play main tanks and off tanks? What?
That's crazy to me.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
How did it do it?
2017 Overwatch players be like, you play more than a single character? Really? It's crazy. Back in the day when you're picking up Widow one tricks, because you need a Widow player for certain maps, or like Tracer OTPs.
I mean,
long have gone those days.
Genji specialists are long
the
gone.
Genji specialists.
Shadowburn, Hero Pool, far again.
Shadowburn, yeah. I only play projectile. The projectile hero pool. Like, I play projectile, so you play 2 heroes. Is that what you're telling me? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Great. Do you remember Water? That was a real Genji specialist.
Oh, that's Gladiator's Legion in Contenders.
That is a deep cut. Yeah. A very deep cut. All right, let's get into this one then. A Sigma ban and a Cassidy ban for SSG. Oh, we're going back here. Look at this. A Bastion with the cat, of course, but Sugar Free running the Reaper into the Mauga.
Okay, well, Reaper's kind of been forgotten the last few weeks here. Obviously, it was a really good pick during Champions Clash. and around the time we started playing these kind of positions. So Sugarfree bringing it back here and make life a little bit more difficult to tread. That's a big overrun stomp.
That was a big stomp. And Lethal is down. Huge from Tread. Oh, the one clip. Oh, yo. That TP couldn't have been closer. My goodness. Rocket's calling that one out like there's no tomorrow. He's 1 HP. Nice win from Disguise. They're going to get the point going.
Yeah, this is the composition that Liquid played earlier. When they played this really high tempo with the Kiriko and the Jetpack Cat. And again, I think this suits Disguised players. I think this could be one of their better compositions. Obviously, Space Agent, they're playing the Bastion, they're playing Selves here. But I like this look from Disguised.
Just throw in the Mauger in. Stop goes a little wide. Sugarfree is the teleport onto that high ground, so a bit of added pressure on the flank, but it's going to be just consistently Tread being thrown to the walls. Those wolves wearing astronaut suits right now. It does look like Tread is going to be able to get out of there as Kiwi heals up his fellow support in Skyle. Hitting the 1v1 versus Sugarfree, but actually forces Sugarfree to hit the Wraith Form. A lot of low health players on the side of Disguise, but they still managed to focus down Hawk. I mean, the backline looking real clean right now as Skyle and Kiwi are surviving these engagements from SSG.
Yeah, with this added mobility, you can navigate Space Agent's composition somewhat when Space Agent decides to commit. This guy's doing a good job so far playing around them. And they have 5 ultimates still pushing this bot forward. See if they spotted an opportunity here to go early, or if they still prefer to wait for Space Agent to make a move. There's the rush.
Oh, I don't hate that rush whatsoever. Yeah, you actually get the cap off of that. You can't really complain too much. It does suck you're not getting any kills, but getting the cap is just such a big deal on this one. Oh, the cage on the high ground. Wait, it's lifted them up. They're not even touching the ground. The feminine combo from Lethal, though, in reverse almost, using Tread's cage to his own advantage. Kills the cage, kills Kiwi as SSG. They're going to win this fight fairly easily now. They just got to kill this pesky Kiriko. Okay, there it is. Skyle down. So the rest of the Disguise look to regroup.
So Rocket pulling the pulse bomb there. Didn't get any value because Ultraviolet dropped that Suzu. And I wonder, it's a very tricky situation. Maybe you could hold on to the pulse bomb just for a little bit longer, see if you can force out that Suzu. But that was definitely a calculated combo. So see Space Agent Gaming. They got momentum on their side now, and they've got their own cage, but
oh my Hawk. Hawk gets wings clipped there, but Sugarfree with the Death Blossom inside the cage. That is a combo of old, it feels like at this point, Johnny.
One of the favorite combos of all time.
Oh! Okay, Rocket. Admirable attempt there to kill Sugarfree, but he just bunny hopped over it.
Maybe swapping. Go Soldier or something.
Soldier? What are you, Jake?
Look, Jake said it could be viable. You know, I like to listen to Jake. He knows what he's talking about. It's going to be the Tracer. It's going to be the Tracer.
I'm sorry. That sort of just not viable, man. I'm sorry.
Someone will.
I'm going to have to put a stop to that. Someone.
You got Flying Malgus again.
Yeah, I mean, Soldier's pretty good at actually stopping that. Sugarfree gets stomped on, but it's got Wraith Form to get away. Oh, not quite so lucky, but Sugarfree's waiting right at Hawk. Treads back as soon as he turned his gaze towards Hawk. And, well, Lethal does have this Auxiliary Barrage too. No chance for a feminine combo, sadly, but it is going to be a spree used. And now the focus on to the Bastion. They managed to kidnap the Bastion for half a second or so. The bike is going to help Rocket kill Lethal eventually. Still the lead, though, for Disguise. Worth keeping in mind. 73 meters to 39. As now the bot is on SSG side of the map.
Yeah, they're looking very comfortable playing a composition like this. Now pressure is on SSG to find a good opportunity to drop this Kitsune Rush. Disguise will know of this, though. They know this Kitsune Rush will come out from Ultraviolet. It's all about timing. You maybe disengage successfully from that one, or do you feel forced to commit with the cage and Cardiac Overdrive from Tread? They got the combo again.
Reverse combo. We'll see. Cage.
Oh.
They're threatening it. They're threatening it. Lethal not really that low. In fact, healed up quite considerably. Wait for Lethal. There it is. Lethal's popped the ult. Pulse Bomb gets thrown in as well. Forbidden combo bait in reverse gets lethal nothing this time. Both rushes almost perfectly layered on top of each other there. As Hawk chased down again by Tread. Skies, they won a map 5, Johnny. I can feel it in the air. I can feel it in their bones. 4 minutes to go. They win that fight. They get more lead.
This is really working out for them so far. Obviously, had to deploy quite a few ultimates in that one, but it was also a fight that FACEIT invested in. And so now, you're in a real good spot here. 85 meters. This should be enough to kind of earn you the victory here. And they're pushing for more.
Oh, wow. Red sword. That's
a little aggressive.
Yeah, a little aggressive on the Storm. Bit of a mistake by the Brit. 4 minutes to go. And, you know, this is a winning spot for, like, a lot of teams at this point as well. 4 minutes, and you've got almost 60 meters, like, ahead of the enemy team. No checkpoint either for SSG.
Tread going to swap over to the Diva here. Want this Matrix, especially against a combo like the Reaper and the Mauga. Dropped all the armor already. Suso has to come out. This is a poor spot. Now you're giving FACEIT so much time to push this spot forward. There's no engage on the back of this. FACEIT now with this combo should be able to run the corner. Spree though, very early.
Spree. Yes, super early. He's looking at April right now, but the cage is going to get deployed. Kiwi dead. The right click. Oh, that was every bullet right towards Lethal's head. Wow. And PG with a long-range kill onto April too. Superstar DPS lineup for Disguise here. PG and Rocket cleaning SSG up. That is a ridiculous teamfight win after Tread are isolated so early on in that fight with no armor left.
But this is what we wanted to see from Disguise. We've talked about Rocket's Tracer play for so long, and now you find yourself in a meta where PG can play quite a tempo heavy as well. Rocking the Shi on here. This is Disguise looking very comfortable in a composition like this. They got a Kitsune Rush in hand here as well. They don't even have to use it. They are going to go for it here though.
Catnap, Admiral. Looking for Summit. Org's already dead. Lethal gone. Johnny. This is getting over 100 meters. And this is getting out of hand. SSG. Okay. Man, if Disguise... Rewind back to week 1. Disguise start playing like this. It could have been a very different look for the team throughout this stage.
That's what I'm saying. This team now looking so much better. When they play this composition, Hawk is over onto the Zarya here. Trying to get some beam damage onto Tread here in the front line. But I don't even know if this will be enough. Playing the Zarya Reaper against this high tempo damage line of Disguise. Kiwi just gets Admiral in the backline here. Oh my god, this is Disguise maybe capping them out.
Johnny. This is a full cap. This might be a full cap. No way. They're going to push on. Rocky gets the post-con kill onto UV. They've killed Hawk last. They've... SSG have used Rush. Disguised full capping SSG. No one had this on the bingo cards. No one. Absolutely no one. 11%. They've got a Matrix too. 11% did. Wait. They cooked. Nerf this. Oh, the bomb! The cat bomb, TP, double bubble already used. Then the kidnap on Sugar Free. Oh, the reverse kidnap on Kiwi. The better stun. Admiral puts down the cat and Kiwi goes down. It's a 5v4, but in control of SSG, you gotta think they're eventually gonna lose players here. Admiral's gonna heal everybody back up. What's this? 99 meters. Technically not Admiral theory, by the way. Technically, it's 99. It's not 100 meters. Over, so
Jaws. Surely not.
A minute to go. This is close enough to the theory that it this will be the biggest fumble of all time.
Yeah, you have to win this one if you're Disguised. A lot of ultimates for SSG here though.
Okay. Tread's back on Mauga. Grab thrown in. It's hit a lot of people. And when I mean a lot, I mean a lot. There was like 4 people in that grab. All right, PG on the bike. They need to look for trades, and that's about it. Trades and stall. Trades and stall. That's the name of the game here for Disguise right now. Tread's doing a good job of it too. This isn't a quick team fight by any stretch of the imagination. Lethal dies to Kiwi. PG gets another one. Maybe Kiwi again. Not quite getting the kill on Ultraviolet. PG gets out alive, and he does. Okay, saves his own life. And now Space Station in OT needs to get cap and needs to get 99 meters.
Skyle dropped the Kitsune Rush. SSG, they're coming up on double support ultimate. Disguise, they're probably going to build the cage after all. But this is SSG with a good chance actually.
Don't instantly die challenge. Failed. melted Tread. The spree from PG doing absolutely nothing to the front line of Space Station Gaming in that rush. It's all good.
Overtime
they used
spawns.
their rush.
They used, as disguised, they only have a cage fight coming up.
Yeah, that's not good. Oh, there's a
this is one fight territory
too.
with overtime spawns, by the way. Okay, maybe it's 2. But they
It's
don't have a
probably
lot
2,
of room
but-
to work with here.
Yeah. Okay, Rocket PG. Just getting a pick here will probably be the map. Tread's going to go down to the bot. Dodges the bike. Sanctuary available for Admiral. There is the spree being used by Lethal. Doesn't find too much purchase, although the right click from Sugarfree kills PG. 4 kills Tread. Johnny. Oh, they're going to all spawn. Kiwi's going to go down as well. OT spawns coming in. 138 minutes to now 85. Sanctuary, cage fight. PG's got emergency bastion. Okay. It's winnable.
All right, you have a cage fight. But SSG, they got a Sanctuary, and they're coming up on the Garriton Surge. The one thing these guys have going for them, PG is going to have incredible sightlines here with the Bastion. If PGI goes down, it's over.
Okay. He can't die. The Dark Lord cannot die. They trapped the Reaper, of all people. But double bubble, Sanctuary, stop from Tread, grabs on Surge, gets thrown in. And they've already killed Kiwi. Oh, it's disaster for Disguise. Potentially the fumble of the century, the fumble of the stage here, as they get 99 meters over SSG, and they still lose the map. SSG come out on top. Admiral Theory was not checked off, and I'm going to put it down to that, Johnny. It wasn't 100 meters. It wasn't. That was a hard-fought fight from SSG to come back there. As disaster hits Disguise comms. Oh.
Man. It looked so good.
That's
until
so rough.
it didn't. They were really good for 10 minutes. Anything above 10 minutes, not good. Damn.
This was a great last showing from Disguise. This might be the best they looked all stage long. SSG played pretty standard, you know, like I don't think SSG was like sandbagging or anything either. They didn't get cute with it. In fact, I was a bit mad that they didn't. The zero fun zone over there. But yeah, I think Disguise just generally played up to the competition and ended up not having the same clutch factor.
They did. They look so much better than I think they did at the start of the stage. And also, I think they look better than they did in stage 1. This just looks like a team that is now more comfortable in the meta. I like this composition they brought out to Nasapi to give this lead in the first place. So it's going to be a little bit unfortunate, you know, recency bias. People are only going to think about how the way this map ended. But yeah, you're right, Zoe. This was a Disguise team that, at the end of the day, they took it quite close to SSG here.
Oh, man. We need... Who do we need? Call Doctor Who.
What do we need?
Doctor Strange.
Who do we need?
Call somebody to rewind time real quick and put Disguise back in week 1 after playing like this. They looked good. They looked really good. This is the best team in North America. They almost took to map 5.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Props to them.
Yeah, no, everyone else really fell flat going up against SSG. So for Disguise to be able to push back in such a way, given that they are our last seeded team, you know, like they've gone winless now officially in stage 2, but this was them punching back, and this is why I have a lot of faith to see them again in stage 3. I do believe that they once again will be coming out on top of promotion and relegation if they can play like this.
Yeah, 100%. I really do think that the way they're playing right now, that shouldn't be an issue. So really, like, all 6 teams in North America really are promising and really are good. If you're coming from FACEIT Masters and you're trying to make your way to OWCS, you got a tough task ahead of you, because I really do feel like all 6 teams here, they are forces to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they're good players. Like, Rocket is really, really good. PG, really, really good. Like, everybody. Tread, Skyle, Kiwi. Like, we're going to see these names again. Like, 100%. They just couldn't get it done until, what, the very last match, unfortunately. But yeah, there's some bright spots here. I'm looking forward to seeing how they do in stage 3. I want to see them make a deeper run this time around.
And with that, we see the conclusion for both of these teams here of Stage 2 Group Play Round Robin. Space Station Gaming do officially go undefeated. Disguised going winless. And we still have some movement that is possible if we're looking at the standings. Dallas Fuel and Lunex will be going at each other after a short break. And technically, Lunex could be snatching that second seed if they 3-0 Dallas Fuel, which I give it that's a tall order.
Well, you'd want to dodge, Space Station in that initial matchup.
Do you think
so,
Lunex would be their target? Like, if you are Space Station Gaming, who do you think you should go up against? Like, what would be
Lunex
your
would be the
pick?
obvious answer, but, you did just 3-0 Team Liquid quite dominantly, so.
Yeah.
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 Well, let's
that was my contribution.
No, and that's why we pay you the big bucks, right? Like the depth of analysis is astounding. Let's bring in one of our winning players. Lethal will be joining us, hopefully giving a little bit more insight than Jack just did. Lethal will be joining with voice only. Can you hear us? Are you with us?
Yeah, hello. I can hear you guys.
Hello, welcome to the show. Walk us through the series. Obviously, in this matchup, you guys were the heavy favorites. Do you feel like they played up to the competition, or did you guys take it a little easier in today's match?
We were a bit laid back, but they were actually shooting back, which was impressive. It definitely changed. Before we could just walk down and they would just not fight, and we would just run them over. But they played good.
Yeah, it was actually a very entertaining game. You hit the 99 Avril theory just on the borderline and coming back. That was one of the funnier maps and one of the better maps I think we've seen at all stage. It was really entertaining to say the least. I want to bring it back to being a little bit more serious now though. Obviously, you guys have been perfect throughout this stage. You've only dropped a couple of maps, but going to an international, assuming you make it through playoffs, of course. For you guys and facing international competition again, is any of the jitters or nerves going to play a factor considering how well you did at Tokyo?
I don't think nerves, but we definitely gotta have a wake up call because last time it wasn't even close. Our scrims weren't close, and then our results, spoke for themselves. So now we've got to actually take it more serious and actually start revamping from a different perspective. So we at least want to get one win at the next LAN, minimum.
Definitely.
That'd be nice indeed. I cannot predict more than that, the way you guys are looking right now. I want to ask about the way you're adapting in some of these series, because I feel like we've been commentating you a few times now. And even against a team like Lunex last week, the Circuit Royale went into overtime. In the matchup today against Disguised, obviously they were quite impressive on Ilios, and they really fought back, like you said. But I feel like your adaptations have been so good mid-game. You're changing your compositions and reacting to what the opponents are doing. Is that part of some of the communication changes you made as well? What is the communication in the middle of these maps when you're making these hero swaps to what the opponent are doing?
Our comms are mostly just we analyze what they're playing, and we're just okay, we have a whole selection of heroes, and we can play those heroes, so might as well just swap to them. Especially since last stage, we were chained up on Kyria Lucio comp. And I don't know, that was kind of irritating. So now that we're more free, we can actually do these adaptations without worrying if it was wrong or correct, We're more risky in that sense.
That made me so happy that you said that. Yeah, we want to see you free. That's the way to play, because that makes for the most exciting matches. It's definitely been an absolute treat to see you guys dominate this stage, and I hope it continues on that trajectory in the playoffs, and then of course on LAN as well. Thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck in the playoffs.
Thank you guys for having me.
A pleasure hearing from Lethal. They are topping the region in the group stage very convincingly. It was mostly not close. It really was just this guy shooting back today. Now we do have one more match to conclude the group stage in NA, and this one, as I said, got seeding implications. Lunex going up against Dallas Fuel. While these teams, they do have to, fight hard to make our second LAN event this year, y'all can take the easy route. You can just drop money at the problem. That's right, 15% less money, in fact, if you use this QR code on your screens. So get them while they're hot. Actually, there's no temperature, although it is. No, never mind. I'm not going there.
It's gonna be
Anyway,
hot in Paris, probably.
Yeah, I was just about to go into the weather talk again. I was like, I did that like 5 times already within 2 days, so maybe I shouldn't. Alas, since you brought it up, yes, it will be warm that time of the year. The matches will, yep. Also fire, so just hot on hot, man. It's just a good time over there in Paris. So make sure to join us for that. And we hope to see many of you coming.
Johnny will give you a guided tour like he did in Sweden. He gave people guided tours in Sweden.
He definitely did that.
This is Zoe's time. Zoe has to do the guided tour this time. Last time, I was like 2 people out in the woods. I don't know if they got back safely, but
we lost to Overwatch.
That's unfortunate. That's okay. Overall good ratio. Most of them made it back, so that's okay. For now, though, we're heading into a quick break. We hope we don't lose any of you there in that time, and you'll be back for the last match of the day and the last day of our group stage.
Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust and know your feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin. I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love it. It's you and me, and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like from my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by my friends rather, Johnny and Jack, and we're about to get ready for our last series of the day. And this one has, as I said, technically seeding implications. That said, the caveat is that Lunex has to win 3-0 against Dallas Fuel in order to get that second seed. If they win 3-1, 3-2, no can do. It's got to be a clean 3-0, and that's a tall order because Dallas Fuel really have been leveling up. Yes, they came in with a shaky performance in the very first match in week 1 against SSG. They lost that one 0-3, but ever since then they've been dominant and they've been looking good in this meta.
Yeah, they look really nice. It's going to be so tough for Lunex to take a map. Not lose a map, sorry, off of Dallas Fuel. No, they will be able to take a map, but for them to go perfect here is going to be so tough. I think with how flexible Dallas Fuel have been, it's just such an incredible thing in this meta. And Kellen being able to play a lot of these main tanks too, and then Sonjin's hero pool, they're just so deep, and this DPS lineup is just nasty. Sonjin Chronic, they're up there with the very best.
They really are. And it's kind of similar to SSG, what they said before. It's like, we got the hero pool, so let's just play free. And I feel like Dallas Fuel does exactly that. They're going to play pretty reactive to what Lunex are bringing out today.
They will indeed. Now, Lunex, they had moments of greatness this stage. I feel like they've definitely been a team that cannot be underestimated. They have won the matches that they need to win convincingly, which is good. Then obviously against the top teams, they didn't get the dubs, but yeah, they had a whole week to prepare. So I hope that they came up with a possible solution of what Dallas Fuel will most likely be playing. But we already talked about Dallas Fuel being a flexible team, so they got to dig deep into the strat book.
100%. The thing is with this team, and not even just the team, but the players, they've always been on the cusp of making it to a LAN. It's just X10 is a good example here. She's always been 4th place in a way, and it's like she's so close on the precipice of making it there. And I think the team as a whole, and just how much work they put in, they deserve it in a way. And I think getting to a LAN will just be such an amazing achievement, but getting past these top 3 teams has always been such a struggle. It's always felt like a miniature tier break or a tier gap that Lunex are pushing against, like stage after stage, even year after year.
Hey, this could be the stage. I'm just saying, this match obviously has seeding implications, but next weekend, this team has a great opportunity to pull off an upset against the top 3 in North America and actually do qualify for a LAN for this first time. And the meta is pretty suiting them well as well, with Somba over onto the Xion.
I agree. Like, this is very much in their grasp, given the fact that we have the top 3 of each region coming through into our mid-season championship. So I think an opportunity there for sure to finally see them on LAN, which would be just really phenomenal. You already talked about it, Jaws. Like, they have been grinding for such a long time. Those individuals we've been following for so many years in Tier 2 and now here in OWCS. So it really would be so great to see them live in the flesh, in action on the stage. So we'll see. It's going to be a tall order to go up against Dallas Fuel and get that 3-0 in order to get the second seed. But that's not the only way to make it through. So for predictions, had to go with Dallas Fuel, although my heart does say go Lunex, you got this. It's a tiny cheer in there.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Yeah, I think a lot of people, and I think almost Lunex are the people's champions at this point. Just making it to a LAN, like you said, will be such a big achievement. I did go with Dallas Fuel as well. I've been predicting Dallas Fuel every single game that I've casted with the Dallas Fuel in, so I'm not going to break the streak. I will be going with the Fuel. And I'll probably do the same in playoffs.
Yeah, we don't want to upset Papa Tasma, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Tasma will really take it to you as well. I'll send the cheat DM.
Right.
You predicted the other team? Like, what are you doing?
He will.
No, I'm kidding.
He will be in the DM.
I'm kidding. I'm going with Dallas Fuel here as well. I also just love watching Dallas Fuel. Like, some of these compositions they're playing, not necessarily what we typically see from a lot of different teams, right? The way they beat down Team Liquid playing that Winston composition, just an absolute treat. And so I hope we get to see some more of that in this series, knowing that Lunex might bring out quite a bit of a Risa. How do we play around that, utilizing our strengths as a team? Dallas Fuel, I got them winning this one too.
All right, Dallas Fuel across the board, but I do see the chat is cheering heavily for Lunex as well. Let's see which team is going to come out on top and get that second seed. We'll find out in just a second. So, Jack, Johnny, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, Dallas Fuel and Lunex. Dallas, obviously, 3-1. Lunex, 2-2. I think if you're in Lunex's shoes in this situation, you're probably resting easy in a way. Like, this doesn't have an implication of us making it to playoffs because we've already got there. Yes, seeding is really important. You don't really want to be like, you don't want to be a team that gets picked. You want to be doing the picking of a team as you get there. But you can be rest assured that at least you're going to have a good shot at making it through. We are going to go to Ilios as our first map. That's Dallas' pick. They're going to ban the Cat and Tracer ban for Lunex.
Yeah, so many of these teams, they've really shown on Ilios that they like to bring out the Cat, and it has so much impact on all three of these stages, I feel like. So Dallas Fuel, they instead want to opt out into some of this regular kind of dive, give Kellen an opportunity to have an impact in this series. When you're playing the Cat Bastion, tank player doesn't have that same opportunity. So Dallas Fuel, off the bat here, going to play to their strengths instead and put Lunex on the back foot.
And this is why you love watching Dallas Fuel, huh? Dive tanks.
Okay, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself.
What? It's a classic. Oh, and he's rocking the Chengdu Hunter's Wreckable skin as well. Would you look at that? Are his skins this fire?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here it comes.
Round 1.
Oh, he's actually sticking with it. I was a doubter, Jaws.
I
doubted. I doubted the Kellen Wrecking Ball.
This is a classic.
Okay.
This is El Clasico.
All right.
Ball versus Azaria. With Sonjin classically again on a fire. This has been the looked at Dallas Fuel have been rocking a lot of control points. And not many other teams are playing Farah as much as Dallas Fuel right now. And it's worked a lot of the time. The Farah Wreckable combo, you hit the slam or even hit a rocket, ball goes in. It's just so tough to deal with, tough to sustain through. But Lucamino actually goes down X10, picking up the first blood.
Yeah, so that's quite annoying because obviously you want to utilize the Wrecking Ball to try and get a lot of point contests going while the rest of your team can look for picks, whether it's the Wu Yang or the Farah. But Lucamino going down early and kind of just pushes Dallas Fuel back. CJ here, though, finds an opening pick onto X10. And against a Dallas Fuel team like this, you can't get picked like that early. They're going to capitalize.
Yeah, these comps from Dallas Fuel are so quick to re-engage because of the Wrecking Ball. Like, yeah, that one pick onto X10 and you've lost all your pressure in the front line against Ball. It's real tough. Like, Zomba's going to be able to do damage, yes, but the Ball, not having to worry about the Reaper, it's lovely. It's just fantastic.
And now Lunex have to walk up here and try to get some ground for themselves, playing this Zarya composition, and you're seeing Dallas Fuel swarming above them, raining down the poke damage. You'll get a little bubble here if you're X10, but she can't do much with that. Unless, okay.
Dire triggers, hang on a second.
The most rarest kill feed.
Yeah, on the Farah too, yeah. TP, high ground, X10 low. She gets the bubble, although Lucamino down to Zomba. Wow, Lunex kind of taking them thick and fast right now. Chronic sends a bike towards Z. She dies, but I mean, X10 being alive here is just perfect. The flip ends up coming in. X10's going to get some backup. Chronic goes down to the back of the point. It's very back and forth so far. Kellen, not sure he's going to be sticking around too long, although he's got mines.
They're always sticking around with this composition. Nice to the point. It's going to be great for point pressure here, but Lunex will have an opportunity to re-engage with the rush.
Yep, rush in. Almost a free cap there. You can sneak that away if you're Kellen. They don't give him the chance. X10 teleports to the top of the pillar, takes down Shunjin. Dude, how many Reaper kills onto the Farah? Is this real life? This is insane. X10 is
dire triggers,
taking it to the sky. Yeah, the dire triggers are going crazy right now.
They really are. And now Lunex, 64%. They're coming up on the sound barrier, the Graviton Surge. They're in a good position here. They can get some value from their ultimates.
Go into sound barrier. Sonjin already dead. Tidal Blast onto Lucamino as Zomba hits a two-player spree. Wave already used 2 by Lucamino, and that means X10 and the rest of Lunex, they're going to be in a spot to win this round. They just need to... Can they actually catch Chronic? I don't think so. They're trying to... Actually, no. Tell a lie. They're trying to chase. Or at least Nemwai is. She ends up getting away, though.
Kellan is looking out as well. Okay, so Dallas Fuel, they still have this Kitsune Rush in hand, which is going to give them the advantage covering some of this ground on towards the point. You really don't want to drop the Graviton Surge into that. So Lunex probably we're going to play slow here. Try to force some kind of mistake here. Extend, going in. Another Pharah. Sunjun is having a terrible time on this Pharah.
No one's ever said that in Overwatch history, Johnny. The Pharah player's having trouble dealing with the Reaper. Like, that is crazy. Both Lucio's down. OT approaching. Touches. Okay. Luckily there, Kellan rolls through the point. Chronic down to X10 as she finds another. Sonjun comes back from the Pharah. Don't die to the Reaper challenge. Please. I beg of you, Sonjun. Almost dies to die triggers again. X10 manages to get away, gets back to the point, but now they're going to have to fight on this rush. Here comes the barrage from the high ground. Sonjun doing a lot of damage to himself there in the beginning of that barrage. A teleport onto the high ground now for X10, looking towards Sonjun once more. Mines for Kellan on the point. Lucamino down to Nenwai. As there's a lot of time has elapsed now, so this OT basically means Dallas Fuel have to permanently be on this point. Nemwai takes the kill onto Sonjun as these mines are a little more than a hindrance right now for Lunex, almost ignoring the point. Kellan rolls in, rolls out. Lunex take round one.
Yeah, I gotta give a lot of props there to Zomba and X10. Doing a lot of work in the front lines and finding the opening pick so many times. You gotta feel like Sunjun should have adapted a little sooner to the Reaper play that was coming out there from X10, because she did a great job of teleporting up to these high grounds, to the pillars, and then getting close with those dire triggers. But it happened like 3 times in a round. At some point, you gotta know that that is coming, and Sunjun, the very final time, was caught indoors. That's a mistake that you can't see Sunjun doing a lot more. Like, you gotta be ready for that at the end of the day. So I think Sunjun 4 and 5 right now. I foresee a bit of a comeback here from Sunjun. Let's get his grips together.
And yeah, the Pharah not pretty. Gonna go it again? Oh, okay, just forcing it. A bit harder to get angles as the Reaper on this map against Pharah. So in theory, Johnny, Sonjun's gonna have an easier time against the Reaper guy. The Reaper guy. The guy with 2 shotguns. Killing the Pharah with a jetpack. Who would have thought, yeah? The dire triggers from X10. She's been so perfect with them. Oh, gets 1 kill onto Zomba, though.
Yeah. Nice little boop. Okay, caught for the Reaper again.
She kills him again. Oh, come on. Okay, I think this is... Okay, I think this prompts the swap from Sonjun. Like, it might not. Just kind of ignoring the Reaper has not been the best look so far for Sonjun, but now Lunex needs to cap the point.
Yeah, I think you gotta stay with it. I don't think you have a lot of options here because the Tracer was banned initially, and now Lunex trying to get point control here still, though. Kellan doing a fantastic job on the Wrecking Ball to just keep stalling this point, not allowing Lunex to get back into this one.
Right, yeah, they end up killing Zeb too, which is a big lifeline for X10 to use with those bubbles. Lunex backline, Nenwai and Z, both of them have worked their way up to support real quick. Like 10% away from Rush, 20% away from B. It's a very fast beat timing from Nenwai.
Yeah, it really is. Now they just need to get value out of it. This is a tough composition to beat down at the end of the day. You gotta keep finding those opening picks. Gets Rush dropped here. But just look at the poke damage raining in on top of Lunex as they try to get through. And Mines here now too. This is tough.
Mines to kill, and X10's hunted again. She wants blood. Lucamino using the Tidal Blast on himself, doesn't get a knockdown, and there goes the beat. As he does fall, though. Yeah, a good beat. Unfortunately, Z wouldn't have survived anyway. A little boot off of the map will do. Barrage for Sonjun as X10 scurries for cover. And Lunex, despite them having what feels like control in some of these fights, have yet to cap. Dallas Fuel are up to 75%. The rush as well from CJ just to keep the fight going. But X10 Death Blossom straight on top of CJ's head. And she finds 2.
Yeah, like you said, finally, Lunex does get the capture of this point. Kellan.
Oh, Nenwai.
Boop onto Nenwai.
Nenwai. Surely not another one.
Credit to Dallas Fuel. Like, the way they're stalling out this point, juggling the point back and forth, and then finding picks like this. Kellan might be going for it again here.
Spawn camp. Might try and spawn camp Nemwai here. Okay, no initial kill, so I don't think it's going to in the spawn camp that they desire. All good though. Ooh, X10. Very close to falling off the map. Spree for Chronic, looking towards the Lucio. A boop away would have been enough there for Nenwai, but she gets on her skates, ends up getting out of the way anyway. Chronic just playing at head height here. X10 forced to shift. X10 dies to the bike, but with Kellen's kill on Nenwai a little bit more even as Somba executes Chronic. Still Lunex with control at this point. And Seb can basically sit here for free, right? Doesn't really need to do anything too crazy. Just hold on. Make sure you don't get bowled over into the pit.
I mean, you're playing Zarya into Dallas Fuel composition. You're kind of stalling the point the best you can here. Now, though, you got to peel for whatever Kellen is throwing your way. Dallas Fuel regain control of the point here. And we're looking at last fight territory here on this round.
Right. All right, X10 again, doing a lot of damage to Chronic in the front line. Both DPS players already down. OT approaching for the fuel. Zeb ideally doesn't want to use the Graviton Surge. They just want to kill Kellen. Nice and clean. Yep, okay. Z gets the kill. Lunex get cap again. Second time this round. Only up to 60% though.
And then White has to build up towards this sound barrier. Yes, you have the Graviton Surge, you have the Kitsune Rush. Great tools here to kind of try and close out this round. But this sound barrier is going to be the pivotal ultimate to push Lunex across the edge here. X10 looking for big, can't quite find anything.
X10's looking for another kill on Sonjin. Check this out. Oh, Lucamino's there to an execute. I think this is a prompt reset here for the field. Graviton Surge, and CJ dies super late. A good bolus, though, I believe, that was from the Freya. Oh, no, Sonjin, sorry, using that barrage. Not quite the bolus. Everybody was just kind of grouped up. X10 is extremely low right now. They are going to play on this rush for Z. She gets booped up in the sky. Ends up using the Suzu on herself, but Lunex, they're still in a spot to win this. A spree to clear out the point. As Sonjin needs to find kills. Lucamino's back, try shot into Zomba's face, and that will be a kill onto the Xion. Now Sonjin trying to find an off angle away from X10, I'd imagine, but X10 going hunting once more with that Death Blossom. Booped away narrowly as Sonjin comes up with the kill. Z repays it in kind though and gets the trade. A sound barrier from Nenwai hits 3. Lucamino, Tidal Blast on himself, looking for someone to knock down. Looks like Seb has come back on the Orisa. A little bit more sustain on the point. Dallas Fuel sneak the cap away as now the Orisa, no CDs left and barely any health. Seb's so low, but Z keeping them alive in the front line. Mines deployed too. A boot from Nenwai. CJ with a kunai between the eyes. Kills off the Lucio in the end. And now X10 is going to be fairly neutered in this fight too. No more shift means no more safety tool, but Zeb keeping this fight going.
Keep this fight going indeed. Zomba finds a nice pick on the Sonjin here. Kellen still trying to stall, but dropping low.
Zomba got owned by the pole there. That was almost a one tap on the high ground player, but it didn't matter. Lunex with 2 points under their belt. Claim map 1. Ilios goes their way.
What an impressive showing from Lunex, and now with a map win like this alone, we really can start a discussion about them playing upset to the other teams come stage playoffs next week. That was a really impressive showing from the entire team. Just look at the scoreboard, like that's a world of difference. Yes, Dallas Fuel, they're playing more pick oriented, but I mean those eliminations from Somba and X10 is doing all the talking.
How are we letting our Pharah die to a Reaper? Like, how is that possible? On the first round, how many times did X10 kill Sonjin? And I want to add to that, actually. I feel like that was the same play X10 made over and over again, killing Sonjin.
Yeah, we just saw it twice.
Up
3
onto the pillar, and then getting bubbled and killing. I mean, come on.
This is all X10 highlights.
Yeah. She did well.
All right.
She did well.
Someone gets a nice little spree here. Look at me now. Finishes things up onto CJ here as well. But yeah, the damage duo really strong for Lunex here.
Yeah, owned by the pole. Unlucky. Little flagpole there. Rip. We set it up in the pre-show as well. They have to be perfect. They have to 3-0 this to find themselves in a better seeding position. If Dallas Fuel take a single map here, it will be Dallas Fuel stopping them and putting them in 4th place. So off to a good start already. Lunex with a back-to-back round win on Ruins and then on Wells. So, you know, real nice stuff. Dallas Fuel, where you at?
Yeah,
the fuel that we were talking about earlier.
So you navigated Ilios. All the credit to you. Now you're probably gonna have to navigate Dorado coming up next, because we know that that is Dallas Fuel's forte. There you go. They're going to lock that in as, you know, the dive favored team going into this one. But even so, like, snatching away that initial opening map there just gives Lunix so much freedom for the rest of this series. And so even if Dallas Fuel were to tie things up here, Lunix are in a great position if you're looking at the long term here.
Tactical defeat by Dallas Fuel to get Dorado, because you best believe Lunix, if they had their choice of map, especially Escort, they are picking Circuit for sure. Like they're or just at least not Dorado. So Dallas Fuel picking this one early. It's kind of been their secret weapon so far. We'll see if Lunix end up well, we'll see what they end up banning, because Dallas Fuel, I think, Johnny, do you ban a tank here if you're Fuel? They do. Okay, so it is going to be Zarya protecting the Winston from Kellen. So Lunix can't ban that.
Yeah, and that has been, you know, Seb's comfort hero when the Orisa is getting less playtime, and so Lunix are gonna have to navigate around that. And obviously, you know, it does protect, like you said, for Kellen here onto Dallas Fuel, and so the Zarya ban just makes a lot of sense. You get a lot of value both ways, both target banning but also protect banning here. So Lunix, you know, quite a few options here. What they want to do with their own second ban. We know what is coming their way, like Dallas, you know, playing this very dive-heavy composition. Is going to be the Ana ban here from Lunix, quite interestingly. I wonder if this is going to affect the eventual tank pick here from Lunix.
I like the Ana ban. Just get that away from Fuel. They want to play Ana Winston, especially on this kind of map. You're chilling. The chat predictions, by the way, Johnny, 87 for Fuel, 87%. Not just 87 people, 87%. Lunix, only 13% coming in. So there's, again, I feel like that's a bit too Dallas Fuel favor, I fear. It's not even just being recency bias after that first map. It's just even coming into this, I'm like, okay, well, I would probably give Fuel maybe like 65, maybe 65, 35. Could argue maybe 60-40.
I think I'm leaning more in chat's direction.
87?
I think 85-15 is quite fair. Yeah, it's Dallas Fuel at the end of the day. They've only lost to SSG. Otherwise, the entire year, they've looked phenomenal. So I'm siding with chat on this one, Joss.
All right. On 65%. Going Fuel's way. All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
If they put up a showing on Dorado,
I mean that would be.
I'm gonna switch sides real quick.
Truly something special. Yes, I will be flipping my prediction.
I will be flipping sides. No honor.
No way. Sometimes you can't have honor when you're predicting, and there's no stakes for us predicting things. Unlike for the chat, who literally put channel points on the line.
Yeah, that's valuable.
Valuable points. All right. Dallas Fuel with this Ana ban. Lucamino, Alari, CJ, Kiri. Okay, don't hate it. Sonjin back on the... Don't worry, Sonjin. There's no Reaper on the field this time. Exten's chosen. Although, this might be even scarier, to be fair. Exten on the Shion.
So, I'm quite curious to see Lunix here. They're going to start on the defense here, of course. I think we saw last week that the defense is one thing, but trying to go on the attack against Dallas Fuel here on Dorado, that is what can really stop you in your tracks. And so we're gonna see how Lunix do here with this composition. I do like this composition because you have so much tempo that you should realistically be able to get on top of the backline, try to contest Lucamino at the very least. And you want, you know, unlike when you're playing a broad composition, you won't just get herded around by Dallas Fuel. Dominance here.
Holy moly. Kellen went very low. Maybe this comp, though, get it under this bit, then trade high grounds once the tank drops, and that's exactly what Kellen's going to do here. So he's got the tank, he's got the payload under the little, what do you call this, little archway. And then Zomba kind of trying to challenge this high ground. Looks like Lunix actually going to try and beat him to the punch. Even chasing Kellen here.
This is good. They're not sitting back. They're trying to go for it. Nedwai gets picked, though. That's bad news, but this is the good strategy for Lunix to do here. You want to get into the face of Dallas Fuel, not let him set up.
Ooh! Zomba Almost lost the duel to Sunjin. Goes really low, has to back off that mega pack, which is a fair distance away. Kellen's going to get free time on the payload. Good spear. Pins him to the tree as he now has to get healed all the way back up before he goes in again. Oh, nice direct.
Spread it out here. Lunix is still very much in this one. They're relying so much on their Tracer and Xion to do a lot of work here. And they're still alive. They're still doing a lot of work. And Dallas Fuel kind of stalled out in this choke for the time being.
Oh, Sunjin. Get healed, buddy. On the knees. Okay, there you go. Pulse bomb? I think they got Suzu'd. If I had to guess.
Watch out for this wraparound.
Sounded like it.
Sunjin's got barrage. Oh, they spotted out.
HP. Wow, yeah, Sunjin ends up getting picked up by Nenwai of all people. A good opening pick from the Juno. There's the rushes on both sides. Now Zomba gets awful. Oh, she got clapped by Chronic. Swift headshot, fully charged railgun. Taking down Zomba. Zomba barely had 2 pixels worth of like hair peeking over that ledge as well. Still hit the shot. Captive Sun. Okay. Don't get eaten by the Orisa. Did manage to get some tags, but yeah, quickly dispelled. Thanks to that Suzu. But Z still ends up falling over. So now with Nenwai also trapped, Lunix, their backline, a little worse for wear. It should be a fairly easy kill onto Nenwai. Yep, she falls down as Chronic and Kellen clean up. There's first point. Lunix gave them a runaround a little bit, though, considering how Dallas Fuel's first point normally goes.
Oh, they 100% did. The big issue was when Dallas Fuel got thrown through that choke point area. All of Lunix was right in front of them. And that's kind of not the situation you want to be in if you're Lunix. You want to wrap around some of these angles, poke Dallas Fuel from the side, and actually contest the backline. As you're seeing now, Spree coming out from X10 here. Gets a
what a
pick onto
spree.
Lukamino 4 now, but gets traded out by Kilon Acceleration. That's bad news. It's going to allow Dallas Fuel to gain some momentum here on the second point.
Oh, he's so good at the Winston too. Look at this. He's already got a couple. Make that a 3rd kill for Kellen on the Winton. Zed's actually on the wrong side of the map, but we tried to go for a big trade. Oh, nice try.
All right, we're in a tough spot here, Jaws. We can hype up the orbital ray if we want to, but Chronic's got an overclock. Sunjin, quite a comfortable position here with the barrage as well, which is going to get questionable value at this point. But Lunix now, they don't have that same positioning they did on the first point. This could get away from them.
It's so easy to disengage from this.
It is.
There's one player stand pretty low. X10 extremely low. Zomba, eyes to the sky, chasing down Sonjin with the help of Zeb. Saw Lukamino jump onto height and kills Nenwai. So actually, a decent trade, all things considered, for the Dallas Fuel. And Lukamino even winning the 1v1 against the Tracer too. Hitting a headshot on the Tracer like that is going to force the recall any day of the week. And Chronic with a 90-degree flick there onto Zomba. And that's the payload going. They've got 2 or 3 players on it at this point with 2 minutes to go.
And Zed has to get this Kitsune Rush up and running so you can deploy it onto the card here and gain some ground. But just look at the positioning from Dallas Fuel here. Look at the ultimates they have available. They should not be losing this fight.
Yeah, double rush. Good pulse from Zomba. Instantly Suzu, because of course it is. As a Terror Surge, but already Zeb put 10 feet under as Chronic with the high ground advantage. There's no match for this railgun. Actually gets a double too. Looking for the Tracer. Zomba. Yeah, okay, dives on point. And that's the Dallas Fuel we know and love. It's very hard to come back here if you're not playing a dive tank. Zeb kind of struggling on the Orisa here.
Yeah, and even here now, on this point, where it gets a little bit more close cornered, it's going to be tough because you want to contest the high ground, of course, but Sunjin with the barrage, Lukamino with the Captive Sun, they should be able to utilize this space on the left-hand side because of their aerial mobility. And they're going to be hitting Lunix from all sides here, so the defense, no room for respite here.
Oh, X10. Sonjin, revenge against the Reaper. Finally, Terror Surge straight into the barrage. That was almost a freebie for Sonjin. Thank you very much. Dallas Fuel get a team kill. Forced to reset completely. Captive Sun, Primal Rage. I mean, Dallas Fuel are capping this.
Yeah, 100%. You have to push out here. Captive Sun available. Kellen's got a Primal Rage. Let's see Kellen cook.
Oh, my Zomba. Already dead. Captive Sun. Reaper's already used the Rage form as well. Hits the Orisa. Style points for Lukamino. Does Dallas Fuel get 3 points? I mean, Johnny, 2 minutes and 10 seconds in the bank. That's a nice time bank too. Thank you very much, Cargo. We see the flip sides now. Yeah, Yeah, okay, they gave him trouble on the first point. But the other two, not so much.
Yeah, they did, and I thought they played well on that initial point, first point, to keep things contested, but when you get into this point here where the defense is trying to regain ground, it's just, you're in a world of hurt against the Soldier and the Pharah, the Illari. It's just so much poke coming your way. And then Kellan is contesting your backline while you're at it as well. Yeah, that scoreboard is nasty.
Oh, I didn't...
Surgeon!
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah,
Get with the protocol.
Hey, man. He's the tank. He taunted. He's got aggro. Got 4 death. That is... a lot of less deaths than I thought. I thought Ken at least died like once. Like, it's crazy. Considering how long some of those fights went as well, it's a little ridiculous.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because it's not like you're playing full dive, even though you're playing Winston. You're not playing like full dive. It's more like you're playing like a bit of a poke. And then Kellan is there to kind of like disrupt the back line, you know, finish up a couple of picks here and there. But there's no need for the Winston to sacrifice their life deep inside the enemy backlines here. Unless, you know, maybe you do like a calculated error, whether you can finish someone off. Nice little headshot there by X10, featuring the Mercy damage boost there as well. But I think that's what you're seeing, like some of these Wrecking Ball Winston players, when they're playing a composition like this, they don't feel a need to sacrifice their life. They'd rather just stay alive and keep poking and prodding. That's why Dallas Fuel. They got 2 minutes in the time back here.
Gavashin for X10 and NY. Sonja's going to have a bit of a tougher time. Probably going to be playing more ground fire than anything, because there's no shot you win that duel. Oh, nice. Nice rock, actually. Oh, right over the top.
Here they come.
Going to ignore Sonjin for now. X10 just peppering Kellan down. Look at how quick that bubble died. NY actually gets sniped of all people. Chronic fully charged railgun. Something to kind of keep in mind, Johnny. Fully charging the railgun's really easy for Chronic here. Shooting Zeb that entire time and then just taking pop shots in NY and X10 in the sky.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Because Zeb obviously, you know, will have to make a move here and keep that payload contested. You pretty much only have one job as a Reza here, but yes, you're correct. It opens up the door for Chronic to charge some of these rails. And realistically, Dallas Fuel, they're going to keep playing the same playstyle. You know, poke and prod, stay alive, try to drag out these fights, and try to hit one of those railgun shots once more on the line.
Yeah, Sojin's just trying to get away from the Orisa now. Early rush for Z. Straight to the backline goes Sonjin. Forces the Suzu, though. Ends up getting stunned and manages to get out. Into the health bar ticking up, thankfully, as X10 looks for her next challenger. There will be Sonjin with the barrage. I mean, gold's already been used. There's so much damage on Zeb. So hard to keep Zeb alive in this comp. They trade for Lucamino. You've got to think Fuel very much ahead in terms of players here. Against the... Oh, yeah. I mean, that was going to happen sooner rather than later, but it is Zomba that picks up the kill. But Z dead means Lunex have to go for a soft reset.
Yeah, if you thought our regular hit scan was accounted for Pharah, Cat Bastion might be the ultimate nemesis of Pharah. You want to see artillery strike here from X10. Don't think that's going to do too much. Motor Dallas has got a lot of ultimates in the board here as well.
Oh, the double tap on NY2. Yeah, that's rough for the cat. That's for sure. Yeah, Zeb also dies, so fight done. Oh, that was nasty from Zomba. Little star points there for Tracer. Unfortunately, I don't think it will mean too much, because Z is also going to perish.
Kellan's his spawn with a Primal Rage.
Yeah, you know the vibes.
I hope I didn't upset anyone.
And they still have a Barrage. They have a Captive Sun here as well. This is what I'm talking about. Playing the attack here against Dallas Fuel. This is the real difficulty, as we see at the bottom right-hand of your screen. Zomba going for a bit of a flank here. They're going to try to combine resources here at least. Try to put pressure onto Lucamino.
Yeah, Zomba can flaunt that pulse for more all he wants, but unfortunately, it's not available for this fight.
Oh.
Captive Sun over the rooftop.
Oh.
God, if you can direct the Cat Bastion here or bounce it off something, I will lose my mind. It didn't hit anybody. Oh, unlucky. Here comes the Cat Bastion again. Oh, Chronic dies. They end up swinging around. Sonja's going to try and trade, though, I think. Oh, it ends up falling anyway. Okay, X10 put in the perfect spot by Nemwai. Both DPS dead. Does Fuel have to retreat?
It's going to be a point gap here for Lunex, who, at the end of the day, like they're doing their best to play around this Dallas Fuel composition. Obviously, we saw Somba on this huge, massive flank to try and time when X10 and NY are swinging around these rooftops and activating the turret mode as well. And all while that is going on, Seb, you know, the job on the Orisa is to touch the cart there. So I think Lunex are doing a good job here. They're actually playing the playstyle accordingly. Another artillery strike here, not doing too much against Dallas Field's position here, but Lunex in it.
Cat Bastion versus Cat Bastion. And Chronic wins. Oh, nice tracking from Chronic on the cat kill. All right. Quick reset. Widow. Okay, he's almost trying to get cheeky with the Widow. Yeah. Surely, Duncan. Oh! No fight, no fight. Don't panic. Kellen and CJ, by the way, Johnny, not died yet. Just want to put that out there.
You're tracking? You're tracking the kill
I'm
feed?
looking. I'm tracking.
Yeah.
Little 24-0 from your boy, Kellen. 12k damage almost. All right. Here we go, the 2v2 and then the 3v3. Let it commence. Trying to find the perfect timing to get in on the cat. The cat's going super low. So X10 dropped from the sky. Look at this, Chronic. This, I mean, killing the cat is just so rough if you're the Bastion, because you just get dropped and then every other player is just jumping on you.
I mean, that was everybody combining resources to try and get in the face of NY. Dallas Fuel made it happen. And that was pretty much the entire fight wrapped up here. Minute to go here for Lunex. And I mean, Seb is providing some assistance, trying to get damage onto Lucamino and Chronic here, but it's really up to Exton and NY here to open things up, playing the Cat Bastion themselves.
Yeah, as soon as that cat goes low, it's an easy target for Chronic. Suzu being invested by X10, and there is the barrage. Sonjin gets 3. Artillery barrage? Yeah, well, doesn't matter. Sonjin's done the job. That barrage, very tough to get off on these comps too. A bit easier now as Lunex are playing Malga. 30 seconds to go. I mean, where is the answer here for Lunex, Johnny?
No, it really is. You need to get on top of Chronic and Lucamino. Force them to move away from this choke point right here. Try to free up some of your team.
Whoa, that nade.
I mean, they're so pesky. Like, they're in the back lines. They're not pushing all the way back.
X10 actually just got dropped in the back lines. We'll see if she can end up doing anything. Kellen pops the Primal Rage. Z's already dead. And yeah, this map is feeling just about over. OT in a couple of moments. They're going to steal the Bastion away. They almost give X10 a touch, by the way. They Fuel drag the Bastion to their side of the map. And as predicted, and as foretold, Dallas Fuel win their dive map.
So they do tie things up after losing that initial Lilios map, and Kellen goes 31-0. 31-0 with 15k damage on the Winston. There were Bastions in the sky, and Kellan has the most damage done.
He's a beast. People have been doubting Kellan for a long time, man.
Yeah.
Nice look from the Dallas Fuel. And unfortunately, because the Fuel end up winning there, there's no chance for a seeding difference for Lunex. So they will be, and they will have to suffice with their 4th seed. Dallas Fuel kind of upset them. Unfortunate, as it does feel almost inevitable, where you're like, okay, the Dallas Fuel, if they lose a map or lose their first map, like, they will go to Dorado. They will play dive, and they will probably win, because Dorado, I'd say, it's one of their best maps, if not the best map for them.
Yeah, I might even say that. If you look at all the teams in North America, Dallas Fuel are better at Dorado compared to any other team, like, specialized on another single map. Do you know? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? It's like there's no other team that has a home map like Dallas Fuel has a home map in Dorado.
Yeah, because what other team has like a specialty map right now apart from the Dallas Fuel?
It used to be like Liquid playing the Winston composition themselves on
Gibraltar?
like Helios or like Busan or something like that. Like, they were so fantastic.
Sure.
Like, it was just a pure joy to see that team play that map all the time. And I feel similarly here with Dallas Fuel. Whenever they bring us Dorado, like, they just look expertly on.
Yeah. And now with Space Station, sorry, now with that win, like I mentioned, Space Station now get the first choice in the playoffs, who they want to play. So it will be either Liquid or Lunex. Obviously, we'll discuss that closer to the time and probably next Friday. But as for now, Dorado is completed. Dallas Fuel obviously taking that. King's Row is going to be the next map up for Lunex.
I have a feeling I know what Seb is going to play here. It's going to be more of the Orisa.
Yes.
Let's see what they decide to ban out here, though, because, I mean, Dorado is not really, or Dallas Fuel rather, they're not really going to match that, so probably play more around Lunex composition and what they're going to throw against them.
Don't forget the skins in the Overwatch Esports store have been unvaulted, or some of them have. Hopefully some more to come in the future. Bringing back some of the classics. Ember Juno. Hado Eris Ana. Dude, I need to find that pronunciation.
You did great.
4 or 5 years ago. Hero Eris. Happy Genji and Good and Evil Echo. Otherwise, aka the Fleta MVP.
You did fantastic.
Oh, dude,
there's so many skins. Like, it's not
Hello, Eros.
We need to do more than 4. Like, there's so many skins to rotate from. It'd be 6 per stage.
6 per stage? Come on, man.
Look, man, the viewers need to get the skins. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I do like the Ember Juno, actually. The eyes on the Ember Juno are super cool. A Lari ban for Lunex. And Dallas Fuel, Sonjun can play the Far It in peace now. Mad respect to X10's Reaper.
Come on, that's quite funny. The Reaper getting banned out, that's quite funny. They essentially admitting that Sonjun had some issues with the Pharah before.
Some issues. X10 was killing Sonjun off all day.
And I feel like even yeah, the Reaper, Dallas people are happy to get rid of that one. And similarly, though, like I said earlier, Lunex getting rid of the Alari, it just means that Lukemino won't be poking you down from afar as they try to tear down Lunex composition, because they are going to play more compact in this one. Just a matter of what is Dallas Fuel going to bring out to try and tear them apart.
Yeah, no dive here for Callan. Well, I could play a little wrecking ball, maybe. You want to go super crazy?
No, let's not go that crazy. Let's calm down.
Come on. In theory, these next few maps, we can play this a little bit more whimsical. So he's been demanding whimsy Overwatch. So we need it.
Helen on far without the Reaper counter.
Yeah, thank God. No more die triggers deaths for Sonjun. Yeah, she did do a marvelous job, X10, on that first map. I think NYNC have been playing well too.
It is going to be a Sigma composition here from Dallas Fuel, though. And this is something I'm curious to see, just like how good they actually look on this composition, because it's probably something they'll be forced to bring out on stage playoffs too.
Yeah, the Lucamino CJ backline, I think especially being able to play this double flex style is really good in this meta, because I think right now, tell me if I'm wrong, if you don't have a good Mizuki player, I think your team is at kind of a disadvantage. I think having Mizuki for these kind of maps is just so important. It's just such an unbelievably good pick on any map that has these chokes.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Twisted Minds earlier in the day. It's like they'd rather shy away from it. They even banned it at one point. They don't want any of that Mizuki action. So definitely is a meta hero right now that you have to work on. Somebody also working on the Vendetta, but these nasty rockets coming in when you're trying to get on top of the Sigma here as well. Seb's already low as well, so you don't have any point contest while this is going on.
So much AoE healing from the Mizuki too. Really like it. And you know what, actually? Zomba, okay. Zomba died. Okay, well, I was going to say, I'm happy we're seeing a little bit of Vendetta. That is a little bit of whimsy for you. Not perma-meta as she once was. Yeah, I think Vendetta's a little whimsical. I mean, she's not, because when she was OP, like, she was perma-picked, and it was like, okay, cool, yeah, Stunning Blaze is kind of awesome, yeah, but we're not going to We've not seen Vendetta properly played, like, permanently for a little minute.
Overwatch 1 Doomfist. Get in there.
I've been saying this. We need it back. It was probably the most unhealthy hero for the game. I'm sure QuakeDom would disagree, but the hero is sick. All right, Z, she's put up a very early rush. I mean, you got to rip this shot. Wow, Zomba just fell over. My goodness. Maybe not. We'll save it, actually. We've decided to reset. Forcibly. By Chronic. Yeah, okay. Chronic killed 4 people. 5th? No, not quite. CJ steals the edge.
With no dive heroes in the roster, Chronic's having a good time. Enjoys a little bit of Cassidy.
I think a lot of DPS players, or like hit scan players, are happy to play Cass again. The hero's fun. But
it takes over games like
so
now.
good.
I feel like Cassidy didn't really used to. Like the way they just hit headshots and just walk over the enemy team is crazy. All right, Lunex clearly setting up here for the Kitsune Rush, but Dallas Fuel, we got 5 ultimates. Bad news.
Yeah, real bad news. Well, there's the Flux. And this is going to be the big thing to get around. Oh, the high noon onto Zeb 2. Little roll away is the vent. Oh, what a shot. That was an insane flick by Chronic. A headshot onto Sombreeze. He's mid-air dashing. He was playing. Bro was like Falcon. He was like hitting the wave dash from Smash Bros. And he still hits the headshot. Like, what was that?
It just looked like the crosshair was like perfectly following Somba there as it dashed out. Oh wow. All right, Lunex at least. They have a sun barrier here, but even against a Sanctuary and a Barrage, not sure if Denway is going to get a ton of value out of this one. He's gonna have the poking prod. They're just gonna go for it. Oh, that is aggressive.
Yeah, X10 in the back line, unfortunately. Herald didn't really do too much. Got to the high ground, I suppose.
Oh, 2-man.
Oh, the 2-player beat from Nenwai. Might be good though. Hang on. Sombra and Z have kills. Surely the 2-man sound barrier doesn't end up winning the fight. Chains end up coming out. A really good rock combo there. They do have Sanctuary too, so they've got that to rely on. And yeah, unfortunately, I think Lunex with the 2-player beat aren't going to live to tell the tale for this one. And it will be a re-engagement.
Is Sanctuary Barrage? Does that classify as a combo?
Not sure, but the Barrage is going to come out first.
Clearly not.
X10 dashed away. Zomba already dead. Yeah, Sonjun. It's crazy what happens when Sonjun gets on fire and there's not a Reaper in the game. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Oh, they're going to have to touch. There's the Sanctuary, and now it's just an impossible fight. Absolutely impossible. Wow. World's greatest players. 5 propers couldn't have solved that one, unfortunately, if you were Lunex. Yeah, just the Sanctuary, Flux, and everything just thrown on top. Not a single point on the board for Lunex, and not a single tick either. 0%. As they need the fuller hold at this point.
Wowee. That was a nasty combo, by the way.
Wowee.
Wowee, indeed. I mean, I asked...
Kellen's not died, by the way.
No.
So...
Of course not.
He could go deathless for 2 maps in a row. Same with CJ. Wait a second.
Sojourn. Very observant. No pun intended. Noticing that 4 minutes and we didn't get a grab.
Oh, the AKM grab.
Well, no, it's a Seb grab now. The AKM
no, don't.
Seb grab.
The AKM. Yeah, I guess. Oh, that's Didn't we have that with a Junkrat one time as well on King's Row?
What?
And they didn't get a tire?
You're not able to build a Junkrat tire in 4 minutes.
Okay, historians correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure there was a Junkrat play at one point that didn't get a tire or something. It took them like 3 or 4 minutes to get a tire. That memory sticks out to me for some reason. But yeah, 4 minutes no grab is...
Junkrat. You're spamming for 4 minutes and you can't.
I know, that's why it was ridiculous. That's why it was ridiculous. Man, I feel like it was a couple of years ago at this point. All right, Chronic's on Widow. Oh, you're not gonna stick on it? Come on, for the whimsy. No, that's not happening. All right, they got dinner plans.
Can we get a little life weaver POV?
Yeah, get me on Lucamino.
That is fancy.
It is?
No, it's going to be Zomba instead.
Zomba. He's on a good off angle. X10 already down, Zomba dead, DPS, and yeah, they just kind of walked to them, and Lunex just kind of died. Well, that's unlucky, and that's going to be point. Holy moly. 40 seconds that round. 40 seconds.
I think the Las Fuel are a pretty good team here, Jaws. Thoughts?
I think that's facts. He's spit. He's spit. Look at that, Kellen. No deaths over 2 maps now. 15-0. CJ, 11-0. And Lucamino, 13-0.
Has anyone ever gone deathless across an entire series?
No way. I mean, that can't happen. Kellen died a bunch on the first map, but...
Yeah, I know, but...
There's no way that someone has gone deathless.
I kind of feel like there should have been, though. We got 10 years of Overwatch Esports, and we've seen a lot of stomps in our days. Like, the GOATS meta was not pretty on some occasions. Or depending on who you are in all occasions.
Yeah?
But, like, surely someone has gone a full series without dying. And obviously, Kellen, like you said, can't do it now. But if Kellen goes deathless on the next map, there would have been a streak of 3 maps. And, like, unofficially would have not died throughout the maps in which they won in a row.
Surely he's going to die on this next map at least one time. At least once.
There's nothing that tells you that has to be the case. The future is uncertain. It's up in the air. Nothing is taken for granted.
I will say, if someone does go looking, it has to be tier 1 Overwatch. I wouldn't say, or would you count tier 2 contenders type vibes? I would say, if you're looking for a stat like that, Apex, Season 1, 2, and 3, Overwatch League.
All of Overwatch League, yeah.
OWCS.
I wouldn't
Has
even
someone
say
gone
BlizzCon World Cup. If it's at BlizzCon.
And well, sure.
World
BlizzCon World Cup, yeah. Yeah. Because there's definitely like Korea, especially in the early days of World Cup, like spawn camping teams. Probably not the greatest indicator of like a fair matchup, but
no,
yeah.
there definitely has. It definitely has been a series where someone hasn't died.
One for the historians. One for the historians.
There have been some one-sided matchups in the past. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think the best way to look at that would be shortest series of all time, and then go from there. Probably.
Do you remember there was like a Philadelphia Fusion series back in like 2018 or something? Or it might have been Florida Mayhem actually. Maybe it was the 2 of them. And it was like the first time we had seen a match where no one got in the limb. Or
no one got on
it was just a map, and it was like the first time that a team had gone limbless. And I think it was Oasis in like 2018. And we were just like losing our minds, just like, how did they not get a single limb?
Well, that would have constituted as... Oh, wait, no, because we're talking about a whole series. Yeah. All right. Bruna Sapi is the map choice as we kind of waffle and ramble for a little bit here.
Hey, man, sometimes you just gotta waffle and ramble.
Yeah, Liquipedia surely has some kind of page that states that.
No. No, they don't. No, who keeps track of that? No, who keeps track? Who would?
Dude, there are some historians out there. There are some big brain historians out there keeping it real.
Maybe we ask the person who wrote McGravy's bio on Wikipedia.
Where's McGravy's bio? That's a
Yeah,
big bio.
know,
Yeah,
some people put a lot of effort into the history.
It's a good bio. Dang.
I'd say McGravy's bio on Wikipedia is the best biography we have out of all players.
Really? I mean, this is...
I've never seen anyone's page look like that. And, you know, obviously no one who's watching the broadcast have any idea what we're talking about. So they'd have to...
You guys know who McGravy is.
Yeah, but they'd have to go out of their way to go find it themselves, which usually you'd convey stuff with a graphic, and we don't have McGravy's biography.
We don't have his bio from Liquipedia for the show, guys. I'm sorry. I do like the old hardware and gear settings. 2,421 days ago, he was playing on this
2,000 days ago.
Yeah, last updated 2019 was the gear and settings.
Days ago.
Yeah, that's really funny. I mean, yeah, his bio is pretty extensive. So, man, shout out McGravy, legend.
I mean, 2,000 days is not too long. It's like 5 years, right?
No, bro, that's 7 years.
No, it's 5.5 years.
You need
2,000 divided by 365, brother.
Johnny, 2019, we are in 2026. Do the math.
Okay, but you said days, not years. You said
Yeah,
2,000
but
days.
I did say days, yeah, but and then I told you it was last updated in 2019. So that's 7 years almost.
Okay,
7 years,
all right.
six and a bit,
Okay.
6 and a bit.
I'm moving.
Okay,
I'm moving on. You
All
set
right.
me up for failure.
Moving on. I did not. You set yourself up for failure because you can't do math on broadcast. Because no one could do math on broadcast.
I did the math I was
Ever.
asked to do. You gave me bad math.
What is bro saying? I don't. Okay, let's
stand
get
by
into
it.
this. Come on. Wu Yang ban for Lunex, Orisa ban, Dallas Fuel, and looks like Lunex. They're flipped at the moment. We'll get the name tags flipped over. It'll be Dallas Fuel on the right hand side and Lunex on the left. But we're going back. Cat Bastion, Sonjun decides, you know what, X10, your Reaper is pretty good.
So is this just meta now? Like we're just.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's been meta for quite some time now. The Cat Bastion with the Mauga, but even so, we got the She on it now. Released a couple of weeks ago here. Oh man, that's a lot of damage from Chronic. Well,
good damage.
That's the fight. Done and dusted.
Oh, there's the bike. Zomba hopped on the bike and just ran it down there. Just a quick reset and a team kill. Yeah, it feels like, see, this kind of layout, setup or layout here, I think this is close to meta in my mind, because I still think Mauga's an exceptional hero right now.
Yeah, I think I was more thinking about, like, if you substitute the Bastion out for a Tracer, and you're playing like She and Tracer, like at that point where we've seen so many teams kind of like rock that composition, that I'm like, wow, North America really respecting that. But for the time being, it's going to be the Bastion still here as Dallas Fuel continue to push forward, and Chronic having a tough go at it this time around. Good Suzu.
Yeah, really nice Suzu. Kept him alive, and actually sent Seb extremely low. Lunex, their health bars are not looking at the healthiest, to put it blunt, as the checkpoint, very early one, about 1 minute and 30 seconds to get that first checkpoint, and any more kills here are going to result in 3 meters.
Sonja's playing the Reaper this time.
Yeah.
With the Dallas Fuel skin. Noticing?
Yeah, I think Sonja's good. Yeah, noticing.
Like mending a shadow.
Sonja's going to show who the better Reaper is in this kind of a scenario here. As Dallas Fuel, I mean, 2 minutes and counting, and they're about to hit 100 meters here.
Yep, and the rush is going to get used really early. No picks, no picks. Oh, Cage missed, and Chronic gets blown out of there. Nemwai already dead, X10 too, oh dear. I mean, see, she's alive. She's got ult, but not for much longer. Kellen ends up just mowing down the Kiriko, as the Dallas Fuel get 180 meters and counting. Is Kellen going to die in 3 maps, Johnny? I don't think he will.
Wow.
But surely they back off now. They are in the spawn.
Okay, Lunex has so many ultimates. There's no way that Dallas will cap out this one, and that's why they're disengaging in this one. They recognize what they're up against.
Get him out of here. All right, here comes the stomp again. Oh, that's a really good stomp too. Separates the entire team. Chronic in the cage, but you don't know who you're messing with. Zeb going really low. Cardiac overdrive pops. Kellen goes straight back in. Sonjun with a kill. Kellen with another. Ends up getting stopped. Is he going to die? Is Kellen actually going to go down?
Kellen.
Get out! Get out! You got to save the KDA. Save the KDA.
Oh, cardiac overdrive! He's alive!
Cardiac overdrive. He's alive somehow. Zomba is stopped. 150 HP, and he gets another kill. Oh, he feeds. Kellen feeds. He's got a death. That was almost a deathless third map.
He's averaging 0.34 deaths per map.
This is so sad.
Oh well.
It's all good.
Well,
your KDA will recover.
Does Lunex get back into this one? Thoughts?
Well, Apple Curry's been hit. 133 meters.
Struggling?
Real tough. Nope. Suzu. Dropping the Bastion down below, just hit the Suzu. W. Kellen eviscerated in the front line. They're going to try and kidnap somebody. Lucamino unsuccessful in his endeavor. So this rush fight has been won by Lunex. Oh, as soon as they swing the Bastion. Well, I guess as soon as the Bastion has form again, they can win the fight. There is the rush. free from somewhere. Yeah, I mean, Chronic was looking for the player. I mean, Zomba with an amazing bike kill onto Sunjin too. Chronic was looking for Zomba that entire time, trying to stop him getting away with the kill on Lucamino, but still managed to get there. A beautiful double is going to result in Lunix getting more heart progress.
Yeah, they're kind of rolling at the minute here. And obviously they're just at 22 meters here, but you know, you gotta start somewhere. They get positioning around this corner now. They still have a couple of ultimates to get the forbidden combo, so does Dallas Fuel here. And so Lunix, if they get up to a good initial turret form here, nothing prevents them from actually starting making some headway on this speed rate.
Well, there's the cage. No forbidden combo just yet. There it is. X10 now trapped. Pops the turret form. Both Bastions popping turret form at the same time. Kellen already killed X10 though, as Chronic comes up with a kill onto Zomba. A stomp and a crit on Zeb. And that'll be the team kill. Lunix fall over. Both of the combos used. The cages into the Bastion ults. And it's Dallas Fuel coming out on top.
All right, but they still got 40 meters. And they still generated a little bit of momentum. So you're just gonna have to do that like 3 times and a little bit. So you know, don't count them out just yet, y'all. They got 5 minutes here. Back.
Yeah, I mean SSG got a 99 meter comeback.
That's what I'm saying.
So 130 meters to 39 without a checkpoint. Kinda doable. We'll see. Cat Bastion's dueling it out. They've outlasted the turret form though, so it's Chronic's time. Yeah, better form. Oh dear, maybe not. Actually, Chronic deletes or gets out of the form, doesn't delete, and has to heal himself. X10 now. She's going to go for another swing around. I guess Nemwai is going to swing X10 around. It's not really X10 with control of the movement here. Nice early rush. Can they actually get kills though? Better rush though. Later one here for Z. Zomba gets stomped on. X10 dies. 2 dire triggers. I mean, that's real comeuppance there for X10.
You know, it's a good idea by Lunix. The better rush in your back pocket, but it did not work in their favors. Maybe they pulled the triggers a little bit too early. Now Dallas Fuel pushing this bot over to the side of Lunix once more, and they still have quite a few ultimates to work with here as well. And so this could be the push. We're looking at a full completion here.
Yeah, combo coming up for both the Malga and the Bastions on both sides. Zomba just needs to make some headwind here and actually get a pick off at the start of the fight. That's what's been so successful so far. Teleport away. There's the cage. Death Blossom from Sonjin eliminates the Cat Bastion combo. Oh, Zomba shuts him down, but it is just going to be a quick team fight, methinks. Yes, Zeb dead to the Cat as they move on. Their final stretch approaching.
Well, this is the very final stretch indeed. Zeb spawns pretty late here as well. I think someone else will have to go for the touch for the time being. Okay, Zeb makes his way back. Has the cage fight here as well. So this is Lunix breathing a sigh of relief.
Catnap from Nemwai didn't connect. Oh, Zeb gets dragged straight into the cage. Forbidden combo though from Chronic. Kellen pretty low. Ends up getting out alive, but X10 not quite so lucky for Lunix. Looks like they've managed to at least stabilize somewhat. They're still down their Bastion, but they have got control of the pot.
Yeah, they do indeed. And now Dallas Fuel probably look to take this fight with the Kitsune Rush in a pretty neutral stage up here on the high ground instead. Zed, she's coming up on hers as well here. 2 minutes to go here. You need to start getting up to the other side of Dallas Fuel here if you're under things. Here's the Kitsune Rushes, drop from both.
Double rush. Really nice stomp kill. Yeah, can Zomba actually stay alive though in the face of this Bastion? Doesn't look like it. Chronic playing that one perfectly up on that little bus, using the bot itself for cover. And another team kill for the Dallas Fuel. It's just a meter by meter. I think they're about 2 away from actually capping, like full capping.
Yeah, something like that. So obviously the Lunix are going to have a good attempt at it here, but Dallas Fuel again, the ultimate combo is so solid. Spree here from Zomba. Can't quite get anything. Repeatedly engaging with these.
And the Catnap. Oh, there's the Bastion up. Quick teleport away though for Sonjin, actually straight up to the high ground. X10 shuts them down.
The Bastion's just flying ahead to Scout. Get in there.
Scout Bastion.
Yeah.
He's got in his ODM gear and he's just flying away.
I have no idea what that is.
Back on time, buddy. Needs to catch up. You need to catch up. Oh. That puts Kellen in a better spot, no? Stomp onto X10. Cage deployed. Kellen on the wrong side of the team fight. Can't really see what the rest of this high ground fight is happening with because he's on the wrong side, like looking up the hill too. Actually turned out to be a very good catnap from Nenwai. With 30 seconds to go though, Johnny still looking rather worse for wear for Lunex. I'm sure they're going to come back, but there's always a chance.
Yeah, this kind of has to be the fight, right? You got the bot over on the side of Dallas Fuel here. You're coming up on a Kitsune Rush here as well. And so this needs to be the time where you start generating some momentum here. Dallas Fuel, oh, Kellen just charged right back in here. Gives Lunex an opportunity to disengage.
Oh, early use. They're actually just going to hit that rush. Suzu on the Reaper just to keep him alive. Kellen ends up going down. Catnap onto, I believe that was Zed, but it didn't result in anything. Suzu to keep Chronic up. XN goes down. Lucamino just healing this Bastion up. This Bastion survived for so long. Eventually the focus fire came through. Zeb takes down Chronic. The assist, you can tell how much focus they were putting onto Chronic there.
Wait, that's absolutely massive with the overtime spawns there. Both damage players down for Lunex here. And Dallas are going to capitalize on this. Just quick re-engage.
Yeah, Zed's already popped Cardiac Overdrive. The Cage is going to come through. And Chronic just pops ult. Suzu actually negates a lot of that damage there. But now the return Cage as Kellen locks it down for the Dallas Fuel. A 3-1 is your final scoreline as Dallas finish the stage, only dropping a single series to SSG.
Yeah, looking dominant as ever after that initial Ilios. And with that, you gotta respect them big time come the stage playoffs starting on Friday. Kellen ended up dying 3 times that map. So, averaging a death per map in those last 3 maps, which doesn't make sense because it was a 4-map series. But that's kind of the vibe we're getting here at 5 p.m. on a Friday. Or a Sunday, rather. I don't even know what day it is, Josh.
Friday?
I'm fully losing it.
What's happening to me?
I'm fully losing it, buddy. Help me get across the finish line.
Yeah, I'm
I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm losing it too. Also, at the start of the series, Lunex, I see you kind of baiting me. Got my hopes up there after a brilliant performance on Control. I mean, XN's Reaper is it. She is her. I'll never not be a fan. Prompting the Reaper ban eventually as well. Respect where it is due. You love to see it. But yeah, I mean, neither team is out of the playoffs, right? They both made it with this victory. Now, of course, we do have the Dallas Fuel locking in the second seed, which also means that SSG will not be able to pick them. Not sure if they would have done that regardless, because I don't think that would be a smart move. So yeah, for Lunex now, of course, they are a potential target for SSG.
I think SSG could also pick Liquid too. Like,
I'd
with
pick
how
Liquid.
SSG are playing, yeah, like,
yeah,
sure, why not? We'll just fight you again. Like, I wouldn't be too mad about that whatsoever. And then we'll get a rematch of Dallas versus Lunex too. I mean, that's actually quite a sick little rematch, kind of revenge story here for our first round in playoffs.
I kind of feel the opposite there. At the same time, I feel like you're watching Team Liquid the way they played today. I thought they looked much improved, and so I'll probably be picking Lunex on the 2.
Yeah, Liquid definitely had an uphill battle throughout this stage, like trying to figure things out. It was super insightful. If you missed out on the post-match interview that we had after their match, like make sure to like watch it again. They shared some good insight on what was going on for the last 3 weeks with the team, trying to fit in those new players, of course. Now, Lunex, I just think they've played really, really well, and I am excited to see more of them in the playoffs. We should have CJ. Did I hear? Yeah, CJ joining us. Hello, welcome to the show. Hi. And congratulations on the dub. Give us your thoughts on how the stage went for Dallas Fuel as a team and for you as an individual. Are you guys happy with the performance, or still like looking back at that week 1 loss against SSG and kind of kicking yourself in the butts?
I mean, it's basically that. For like the most part, the rest of the regular season was pretty like smooth sailing. I don't think we really had like that hard of a match yet, besides the SSG one. So I think it's our outlook on it is like fine. It's just obviously we wish we would have won that SSG game, but yeah, that's literally it. I think everything else is going fine.
You definitely got your own little taste, own little flair in this meta with Kellen hero pool, obviously. A lot of Winston, little Dorado action, which has been really nice to see. Do you guys think, how do you think that kind of stacks up against the other comps that people are running? There's a lot of Orisa, a lot of Mauga. Do you think that's the better of the comp, or do you just think you're just so good at it that you're running people over?
I think we're just so good that we run people over. Because they can't really get practice against our comp because we're the only team in the region that really plays it. Well, honestly, like one of the only teams in the world that play like our style with like Winston and like double flex. So I think it's just like really easy to like exploit like these other teams that like don't really have the capabilities of like playing Diva, for example. But I honestly do think these Mauga comps are probably like the best comps. Like about on like maps like Dorado, I'm pretty sure that Winston or any dive tank's just better.
How do you feel about the meta? Because obviously we had a new hero come in like in the middle of the stage, which obviously caused like some confusion, and you gotta figure everything out. How do you feel with the stage playoffs coming up here? Do you feel like things are still a little bit in flux? Obviously you have the Dorado composition, you can like lean on that. But when it comes to more of the Xion compositions, do you feel like that's kind of set in stone now? Or do you feel like things are still changing every single day in scrims?
I think things are still changing every day, but I do feel like the Mauga Xion comp also does seem to be very strong. I think there will be some teams that would like try to like play around it or try to not play it, such as like SSG with their like Wu Yang Juno or Wu Yang like Weaver, like Sig or Orisa comps. But I think for the most part, on like a majority of maps, unless they're banned, it's gonna be like more Mauga, like Mauga Xion Reaper. But like for the meta, it's like all right. A lot of people just get one shot. There's nothing you can do about it because Xion has a bike and and like a right click that it's just like it's whatever. But yeah, I think this meta is a little just macro based with little skill expression. Yeah.
Now, looking ahead at not just the playoffs, but beyond that, because we're just going to make the assumption that Dallas Fuel is going to make it to the Midseason Championship. In your current form and in the meta being the state that it's in, how do you see you stack up against the international competition?
I think it's going to be a little difficult at first, just because we're a team that doesn't really play these macro-based compositions. Like we play for individual value, like Winston comps or ball comps. So I think at the start, like when we like first start scrimming other teams, I think it'll be a little difficult. But I think as we start to practice more and like scrim against better teams, I think it'll be fun.
Well, it's definitely always fun to watch, especially because you give it your own flavor. You have your own flair in your playstyle, and we support that. CJ, thank you so much for joining us here for a quick chat, and best of luck in the playoffs.
All right, thank you so much.
Great to hear from CJ from the Dallas Fuel, which unlocked their spot here in our second seed in NA. And that concludes our group stage round robin portion of stage 2. And we will be heading into the playoffs starting next week with Space Station Gaming, Dallas Fuel, Team Liquid, and Lunex, who will be battling it out. The top 3 teams will be making it to the Midseason Championship in Paris.
Yeah, I think it's been a big blow up for SSG. I think if you looked at the standing or like what teams are in this stage, I think you'd be pretty accurate in saying like Dallas Fuel number 1, then SSG, then TL, and then Lunex. So it kind of panned out the way we expected, but in a different way, because SSG did have this massive kind of turnaround. So yeah, these playoffs are going to be nasty. The rematch, I think, and I hope we get it, the SSG Dallas Fuel, I really hope that goes the distance.
Yeah, and I love that it's not a first round kind of rematch, right? SSG, they have the first seed, so they get to pick their opponent first. They have 24 hours, looking at the clock, to pick between Liquid and Lunex as their first opponents. It is a double elimination bracket, so whoever is going to come out at the bottom of that one is not out just yet. I think with just 4 teams, the top 3 making it, like all you have to do is survive that first round. Like that's all you gotta do.
Just win one.
Yeah.
All
Just
you gotta
win
do
one.
is
Just win one.
Yeah, after
And,
that,
hey,
don't care.
That's kind of crazy too, because I don't think many teams are hiding things. I really don't. But if you are, like, you just deploy it straight away. Like, map 1, game 1, boom.
I feel like
Boom, boom,
SSG was hiding something. It was kind of sus. I'm feeling that they're holding back something. Something's there. But yeah, these are, I mean, that's the schedule. Everything is TBD. I will find out who they will be facing up against throughout this week. And of course, make sure to follow us all over social media to keep up to date on what's going to go down. We're kicking things off with the playoffs on Friday next week. It's going to be a good one. Jack, Johnny, before I let you go, hindsight, what's NA been like for you here in our stage 2? Starting with you, Johnny. What's the big summary?
I feel like
What's
they
the
leveled
takeaway?
up. I feel like they leveled up. I feel like, you know, we've been pretty disappointed by North America for quite some time now. And I do feel like, especially like Jaws mentioned with SSG turning things around, I do think they're a legitimate threat to some of the European teams. I will have to see how they fare, you know, come international competition. If they do qualify, in the end, you have to add that little disclaimer right there. But it's been enjoyable to see NA pick up Xion because I think that's been a good hero for North America to add.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I thought Mechanical Warlords on that character. I think back to like 2024 when Toronto Defiant were like, okay, the North American hopes, you know. And I think it's almost like living up to that level of success just hasn't been met by NA again. So yeah, I'm hoping come July or end of July that it's going to be North America putting up a little bit more of a fight here in the international stage.
We'll find out. For now, it is goodbye from us. Thank you all so much for watching. To all of our EU fans and friends, please stay hydrated and stay cool over there. I know it's been a rough week or 2 weeks for all of you. I will be back next week with Jake and Matt for EMEA, and Jack and Johnny will be back for the entirety of the NA playoffs as well, so you don't have to wait to see their lovely faces again for way too long. Now, find out next weekend who will make the Paris, France for the Midseason Championship. We hope to see you again on Friday. Bye-bye.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know